Tuesday, June 26, in the Literary and Scientific Institute in Friar Street, Doctors' Commons, to elect delegates to a conference for the reorganization of Chartism in the capital. Admission free. Today's London papers carry on average only a short account of the events in Hyde Park. There have been no leading articles yet with the exception of Lord Palmerston's Morning Post. This paper writes, "A scene, in the highest degree disgraceful and dangerous, was enacted yesterday in Hyde Park. An outrage on law and decency. It was distinctly illegal to interfere, by physical force, in the free action of the legislature. We must have no repetition of violence on Sunday next, as has been threatened. But at the same time it declares that the fanatical Lord Grosvenor is solely responsible for the trouble and that he has provoked the just indignation of the people. As if Parliament has not given Lord Grosvenor's bill its 3 readings. Has he perhaps also exerted pressure by physical force in the free action of the legislature?" II 58. London, July 2. The demonstration against the Sunday bill was repeated in Hyde Park yesterday on a larger scale, under a more ominous sign and with more serious consequences, as is witnessed by the sombre but agitated mood in London today. The posters calling for the repetition of the meeting also contained an invitation to assemble on Sunday at 10 a.m. before the house of the pious Lord Grosvenor and to accompany him to church. The pious gentleman, however, had left London on Saturday in a private carriage in order to travel incognito. That he is by nature destined to make martyrs of others rather than to be a martyr himself had been demonstrated by his circular in all the London newspapers, in which he on the one hand upheld his bill and on the other took pains to show that it is without meaning, function, or significance. On Sunday his house was occupied all day not by psalm singers but by constables, 200 in number. Such was the case, too, at the house of his brother, the Marquess of Westminster, a man famous for his wealth. On Saturday the head of the London police, Sir Richard Mayne, had posters stuck on all the walls in London in which he prohibited not only a meeting in Hyde Park but also the gathering of any large numbers and the manifestation of any signs of approval or disapproval. The result of these decrees was that as early as 3 o'clock, even according to the report of the Police Gazette, 150,000 people of every age and social position were milling about. Gradually the crowds swelled to gigantic proportions unbelievable even by London standards. Not only did London appear en masse, an avenue of spectators formed again on both sides of the road along the Serpentine, only this time the crowd was denser and deeper than last Sunday. High society, however, stayed away. Altogether perhaps 20 vehicles put in an appearance, most of them gigs and phaetons, which drove by without hindrance. Their more stately and better upholstered brethren, who displayed larger paunches and more livery, were greeted with the old shouts and with the old babel of noise, and this time the sound waves made the air vibrate for at least a mile around. The police decrees were given a rebuttal by the mass gathering and by the chorus of noise from 1,000 throats. High society had avoided the field of battle, and by its absence it had acknowledged the sovereignty of the vox populi. It was 4 o'clock. The demonstration seemed to be fizzling out into a harmless Sunday outing for want of any combustible elements. But the police had other plans. Were they to withdraw to the accompaniment of general laughter, casting wistful parting glances at their own posters, which could be read in large print at the entrance to the park? Besides, their high dignitaries were present, Sir Richard Mayne and Superintendents Gibbs and Walker on horseback, Inspectors Banks, Darkin and Brennan on foot. 800 constables had been strategically deployed, for the most part hidden in buildings and concealed in ambush. Stronger detachments had been stationed in neighbouring districts as reinforcements. At a point of intersection where the road along the Serpentine crosses a path leading towards Kensington Gardens, the Rangers' Lodge, the magazine, and the premises of the Royal Humane Society had been transformed into improvised blockhouses manned by a strong police contingent. Each building had been prepared to accommodate prisoners and wounded. Cabs stood at the ready at the police station in Vine Street, Piccadilly, waiting to drive to the scene of battle and to take away the defeated demonstrators under safe escort. In short, the police had drawn up a plan of campaign more vigorous, as the Times said, than any of which we have yet had notice in the Crimea. The police needed bloody heads and arrests so as not to stumble straight from the sublime into the ridiculous. So, as soon as the avenue of spectators had cleared somewhat, and the masses had dispersed away from the road into different groups on the huge expanse of the park, their senior officers took up positions in the middle of the road, between the rows of people, and from their horses they issued pompous orders right and left, supposedly for the protection of the carriages and horsemen passing by. As there were no carriages or horsemen, however, and therefore nothing to protect, they began to pick out individuals from the crowd on false pretexts and to have them arrested on the pretext that they were pickpockets. As these experiments increased in number and the pretext lost its credibility, the crowds raised a general cry, and the contingents of police broke out from their hiding places. Drawing their truncheons from their pockets, they beat heads bloody, tore people out of the crowd here and there. Altogether there were 104 such arrests and dragged them to the improvised blockhouses. The left side of the road is separated only by a narrow piece of ground from the Serpentine. By maneuvering his gang of constables, a police officer managed to drive the spectators close to the edge of the water, where he threatened them with a cold bath. In order to escape the police truncheons, one man swam across the Serpentine to the other bank. A policeman gave chase in a boat, caught him and brought him back in triumph. How the scene had changed since the previous Sunday! Instead of elegant coaches and four, dirty cabs, which drove back and forth between the police station at Vine Street and the improvised jails in Hyde Park. Instead of lackeys on the boxes of carriages, constables sitting next to drunken cab drivers. Inside the vehicles, instead of elegant gentlemen and ladies, prisoners with bloody heads, disheveled hair, half undressed and with torn clothes, guarded by dubious conscripts from the Irish lumpen proletariat who had been pressed into the London police. Instead of the wafting of fans, a hail of truncheons. Last Sunday the ruling classes had shown their fashionable face, this time the face they displayed was that of the state. In the background, behind the affably grinning old gentlemen, the fashionable dandies, the elegantly infirm widows and the perfumed beauties in their cashmeres, ostrich feathers and garlands of flowers and diamonds, stood the constable with his waterproof coat, greasy oilskin hat and truncheon, the reverse side of the coin. Last Sunday the ruling classes had confronted the masses as individuals. This time they assumed the form of state power, law and truncheon. This time resistance amounted to insurrection, and the Englishman must be subjected to long, slow provocation before he is moved to insurrection. Thus, the counter-demonstration was limited, on the whole, to hissing, grunting and whistling at the police vehicles, to isolated attempts to free the prisoners, but, above all, to passive resistance, as the crowds phlegmatically stood their ground on the field of battle. Soldiers partly from the Guard, partly from the 66th Regiment assumed a characteristic role in this spectacle. They had appeared in force. 12 of them, some decorated with medals from the Crimea, stood among a group of men, women and children on whom the police truncheons were descending. An old man fell to the ground, struck by a blow. The London stiffstaffs, a term of abuse for the police, are worse than the Russians at Inkerman, called out one of the Crimean heroes. The police seized him. He was immediately freed to the accompaniment of shouts from the crowd, 3 cheers for the army. The police deemed it advisable to move off. Meanwhile, a number of grenadiers had arrived. The soldiers fell into line and with the crowd milling about them shouting, "Hurrah for the army, down with the police, down with the Sunday bill," they paraded up and down in the park. The police stood about irresolutely, when a sergeant of the guard appeared and loudly called them to account for their brutality, calmed the soldiers and persuaded some of them to follow him to the barracks to avoid more serious collisions. But the majority of the soldiers remained behind, and from among the people they gave vent to their anger at the police in no uncertain terms. In England the opposition between the police and the army is an old one. The present moment, when the army is the pet child of the masses, is certainly not likely to reduce this opposition. An old man named Russell is said to have died today as a result of the wounds he suffered yesterday. Half a dozen people are in St. George's Hospital suffering from injuries. During the demonstration different attempts were again made to hold smaller meetings. In one of them, near the Albert Gate outside the section of the park originally occupied by the police, an anonymous speaker harangued his public something like this: Men of old England! Awake, rise up from your slumber or fall forever, resist the government every Sunday. Observe the Sunday bill as you have done today. Do not be afraid to demand those rights to which you are entitled. Cast off the fetters of oligarchical oppression and tyranny. If you do not, you will be hopelessly crushed. Is it not outrageous that the inhabitants of this great metropolis, the greatest in the civilized world, must surrender their freedom into the hands of a Lord Grosvenor or a man like Lord Ebrington? His lordship feels obliged to drive us to church and to make us religious by means of an Act of Parliament. His attempts are in vain. Who are we, and who are they? Look at the war which is being fought. Is it not being waged at the expense and with the blood of the productive classes? And what about the unproductive classes? They have bungled it from start to finish. Speaker and meeting were, of course, interrupted by the police. In Greenwich, near the observatory, Londoners also held a meeting of 10 to 15,000 people, which was likewise broken up by the police. Speech at the anniversary of the People's Paper 1. The so-called revolutions of 1848 were but poor incidents, small fractures and fissures in the dry crust of European society. However, they denounced the abyss. Beneath the apparently solid surface they betrayed oceans of liquid matter, only needing expansion to rend into fragments continents of hard rock. Noisily and confusedly they proclaimed the emancipation of the proletarian, i.e., the secret of the 19th century, and of the revolution of that century. That social revolution, it is true, was no novelty invented in 1848. Steam, electricity, and the self-acting mule were revolutionists of a rather more dangerous character than even citizens Barbes, Raspail and Blanqui. But, although the atmosphere in which we live weighs upon every one with a 20,000 pounds force, do you feel it? No more than European society before 1848 felt the revolutionary atmosphere enveloping and pressing it from all sides. There is one great fact, characteristic of this our 19th century, a fact which no party dares deny. On the one hand, there have started into life industrial and scientific forces which no epoch of former human history had ever suspected. On the other hand, there exist symptoms of decay, far surpassing the horrors recorded of the latter times of the Roman Empire. In our days everything seems pregnant with its contrary. Machinery, gifted with the wonderful power of shortening and fructifying human labor, we behold starving and overworking it. The newfangled sources of wealth, by some strange weird spell, are turned into sources of want. The victories of art seem bought by the loss of character. At the same pace that mankind masters nature, man seems to become enslaved to other men or to his own infamy. Even the pure light of science seems unable to shine but on the dark background of ignorance. All our invention and progress seem to result in endowing material forces with intellectual life, and in stultifying human life into a material force. This antagonism between modern industry and science on the one hand, modern misery and dissolution on the other hand, this antagonism between the productive powers and the social relations of our epoch is a fact, palpable, overwhelming, and not to be controverted. Some parties may wail over it, others may wish to get rid of modern arts, in order to get rid of modern conflicts. Or they may imagine that so signal a progress in industry wants to be completed by as signal a regress in politics. On our part, we do not mistake the shape of the shrewd spirit that continues to mark all these contradictions. We know that to work well the newfangled forces of society, they only want to be mastered by newfangled men, and such are the working men. They are as much the invention of modern time as machinery itself. In the signs that bewilder the middle class, the aristocracy, and the poor prophets of regression, we do recognize our brave friend, Robin Goodfellow, the old mole that can work in the earth so fast, that worthy pioneer the revolution. Point 2 The English working men are the first-born sons of modern industry. They will then, certainly, not be the last in aiding the social revolution produced by that industry, a revolution which means the emancipation of their own class all over the world, which is as universal as capital rule and wages slavery. I know the heroic struggles the English working class have gone through since the middle of the last century, struggles no less glorious because they are shrouded in obscurity, and burked by the middle-class historian. To revenge the misdeeds of the ruling class, there existed in the Middle Ages, in Germany, a secret tribunal called the Wehrmacht. If a red cross was seen marked on a house, people knew that its owner was doomed by the Wehm. All the houses of Europe are now marked with the mysterious red cross. History is the judge, its executioner, the proletarian. Articles on India and China. The British Rule in India 1. London, June 10, 1853. Hindustan is an Italy of Asiatic dimensions, the Himalayas for the Alps, the plains of Bengal for the plains of Lombardy, the Deccan for the Apennines, and the Isle of Ceylon for the island of Sicily. The same rich variety in the products of the soil, and the same dismemberment in the political configuration. Just as Italy has, from time to time, been compressed by the conqueror's sword into different national masses, so do we find Hindustan, when not under the pressure of the Mohammedan, or the Mughal, or the Briton, dissolved into as many independent and conflicting states as it numbered towns, or even villages. Yet, in a social point of view, Hindustan is not the Italy, but the Ireland of the East. And this strange combination of Italy and Ireland, of a world of voluptuousness and a world of woes, is anticipated in the ancient traditions of the religion of Hindustan. That religion is at once a religion of sensualist exuberance and a religion of self-torturing asceticism, a religion of the lingam and of the juggernaut, the religion of the monk, and of the bayadere. I share not the opinion of those who believe in a golden age of Hindustan, without recurring, however, like Sir Charles Wood too for the confirmation of my view, to the authority of Kolikon. 3. But take, for example, the times of Aurangzeb, 4, or the epoch when the Mughal appeared in the north, and the Portuguese in the south, 5, or the age of Mohammedan invasion, and of the Heptarchy in southern India, 6, or, if you will, go still more back to antiquity, take the mythological chronology of the Brahmin himself, who places the commencement of Indian misery in an epoch even more remote than the Christian creation of the world. There cannot, however, remain any doubt but that the misery inflicted by the British on Hindustan is of an essentially different and infinitely more intensive kind than all Hindustan had to suffer before. I do not allude to European despotism, planted upon Asiatic despotism, by the British East India Company, forming a more monstrous combination than any of the divine monsters startling us in the Temple of Salzet. 7. This is no distinctive feature of British colonial rule, but only an imitation of the Dutch, and so much so that in order to characterize the working of the British East India Company, it is sufficient to literally repeat what Sir Stamford Raffles, the English governor of Java, said of the old Dutch East India Company. The Dutch Company, actuated solely by the spirit of gain, and viewing their Javan subjects with less regard or consideration than a West India planter formerly viewed the gang upon his estate, because the latter had paid the purchase money of human property, which the other had not, employed all the pre-existing machinery of despotism to squeeze from the people their utmost mite of contribution, the last dregs of their labour, and thus aggravated the evils of a capricious and semi-barbarous government, by working it with all the practised ingenuity of politicians, and all the monopolizing selfishness of traders. 8. All the civil wars, invasions, revolutions, conquests, famines, strangely complex, rapid and destructive as the successive action in Hindustan may appear, did not go deeper than its surface. England has broken down the entire framework of Indian society, without any symptoms of reconstitution yet appearing. This loss of his old world, with no gain of a new one, imparts a particular kind of melancholy to the present misery of the Hindu, and separates Hindustan, ruled by Britain, from all its ancient traditions, and from the whole of its past history. There have been in Asia, generally, from immemorial times, but three departments of government, that of finance, or the plunder of the interior, that of war, or the plunder of the exterior, and, finally, the department of public works. Climate and territorial conditions, especially the vast tracts of desert, extending from the Sahara through Arabia, Persia, India, and Tartary, to the most elevated Asiatic highlands, constituted artificial irrigation by canals and waterworks the basis of Oriental agriculture. As in Egypt and India, inundations are used for fertilizing the soil of Mesopotamia, Persia, etc., advantage is taken of a high level for feeding irrigative canals. This prime necessity of an economical and common use of water, which in the Occident drove private enterprise to voluntary association, as in Flanders and Italy, necessitated in the Orient, where civilization was too low and the territorial extent too vast to call into life voluntary association, the interference of the centralizing power of government. Hence an economical function devolved upon all Asiatic governments, the function of providing public works. This artificial fertilization of the soil, dependent on a central government, and immediately decaying with the neglect of irrigation and drainage, explains the otherwise strange fact that we now find whole territories barren and desert that were once brilliantly cultivated, as Palmyra, Petra, the ruins in Yemen, and large provinces of Egypt, Persia, and Hindustan. It also explains how a single war of devastation has been able to depopulate a country for centuries, and to strip it of all its civilization. Now, the British in East India accepted from their predecessors the departments of finance and of war, but they have neglected entirely that of public works. Hence the deterioration of an agriculture which is not capable of being conducted on the British principle of free competition, of laissez-faire and laissez-aller. But in Asiatic empires we are quite accustomed to see agriculture deteriorating under one government and reviving again under some other government. There the harvests correspond to good or bad governments, as they change in Europe with good or bad seasons. Thus the oppression and neglect of agriculture, bad as it is, could not be looked upon as the final blow dealt to Indian society by the British intruder, had it not been attended by a circumstance of quite different importance, a novelty in the annals of the whole Asiatic world. However changing the political aspect of India's past must appear, its social condition has remained unaltered since its remotest antiquity, until the first decennium of the 19th century. The handloom and the spinning wheel, producing their regular myriads of spinners and weavers, were the pivots of the structure of that society. From immemorial times Europe received the admirable textures of Indian labor, sending in return for them her precious metals, and furnishing thereby his material to the goldsmith, that indispensable member of Indian society, whose love of finery is so great that even the lowest class, those who go about nearly naked, have commonly a pair of golden earrings and a gold ornament of some kind hung round their necks. Rings on the fingers and toes have also been common. Women as well as children frequently wore massive bracelets and anklets of gold or silver, and statuettes of divinities in gold and silver were met with in the households. It was the British intruder who broke up the Indian handloom and destroyed the spinning wheel. England began with driving the Indian cottons from the European market, it then introduced twist into Hindustan and in the end inundated the very mother country of cotton with cottons. From 1818 to 1836 the export of twist from Great Britain to India rose in the proportion of 1 to 5,200. In 1824 the export of British muslins to India hardly amounted to 1 million yards, while in 1837 it surpassed 64 million yards. But at the same time the population of Dhaka decreased from 150,000 inhabitants to 20,000. This decline of Indian towns celebrated for their fabrics was by no means the worst consequence. British steam and science uprooted, over the whole surface of Hindustan, the union between agriculture and manufacturing industry. These two circumstances the Hindu, on the one hand, leaving, like all Oriental peoples, to the central government the care of the great public works, the prime condition of his agriculture and commerce, dispersed, on the other hand, over the surface of the country, and agglomerated in small centers by the domestic union of agricultural and manufacturing pursuits. These two circumstances had brought about, since the remotest times, a social system of particular features, the so-called village system, which gave to each of these small unions their independent organization and distinct life. The peculiar character of this system may be judged from the following description, contained in an old official report of the British House of Commons on Indian Affairs 9. A village, geographically considered, is a tract of country comprising some 100 or 1,000 acres of arable and waste lands. Politically viewed, it resembles a corporation or township. Its proper establishment of officers and servants consists of the following descriptions: the patel, or head inhabitant, who has generally the superintendence of the affairs of the village, settles the disputes of the inhabitants, attends to the police, and performs the duty of collecting the revenue within his village, a duty which his personal influence and minute acquaintance with the situation and concerns of the people render him the best qualified for this charge. The Kernam keeps the accounts of cultivation, and registers everything connected with it. The Tallier and the Toti, the duty of the former of which consists in gaining information of crimes and offences, and in escorting and protecting persons travelling from one village to another, the province of the latter appearing to be more immediately confined to the village, consisting, among other duties, in guarding the crops and assisting in measuring them. The boundaryman, who preserves the limits of the village, or gives evidence respecting them in cases of dispute. The superintendent of tanks and watercourses distributes the water for the purposes of agriculture. The Brahmin, who performs the village worship. The schoolmaster, who is seen teaching the children in a village to read and write in the sand. The calendar Brahmin, or astrologer, etc. These officers and servants generally constitute the establishment of a village, but in some parts of the country it is of less extent, some of the duties and functions above described being united in the same person, in others it exceeds the above-named number of individuals. Under this simple form of municipal government, the inhabitants of the country have lived from time immemorial. The boundaries of the villages have been but seldom altered, and though the villages themselves have been sometimes injured, and even desolated by war, famine, or disease, the same name, the same limits, the same interests, and even the same families, have continued for ages. The inhabitants gave themselves no trouble about the breaking up and divisions of kingdoms. While the village remains entire, they care not to what power it is transferred, or to what sovereign it devolves, its internal economy remains unchanged. The patel is still the head inhabitant, and still acts as the petty judge or magistrate and collector or renter of the village. These small stereotype forms of social organism have been to the greater part dissolved, and are disappearing, not so much through the brutal interference of the British tax-gatherer and the British soldier, as to the working of English steam and English free trade. Those family communities were based on domestic industry, in that peculiar combination of hand-weaving, hand-spinning, and hand-tilling agriculture which gave them self-supporting power. English interference having placed the spinner in Lancashire and the weaver in Bengal, or sweeping away both Hindu spinner and weaver, dissolved these small semi-barbarian, semi-civilized communities by blowing up their economical basis, and thus produced the greatest and, to speak the truth, the only social revolution ever heard of in Asia. Now, sickening as it must be to human feeling to witness those myriads of industrious patriarchal and inoffensive social organizations disorganized and dissolved into their units, thrown into a sea of woes, and their individual members losing at the same time their ancient form of civilization and their hereditary means of subsistence, we must not forget that these idyllic village communities, inoffensive though they may appear, had always been the solid foundation of Oriental despotism, that they restrained the human mind within the smallest possible compass, making it the unresisting tool of superstition, enslaving it beneath traditional rules, depriving it of all grandeur and historical energies. We must not forget the barbarian egotism which, concentrating on some miserable patch of land, had quietly witnessed the ruin of empires, the perpetration of unspeakable cruelties, the massacre of the population of large towns, with no other consideration bestowed upon them than on natural events, itself the helpless prey of any aggressor who deigned to notice it at all. We must not forget that this undignified, stagnatory, and vegetative life, that this passive sort of existence evoked on the other part, in contradistinction, wild, aimless, unbounded forces of destruction, and rendered murder itself a religious rite in Hindustan. We must not forget that these little communities were contaminated by distinctions of caste and by slavery, that they subjugated man to external circumstances instead of elevating man to be the sovereign of circumstances, that they transformed a self-developing social state into never-changing natural destiny, and thus brought about a brutalizing worship of nature, exhibiting its degradation in the fact that man, the sovereign of nature, fell down on his knees in adoration of Hanuman, the monkey, and Sabala, the cow. England, it is true, in causing a social revolution in Hindustan was actuated only by the vilest interests, and was stupid in her manner of enforcing them. But that is not the question. The question is, can mankind fulfill its destiny without a fundamental revolution in the social state of Asia? If not, whatever may have been the crimes of England, she was the unconscious tool of history in bringing about that revolution. Then, whatever bitterness the spectacle of the crumbling of an ancient world may have for our personal feelings, we have the right, in point of history, to exclaim with Goethe: Salt dies qual uns qualen. De sie unsere Lust vermehreit. Hat nicht Myriaden Seelen. Timur's Herrschaft aufgezeigt, 10. The East India Company, Its History and Results 11. London, June 24, 1853. The debate on Lord Stanley's motion to postpone legislation for India has been deferred until this evening. 12 For the first time since 1783 the Indian question has become a ministerial one in England. 13 Why is this? The true commencement of the East India Company cannot be dated from a more remote epoch than the year 1702, when the different societies, claiming the monopoly of the East India trade, united together in one single company. Till then the very existence of the original East India Company was repeatedly endangered, once suspended for years under the protectorate of Cromwell, and once threatened with utter dissolution by parliamentary interference under the reign of William III. It was under the ascendancy of that Dutch prince when the Whigs became the farmers of the revenues of the British Empire, when the Bank of England sprang into life, when the protective system was firmly established in England and the balance of power in Europe was definitively settled, that the existence of an East India Company was recognised by Parliament. That era of apparent liberty was in reality the era of monopolies not created by royal grants, as in the times of Elizabeth and Charles I, but authorised and nationalised by the sanction of Parliament. This epoch in the history of England bears, in fact, an extreme likeness to the epoch of Louis Philippe in France, the old landed aristocracy having been defeated, and the bourgeoisie not being able to take its place except under the banner of moneyocracy, or the haute finance. The East India Company excluded the common people from the commerce with India, at the same time that the House of Commons excluded them from parliamentary representation. In this, as well as in other instances, we find the first decisive victory of the bourgeoisie over the feudal aristocracy coinciding with the most pronounced reaction against the people, a phenomenon which has driven more than one popular writer, like Cobbett, to look for popular liberty rather in the past than in the future. The union between the constitutional monarchy and the monopolizing moneyed interest, between the Company of East India and the glorious revolution of 1688 was fostered by the same force by which the liberal interests in a liberal dynasty have at all times and in all countries met and combined, by the force of corruption, that first and last moving power of constitutional monarchy, the guardian angel of William III and the fatal demon of Louis Philippe. So early as 1693, it appeared from parliamentary inquiries that the annual expenditure of the East India Company, under the head of gifts to men in power, which had rarely amounted to above £1,200 before the Revolution, reached the sum of £90,000. The Duke of Leeds was impeached for a bribe of £5,000, and the virtuous king himself convicted of having received £10,000. Besides these direct briberies, rival companies were thrown out by tempting the government with loans of enormous sums at the lowest interest, and by buying off rival directors. The power the East India Company had obtained by bribing the government, as did also the Bank of England, it was forced to maintain by bribing again, as did the Bank of England. At every epoch when its monopoly was expiring, it could only effect a renewal of its charter by offering fresh loans and by fresh presents made to the government. The events of the 7 years WAR-14 transformed the East India Company from a commercial into a military and territorial power. It was then that the foundation was laid of the present British Empire in the East. Then East India stock rose to £263, and dividends were then paid at the rate of 12.5%. But then there appeared a new enemy to the company, no longer in the shape of rival societies, but in the shape of rival ministers and a rival people. It was alleged that the company's territory had been conquered by the aid of British fleets and British armies, and that no British subjects could hold territorial sovereignties independent of the Crown. The ministers of the day and the people of the day claimed their share in the wonderful treasures imagined to have been won by the last conquests. The company only saved its existence by an agreement made in 1767 that it should annually pay £400,000 into the national exchequer. But the East India Company, instead of fulfilling its agreement, got into financial difficulties and, instead of paying a tribute to the English people, appealed to Parliament for pecuniary aid. Serious alterations in the charter were the consequence of this step. The company's affairs failing to improve, notwithstanding their new condition, and the English nation having simultaneously lost their colonies in North America, the necessity of elsewhere regaining some great colonial empire became more and more universally felt. The illustrious Fox thought the opportune moment had arrived, in 1783, for bringing forward his famous India Bill, which proposed to abolish the courts of directors and proprietors, and to vest the whole Indian government in the hands of 7 commissioners appointed by Parliament. By the personal influence of the imbecile King 15 over the House of Lords, the bill of Mr. Fox was defeated, and made the instrument of breaking down the then coalition government of Fox and Lord North, and of placing the famous Pitt at the head of the government. Pitt carried in 1784 a bill through both houses, which directed the establishment of the Board of Control, consisting of 6 members of the Privy Council, who were to check, superintend, and control all acts, operations and concerns which in any wise related to the civil and military government, or revenues of the territories and possessions of the East India Company. On this head, Mill, the historian, says, in passing that law 2 objects were pursued. To avoid the imputation of what was represented as the heinous object of Mr. Fox's bill, it was necessary that the principal part of the power should appear to remain in the hand of the directors. For ministerial advantage it was necessary that it should in reality be all taken away. Mr. Pitt's bill professed to differ from that of his rival, chiefly in this very point, that while the one destroyed the power of the directors, the other left it almost entire. Under the Act of Mr. Fox the powers of the ministers would have been avowedly held. Under the Act of Mr. Pitt, they were held in secret and by fraud. The Bill of Fox transferred the power of the company to commissioners appointed by Parliament. The Bill of Mr. Pitt transferred it to commissioners appointed by the King. 16. The years of 1783 and 1784 were thus the first, and till now the only years, for the Indian question to become a ministerial one. The Bill of Mr. Pitt having been carried, the Charter of the East India Company was renewed, and the Indian question set aside for 20 years. But in 1813 the Anti-Jacobin War, and in 1833 the newly introduced Reform Bill, superseded all other political questions. This, then, is the first reason of the Indian questions having failed to become a great political question, since and before 1784, that before that time the East Indian Company had first to conquer existence and importance, that after that time the oligarchy absorbed all of its power which it could assume without incurring responsibility, and that afterwards the English people in general were at the very epochs of the renewal of the Charter, in 1813 and in 1833, absorbed by other questions of overbearing interest. We will now take a different view. The East India Company commenced by attempting merely to establish factories for their agents and places of deposit for their goods. In order to protect them they erected several forts. Although they had, even as early as 1689, conceived the establishment of a dominion in India, and of making territorial revenue one of their sources of emolument, yet, down to 1744, they had acquired but a few unimportant districts around Bombay, Madras, and Calcutta. The war which subsequently broke out in the Carnatic 17 had the effect of rendering them, after various struggles, virtual sovereigns of that part of India. Much more considerable results arose from the war in Bengal and the victories of Clive. These results were the real occupation of Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa. At the end of the 18th century, and in the first years of the present one, there supervened the wars with Tipu Sahib 18, and in consequence of them a great advance of power and an immense extension of the subsidiary system. 19 In the second decennium of the 19th century, the first convenient frontier, that of India within the desert, had at length been conquered. It was not till then that the British Empire in the east reached those parts of Asia which had been, at all times, the seat of every great central power in India. But the most vulnerable points of the empire, from which it had been overrun as often as old conquerors were expelled by new ones, the barriers of the western frontier, were not in the hands of the British. During the period from 1838 to 1849, in the Sikh and Afghan wars, British rule subjected to definitive possession the ethnographical, political, and military frontiers of the East Indian continent, by the compulsory annexation of the Punjab and of Scinde. These were possessions indispensable to repulse any invading force issuing from Central Asia, and indispensable against Russia advancing to the frontiers of Persia. During this last decennium there have been added to the British Indian territory 167,000 square miles, with a population of 8,572,630 souls. As to the interior, all the native states now became surrounded by British possessions, subjected to British suzerainty under various forms, and cut off from the sea coast, with the sole exception of Gujarat and Scinde. As to its exterior, India was now finished. It is only since 1849 that the one great Anglo-Indian Empire has existed. Thus the British government has been fighting, under the Company's name, for 2 centuries, till at last the natural limits of India were reached. We understand now, why during all this time all parties in England have connived in silence, even those which had resolved to become the loudest with their hypocritical peace cant, after the arrondissement 20 of the one Indian Empire should have been completed. Firstly, of course, they had to get it, in order to subject it afterwards to their sharp philanthropy. From this view we understand the altered position of the Indian question in the present year, 1853, compared with all former periods of charter renewal. Again, let us take a different view. We shall still better understand the peculiar crisis in Indian legislation on reviewing the course of British commercial intercourse with India through its different phases. At the commencement of the East India Company's operations, under the reign of Elizabeth, the Company was permitted, for the purpose of profitably carrying on its trade with India, to export an annual value of £30,000 in silver, gold and foreign coin. This was an infraction against all the prejudices of the age, and Thomas Munn was forced to lay down in a Discourse of Trade, from England unto the East Indies 21 the foundation of the mercantile system, admitting that the precious metals were the only real wealth a country could possess, but contending at the same time that their exportation might be safely allowed, provided the balance of payments was in favor of the exporting nation. In this sense, he contended that the commodities imported from East India were chiefly re-exported to other countries, from which a much greater quantity of bullion was obtained than had been required to pay for them in India. In the same spirit, Sir Josiah Child wrote a treatise wherein is demonstrated that the East India trade is the most national of all foreign trades. 22 By and by the partisans of the East India Company grew more audacious, and it may be noticed as a curiosity, in this strange Indian history, that the Indian monopolists were the first preachers of free trade in England. Parliamentary intervention, with regard to the East India Company, was again claimed, not by the commercial but by the industrial class, at the latter end of the 17th century, and during the greater part of the 18th, when the importation of East Indian cotton and silk stuffs was declared to ruin the poor British manufacturers, an opinion put forward in John Pollexfen's Fens England and East India inconsistent in their manufactures, London, 1697-23 a title strangely verified a century and a half later, but in a very different sense. Parliament did then interfere. By the Act 11 and 12, William III, cap. 10, it was enacted that the wearing of wrought silks and of printed or dyed calicoes from India, Persia, and China should be prohibited, and a penalty of £200 imposed on all persons having or selling the same. Similar laws were enacted under George I, II and III, in consequence of the repeated lamentations of the afterwards so enlightened British manufacturers. And thus, during the greater part of the 18th century, Indian manufactures were generally imported into England in order to be sold on the continent, and to remain excluded from the English market itself. Besides this parliamentary interference with East India, solicited by the greedy home manufacturer, efforts were made at every epoch of the renewal of the Charter, by the merchants of London, Liverpool, and Bristol, to break down the commercial monopoly of the company and to participate in that commerce, estimated to be a true mine of gold. In consequence of these efforts, a provision was made in the Act of 1773 prolonging the company's charter till March 1, 1814, by which private British individuals were authorised to export from, and the company's Indian servants permitted to import into, England almost all sorts of commodities. But this concession was surrounded with conditions annihilating its effects, in respect to the exports to British India by private merchants. In 1813 the company was unable to further withstand the pressure of general commerce, and, except the monopoly of the Chinese trade, the trade to India was opened, under certain conditions, to private competition. At the renewal of the Charter in 1833, these last restrictions were at length superseded, the company forbidden to carry on any trade at all, their commercial character destroyed, and their privilege of excluding British subjects from the Indian territories withdrawn. Meanwhile the East Indian trade had undergone very serious revolutions, altogether altering the position of the different class interests in England with regard to it. During the whole course of the 18th century the treasures transported from India to England were gained much less by comparatively insignificant commerce than by the direct exploitation of that country, and by the colossal fortunes there extorted and transmitted to England. After the opening of the trade in 1813 the commerce with India more than trebled in a very short time. But this was not all. The whole character of the trade was changed. Till 1813 India had been chiefly an exporting country, while it now became an importing one, and in such a quick progression that already in 1823 the rate of exchange, which had generally been 2s. per rupee, sunk down to 2s. per rupee. India, the great workshop of cotton manufacture for the world since immemorial times, became now inundated with English twists and cotton stuffs. After its own produce had been excluded from England, or only admitted on the most cruel terms, British manufactures were poured into it at a small and merely nominal duty, to the ruin of the native cotton fabrics once so celebrated. In 1780 the value of British produce and manufactures exported to India amounted only to £386,152, the bullion exported during the same year to £15,041, the total value of exports during 1780 being £12,648,616, so that the Indian trade amounted to only 1/32 of the entire foreign trade. In 1850 the total exports to India from Great Britain and Ireland were £8,024,000, of which cotton goods alone amounted to £5,220,000, so that it reached more than 1/8 of the whole export, and more than 1/4 of the foreign cotton trade. But the cotton manufacture also employed now 1/8 of the population of Britain, and contributed 1/12 of the whole national revenue. After each commercial crisis the East Indian trade grew of more paramount importance for the British cotton manufacturers, and the East Indian continent became actually their best market. At the same rate at which the cotton manufactures became of vital interest for the whole social frame of Great Britain, East India became of vital interest for the British cotton manufacture. Till then the interests of the moneyocracy which had converted India into its landed estates, of the oligarchy who had conquered it by their armies, and of the millocracy who had inundated it with their fabrics, had gone hand in hand. But the more the industrial interest became dependent on the Indian market, the more it felt the necessity of creating fresh productive powers in India, after having ruined her native industry. You cannot continue to inundate a country with your manufactures, unless you enable it to give you some produce in return. The industrial interest found that their trade declined instead of increasing. For the 4 years ending with 1846, the imports to India from Great Britain were to the amount of 261 million rupees, for the 4 years ending 1850 they were only 253 millions, while the exports for the former period were 274 million rupees, and for the latter period, 254 millions. They found out that the power of consuming their goods was contracted in India to the lowest possible point, that the consumption of their manufactures by the British West Indies was of the value of about 14s per head of the population per annum, by Chile of 9s. 3d, by Brazil of sixs. 5d, by Cuba of sixs. 2d, by Peru of 5s. 7d, by Central America of 10d, while it amounted in India only to about 9d. Then came the short cotton crop in the United States, which caused them a loss of £11 million in 1850, and they were exasperated at depending on America, instead of deriving a sufficiency of raw cotton from the East Indies. Besides, they found that in all attempts to apply capital to India they met with impediments and chicanery on the part of the Indian authorities. Thus India became the battlefield in the contest of the industrial interest on the one side, and of the moneyocracy and oligarchy on the other. The manufacturers, conscious of their ascendancy in England, asked now for the annihilation of these antagonistic powers in India, for the destruction of the whole ancient fabric of Indian government, and for the final eclipse of the East India Company. And now to the fourth and last point of view, from which the Indian question must be judged. Since 1784 Indian finances have got more and more deeply into difficulty. There exists now a national debt of £50 million, a continual decrease in the resources of the revenue, and a corresponding increase in the expenditure, dubiously balanced by the gambling income of the opium tax, now threatened with extinction by the Chinese beginning themselves to cultivate the poppy, and aggravated by the expenses to be anticipated from the senseless Burmese War. 24. As the case stands, says Mr. Dickinson, as it would ruin England to lose her empire in India, it is stretching our own finances with ruin, to be obliged to keep it. 25. I have shown thus, how the Indian question has become for the first time since 1783 an English question and a ministerial question. Indian Affairs 26. London, July 19, 1853. The progress of the India Bill through the committee has little interest. It is significant that all amendments are thrown out now by the Coalition 27 coalescing with the Tories against their own allies of the Manchester School. The actual state of India may be illustrated by a few facts. The home establishment absorbs 3% of the net revenue, and the annual interest for home debt and dividends 14% or together 17%. If we deduct these annual remittances from India to England, the military charges amount to about 2/3 of the whole expenditure available for India, or to 66%, or while the charges for public works do not amount to more than 2/3% of the general revenue, or for Bengal 1% or Agra 7/3, Punjab 1/8, Madras 1/2, and Bombay 1% of their respective revenues. These figures are the official ones of the company itself. On the other hand, nearly 3/5 of the whole net revenue is derived from the land, about 1/7 from opium, and upwards of 1/9 from salt. These resources together yield 85% of the whole receipts. As to minor items of expenditure and charges, it may suffice to state that the motor for revenue maintained in the Presidency of Madras and levied on shops, looms, sheep, cattle, sundry professions, etc., yields somewhat about £50,000, while the yearly dinners of the East India House cost about the same sum. The great bulk of the revenue is derived from the land. As the various kinds of Indian land tenure have recently been described in so many places, and in popular style, too, I propose to limit my observations on the subject to a few general remarks on the Zamindari and Ryotwari systems. The Zamindari and the Ryotwari were both of them agrarian revolutions, effected by British ukases, and opposed to each other, the one aristocratic, the other democratic, the one a caricature of English landlordism, the other of French peasant proprietorship, but pernicious, both combining the most contradictory character, both made not for the people who cultivate the soil, nor for the holder who owns it, but for the government that taxes it. By the Zemindari system, the people of the Presidency of Bengal were depossessed at once of their hereditary claims to the soil, in favour of the native tax-gatherers called Zemindars. By the Ryotwari system introduced into the presidencies of Madras and Bombay, the native nobility, with their territorial claims, Maurasas, Jagirs, etc., were reduced with the common people to the holding of minute fields, cultivated by themselves, in favour of the Collector 28 of the East India Company. But a curious sort of English landlord was the zamindar, receiving only 1/10 of the rent, while he had to make over 9/10 of it to the government. A curious sort of French peasant was the ryot, without any permanent title in the soil, and with the taxation changing every year in proportion to his harvest. The original class of zemindars, notwithstanding their unmitigated and uncontrolled rapacity against the dispossessed mass of the ex-hereditary landholders, soon melted away under the pressure of the company, in order to be replaced by mercantile speculators who now hold all the land of Bengal, with exception of the estates returned under the direct management of the government. These speculators have introduced a variety of the zemindari tenure called patni. Not content to be placed with regard to the British government in the situation of middlemen, they have created in their turn a class of hereditary middlemen called patnidars, who created again their sub-patnidars, etc., so that a perfect scale of hierarchy of middlemen has sprung up, which presses with its entire weight on the unfortunate cultivator. As to the riots in Madras and Bombay, the system soon degenerated into one of forced cultivation, and the land lost all its value. The land, says Mr. Campbell, would be sold for balances by the collector, as in Bengal, but generally is not, for a very good reason, viz., that nobody will buy at 29. Thus, in Bengal, we have a combination of English landlordism, of the Irish middleman system, of the Austrian system, transforming the landlord into the tax-gatherer, and of the Asiatic system, making the state the real landlord. In Madras and Bombay we have a French peasant proprietor who is at the same time a serf and a métayer of the state. The drawbacks of all these various systems accumulate upon him without his enjoying any of their redeeming features. The ryot is subject, like the French peasant, to the extortion of the private usurer, but he has no hereditary, no permanent title in his land, like the French peasant. Like the serf he is forced to cultivation, but he is not secured against want like the serf. Like the métayer he has to divide his produce with the state, but the state is not obliged, with regard to him, to advance the funds and the stock, as it is obliged to do with regard to the métayer. In Bengal, as in Madras and Bombay, under the zemindari as under the ryotwari, the riots, and they form 11/12 of the whole Indian population, have been wretchedly pauperized, and if they are, morally speaking, not sunk as low as the Irish cottiers, they owe it to their climate, the men of the south being possessed of less wants, and of more imagination, than the men of the north. Conjointly with the land tax we have to consider the salt tax. Notoriously, the company retains the monopoly of that article which they sell at 3 times its mercantile value, and this in a country where it is furnished by the sea, by the lakes, by the mountains and the earth itself. The practical working of this monopoly was described by the Earl of Albemarle in the following WORDS 30. A great proportion of the salt for inland consumption throughout the country is purchased from the company by large wholesale merchants at less than 4 rupees per mond. 31. These mix a fixed proportion of sand, chiefly got a few miles to the southwest of Dhaka, and send the mixture to a second, or counting the government as the first, to a third monopolist at about 5 or 6 rupees. This dealer adds more earth or ashes, and thus passing through more hands, from the large towns to villages, the price is still raised from 8 to 10 rupees and the proportion of adulteration from 25 to 40%. It appears then that the people pay from £21.17 2d to £27 six. 2d for their salt, or in other words, from 30 to 36 times as much as the wealthy people of Great Britain. As an instance of English bourgeois morals, I may allege that Mr. Campbell defends the opium monopoly because it prevents the Chinese from consuming too much of the drug, and that he defends the brandy monopoly, licenses for spirit selling in India, because it has wonderfully increased the consumption of brandy in India. The Zamindar tenure, the riot war, and the salt tax, combined with the Indian climate, were the hotbeds of the cholera. India's ravages upon the Western world a striking and severe example of the solidarity of human woes and wrongs. The future results of the British rule in India 32. London, July 22, 1853. I propose in this letter to conclude my observations on India. How came it that English supremacy was established in India? The paramount power of the great Mughal was broken by the Mughal viceroys. The power of the viceroys was broken by the Marathas. 33 The power of the Marathas was broken by the Afghans, and while all were struggling against all, the Briton rushed in and was enabled to subdue them all. A country not only divided between Mohammedan and Hindu, but between tribe and tribe, between caste and caste, a society whose framework was based on a sort of equilibrium, resulting from a general repulsion and constitutional exclusiveness between all its members. Such a country and such a society, were they not the predestined prey of conquest? If we knew nothing of the past history of Hindustan, would there not be the one great incontestable fact, that even at this moment India is held in English thraldom by an Indian army maintained at the cost of India? India, then, could not escape the fate of being conquered, and the whole of her past history, if it be anything, is the history of the successive conquests she has undergone. Indian society has no history at all, at least no known history. What we call its history is but the history of the successive intruders who founded their empires on the passive basis of that unresisting and unchanging society. The question, therefore, is not whether the English had a right to conquer India, but whether we are to prefer India conquered by the Turk, by the Persian, by the Russian, to India conquered by the Briton. England has to fulfill a double mission in India, one destructive, the other regenerating the annihilation of old Asiatic society, and the laying of the material foundations of Western society in Asia. Arabs, Turks, Tartans, Mughals, who had successively overrun India, soon became Hinduized, the barbarian conquerors being, by an eternal law of history, conquered themselves by the superior civilization of their subjects. The British were the first conquerors superior and therefore inaccessible to Hindu civilization. They destroyed it by breaking up the native communities, by uprooting the native industry, and by levelling all that was great and elevated in the native society. The historic pages of their rule in India report hardly anything beyond that destruction. The work of regeneration hardly transpires through a heap of ruins. Nevertheless, it has begun. The political unity of India, more consolidated and extending further than it ever did under the great Mughals, was the first condition of its regeneration. That unity, imposed by the British sword, will now be strengthened and perpetuated by the electric telegraph. The native army, organized and trained by the British drill sergeant, was the sine qua non of Indian self-emancipation, and of India ceasing to be the prey of the first foreign intruder. The free press, introduced for the first time into Asiatic society, and managed principally by the common offspring of Hindus and Europeans, is a new and powerful agent of reconstruction. The zemindari and ryotwari themselves, abominable as they are, involve two distinct forms of private property in land, the great desideratum of Asiatic society. From the Indian natives, reluctantly and sparingly educated at Calcutta under English superintendence, a fresh class is springing up, endowed with the requirements for government and imbued with European science. Steam has brought India into regular and rapid communication with Europe, has connected its chief ports with those of the whole southeastern ocean, and has revindicated it from the isolated position which was the prime law of its stagnation. The day is not far distant when, by a combination of railways and steam vessels, the distance between England and India, measured by time, will be shortened to 8 days, and when that once fabulous country will thus be actually annexed to the Western world. The ruling classes of Great Britain have had, till now, but an accidental, transitory, and exceptional interest in the progress of India. The aristocracy wanted to conquer it, the moneyocracy to plunder it, and the millocracy to undersell it. But now the tables are turned. The millocracy have discovered that the transformation of India into a reproductive country has become of vital importance to them, and that, to that end, it is necessary, above all, to gift her with means of irrigation and of internal communication. They intend now drawing a net of railways over India. And they will do it. The results must be inappreciable. It is notorious that the productive powers of India are paralyzed by the utter want of means for conveying and exchanging its various produce. Nowhere more than in India do we meet with social destitution in the midst of natural plenty, for want of the means of exchange. It was proved before a committee of the British House of Commons, which sat in 1848, that when grain was selling from 6s to 8s a quarter at Khandesh, it was sold at 64s to 70s at Pune, where the people were dying in the streets of famine, without the possibility of gaining supplies from Khandesh, because the clay roads were impracticable. The introduction of railways may be easily made to subserve agricultural purposes by the formation of tanks, where ground is required for embankment, and by the conveyance of water along the different lines. Thus irrigation, the sine qua non of farming in the East, might be greatly extended, and the frequently recurring local famines, arising from the want of water, would be averted. The general importance of railways, viewed under this head, must become evident when we remember that irrigated lands, even in the districts near Ghats, pay 3 times as much in taxes, afford 10 or 12 times as much employment, and yield 12 or 15 times as much profit, as the same area without irrigation. Railways will afford the means of diminishing the amount and the cost of the military establishments. Col. Warren, town major of the Fort St. William, stated before a select committee of the House of Commons, the practicability of receiving intelligence from distant parts of the country in as many hours as at present it requires days and even weeks, and of sending instructions with troops and stores, in the more brief period, are considerations which cannot be too highly estimated. Troops could be kept at more distant and healthier stations than at present, and much loss of life from sickness would by this means be spared. Stores could not to the same extent be required at the various depots, and the loss by decay, and the destruction incidental to the climate, would also be avoided. The number of troops might be diminished in direct proportion to their effectiveness. We know that the municipal organization and the economical basis of the village communities have been broken up, but their worst feature, the dissolution of society into stereotype and disconnected atoms, has survived their vitality. The village isolation produced the absence of roads in India, and the absence of roads perpetuated the village isolation. On this plan a community existed with a given scale of low conveniences, almost without intercourse with other villages, without the desires and efforts indispensable to social advance. The British having broken up this self-sufficient inertia of the villages, railways will provide the new want of communication and intercourse. Besides, one of the effects of the railway system will be to bring into every village affected by it such knowledge of the contrivances and appliances of other countries, and such means of obtaining them, as will first put the hereditary and stipendiary village artisanship of India to full proof of its capabilities, and then supply its defects. Chapman, The Cotton and Commerce of India, 34. I know that the English millocracy intend to endow India with railways with the exclusive view of extracting at diminished expenses the cotton and other raw materials for their manufacturers. But when you have once introduced machinery into the locomotion of a country which possesses iron and coals, you are unable to withhold it from its fabrication. You cannot maintain a net of railways over an immense country without introducing all those industrial processes necessary to meet the immediate and current want of railway locomotion, and out of which there must grow the application of machinery to those branches of industry not immediately connected with railways. The railway system will therefore become, in India, truly the forerunner of modern industry. This is the more certain as the Hindus are allowed by British authorities themselves to possess particular aptitude for accommodating themselves to entirely new labour, and acquiring the requisite knowledge of machinery. Ample proof of this fact is afforded by the capacities and expertness of the native engineers in the Calcutta Mint, where they have been for years employed in working the steam machinery, by the natives attached to the several steam engines in the Hurdwar coal districts, and by other instances. Mr. Campbell himself, greatly influenced as he is by the prejudices of the East India Company, is obliged to avow that the great mass of the Indian people possesses a great industrial energy, is well fitted to accumulate capital, and remarkable for a mathematical clearness of head and talent for figures and exact sciences. Their intellects, he says, are excellent. 35. Modern industry, resulting from the railway system, will dissolve the hereditary divisions of labour, upon which rest the Indian castes, those decisive impediments to Indian progress and Indian power. All the English bourgeoisie may be forced to do will neither emancipate nor materially mend the social condition of the mass of the people, depending not only on the development of the productive powers, but on their appropriation by the people. But what they will not fail to do is to lay down the material premises for both. Has the bourgeoisie ever done more? Has it ever effected a progress without dragging individuals and peoples through blood and dirt, through misery and degradation? The Indians will not reap the fruits of the new elements of society scattered among them by the British bourgeoisie till in Great Britain itself the now ruling classes shall have been supplanted by the industrial proletariat, or till the Hindus themselves shall have grown strong enough to throw off the English yoke altogether. At all events, we may safely expect to see, at a more or less remote period, the regeneration of that great and interesting country, whose gentle natives are, to use the expression of Prince Saltykov, even in the most inferior classes, plus fins et plus adroits que les Italians. 36 whose submission even is counterbalanced by a certain calm nobility, who, notwithstanding their natural languor, have astonished the British officers by their bravery, whose country has been the source of our languages, our religions, and who represent the type of the ancient German in the Jat and the type of the ancient Greek in the Brahmin. I cannot part with the subject of India without some concluding remarks. The profound hypocrisy and inherent barbarism of bourgeois civilization lies unveiled before our eyes, turning from its home, where it assumes respectable forms, to the colonies, where it goes naked. They are the defenders of property, but did any revolutionary party ever originate agrarian revolutions like those in Bengal, in Madras, and in Bombay? Did they not, in India, to borrow an expression of that great robber, Lord Clive himself, resort to atrocious extortion, when simple corruption could not keep pace with their rapacity? While they prated in Europe about the inviolable sanctity of the national debt, did they not confiscate in India the dividends of the Rajas, who had invested their private savings in the company's own funds? While they combated the French Revolution under the pretext of defending our holy religion, did they not forbid, at the same time, Christianity to be propagated in India, and did they not, in order to make money out of the pilgrims streaming to the temples of Orissa and Bengal, take up the trade in the murder and prostitution perpetrated in the temple of Juggernaut? These are the men of property, order, family, and religion. The devastating effects of English industry, when contemplated with regard to India, a country as vast as Europe and containing 150 millions of acres, are palpable and confounding. But we must not forget that they are only the organic results of the whole system of production as it is now constituted. That production rests on the supreme rule of capital. The centralization of capital is essential to the existence of capital as an independent power. The destructive influence of that centralization upon the markets of the world does but reveal, in the most gigantic dimensions, the inherent organic laws of political economy now at work in every civilized town. The bourgeois period of history has to create the material basis of the New World: on the one hand the universal intercourse founded upon the mutual dependency of mankind, and the means of that intercourse, on the other hand the development of the productive powers of man and the transformation of material production into a scientific domination of natural agencies. Bourgeois industry and commerce create these material conditions of a new world in the same way as geological revolutions have created the surface of the earth. When a great social revolution shall have mastered the results of the bourgeois epoch, the market of the world and the modern powers of production, and subjected them to the common control of the most advanced peoples, then only will human progress cease to resemble that hideous pagan idol, who would not drink the nectar but from the skulls of the slain. Revolution in China and in Europe 37. A most profound yet fantastic speculator on the principles which govern the movements of humanity 38 was wont to extol as one of the ruling secrets of nature what he called the law of the contact of extremes. The homely proverb that extremes meet was, in his view, a grand and potent truth in every sphere of life, an axiom with which the philosopher could as little dispense as the astronomer with the laws of Kepler or the great discovery of Newton. Whether the contact of extremes be such a universal principle or not, a striking illustration of it may be seen in the effect the Chinese Revolution 39 seems likely to exercise upon the civilized world. It may seem a very strange and a very paradoxical assertion that the next uprising of the people of Europe, and their next movement for republican freedom and economy of government, may depend more probably on what is now passing in the Celestial Empire, the very opposite of Europe, than on any other political cause that now exists, more even than on the menaces of Russia and the consequent likelihood of a general European war. But yet it is no paradox, as all may understand by attentively considering the circumstances of the case. Whatever be the social causes, and whatever religious, dynastic, or national shape they may assume, that have brought about the chronic rebellions subsisting in China for about 10 years past, and now gathered together in one formidable revolution, the occasion of this outbreak has unquestionably been afforded by the English cannon forcing upon China that soporific drug called opium. 40 Before the British arms the authority of the Manchu dynasty fell to pieces, the superstitious faith in the eternity of the Celestial Empire broke down, the barbarous and hermetic isolation from the civilized world was infringed, and an opening was made for that intercourse which has since proceeded so rapidly under the golden attractions of California and Australia. At the same time the silver coin of the empire, its lifeblood, began to be drained away to the British East Indies. Up to 1830, the balance of trade being continually in favor of the Chinese, there existed an uninterrupted importation of silver from India, Britain, and the United States into China. Since 1833, and especially since 1840, the export of silver from China to India has become almost exhausting for the Celestial Empire. Hence the strong decrees of the emperor against the opium trade, responded to by still stronger resistance to his measures. Besides this immediate economical consequence, the bribery connected with opium smuggling has entirely demoralized the Chinese state officers in the southern provinces. Just as the emperor was wont to be considered the father of all China, so his officers were looked upon as sustaining the paternal relation to their respective districts. But this patriarchal authority, the only moral link embracing the vast machinery of the state, has gradually been corroded by the corruption of those officers, who have made great gains by conniving at opium smuggling. This has occurred principally in the same southern provinces where the rebellion commenced. It is almost needless to observe that, in the same measure in which opium has obtained the sovereignty over the Chinese, the emperor and his staff of pedantic mandarins have become dispossessed of their own sovereignty. It would seem as though history had first to make this whole people drunk before it could rouse them out of their hereditary stupidity. Though scarcely existing in former times, the import of English cottons, and to a small extent of English woolens, has rapidly risen since 1833, the epoch when the monopoly of trade with China was transferred from the East India Company to private commerce, and on a much greater scale since 1840, the epoch when other nations, and especially our own 41 also obtained a share in the Chinese trade. This introduction of foreign manufactures has had a similar effect on the native industry to that which it formerly had on Asia Minor, Persia and India. In China the spinners and weavers have suffered greatly under this foreign competition, and the community has become unsettled in proportion. The tribute to be paid to England after the unfortunate war of 1840, the great unproductive consumption of opium, the drain of the precious metals by this trade, the destructive influence of foreign competition on native manufactures, the demoralized condition of the public administration, produced two things: the old taxation became more burdensome and harassing, and new taxation was added to the old. Thus in a decree of the emperor, dated Peking, January 5, 1853, we find orders given to the viceroys and governors of the southern provinces of Wuchang and Hanyang 42 to remit and defer the payment of taxes, and especially not in any case to exact more than the regular amount, for otherwise, says the decree, how will the poor people be able to bear it? And thus, perhaps, continues the emperor, will my people, in a period of general hardship and distress, be exempted from the evils of being pursued and worried by the tax-gatherer. Such language as this, and such concessions, we remember to have heard from Austria, the China of Germany, in 1848. All these dissolving agencies, acting together on the finances, the morals, the industry, and political structure of China, received their full development under the English canon in 1840, which broke down the authority of the emperor and forced the Celestial Empire into contact with the terrestrial world. Complete isolation was the prime condition of the preservation of old China. That isolation having come to a violent end by the medium of England, dissolution must follow as surely as that of any mummy carefully preserved in a hermetically sealed coffin whenever it is brought into contact with the open air. Now, England having brought about the revolution of China, the question is how that revolution will in time react on England, and through England on Europe. This question is not difficult of solution. The attention of our readers has often been called to the unparalleled growth of British manufactures since 1850. Amid the most surprising prosperity, it has not been difficult to point out the clear symptoms of an approaching industrial crisis. Notwithstanding California and Australia 43, notwithstanding the immense and unprecedented emigration, there must ever, without any particular accident, in due time arrive a moment when the extension of the markets is unable to keep pace with the extension of British manufactures, and this disproportion must bring about a new crisis with the same certainty as it has done in the past. But if one of the great markets suddenly becomes contracted, the arrival of the crisis is necessarily accelerated thereby. Now, the Chinese rebellion must, for the time being, have precisely this effect upon England. The necessity for opening new markets, or for extending the old ones, was one of the principal causes of the reduction of the British tea duties, as, with an increased importation of tea, an increased exportation of manufactures to China was expected to take place. Now, the value of the annual exports from the United Kingdom to China amounted, before the repeal in 1833 of the trading monopoly possessed by the East India Company, to only £600,000. In 1836 it reached the sum of £1,326,388, in 1845 it had risen to £2,394,827, in 1852 it amounted to about £3 million. The quantity of tea imported from China did not exceed, in 1793, 16,167,331 but in 1845 it amounted to 50,714,657 in 1846 to 57,584, 561 pounds, it is now above 60 million pounds. The tea crop of the last season will not prove short, as shown already by the export lists from Shanghai, of 2 million pounds above the preceding year. This excess is to be accounted for by two circumstances. On one hand, the state of the market at the close of 1851 was much depressed, and the large surplus stock left has been thrown into the export of 1852. On the other hand, the recent accounts of the altered British legislation with regard to imports of tea reaching China have brought forward all the available teas to a ready market, at greatly enhanced prices. But with respect to the coming crop the case stands very differently. This is shown by the following extracts from the correspondence of a large tea firm in London. In Shanghai the terror is extreme. Gold has advanced upward of 25% or being eagerly sought for hoarding. Silver has so far disappeared that none could be obtained to pay the China dues on the British vessels requiring port clearance, and in consequence of which Mr. Alcock 44 has consented to become responsible to the Chinese authorities for the payment of these dues, on receipt of East India Company's bills, or other approved securities. The scarcity of the precious metals is one of the most unfavorable features, when viewed in reference to the immediate future of commerce, as this abstraction occurs precisely at that period when their use is most needed, to enable the tea and silk buyers to go into the interior and effect their purchases, for which a large portion of bullion is paid in advance, to enable the producers to carry on their operations. At this period of the year it is usual to begin making arrangements for the new teas, whereas at present nothing is talked of but the means of protecting person and property, all transactions being at a stand. If the means are not applied to secure the leaves in April and May, the early crop, which includes all the finer descriptions, both of black and green teas, will be as much lost as unreaped wheat at Christmas. 45. Now the means for securing the tea leaves will certainly not be given by the English, American or French squadrons stationed in the Chinese seas, but these may easily, by their interference, produce such complications as to cut off all transactions between the tea-producing interior and the tea-exporting seaports. Thus, for the present crop, a rise in the prices must be expected. Speculation has already commenced in London, and for the crop to come a large deficit is as good as certain. Nor is this all. The Chinese, ready though they may be, as are all people in periods of revolutionary convulsion, to sell off to the foreigner all the bulky commodities they have on hand, will, as the Orientals are used to do in the apprehension of great changes, set to hoarding, not taking much in return for their tea and silk except hard money. England has accordingly to expect a rise in the price of one of her chief articles of consumption, a drain of bullion, and a great contraction of an important market for her cotton and woolen goods. Even the economist, that optimist conjurer of all things menacing the tranquil minds of the mercantile community, is compelled to use language like this: we must not flatter ourselves with finding as extensive a market for our exports to China as hitherto. It is more probable that our export trade to China should suffer, and that there should be a diminished demand for the produce of Manchester and Glasgow. 46. It must not be forgotten that the rise in the price of so indispensable an article as tea, and the contraction of so important a market as China, will coincide with a deficient harvest in Western Europe and, therefore, with rising prices of meat, corn, and all other agricultural produce. Hence contracted markets for manufactures, because every rise in the prices of the first necessaries of life is counterbalanced, at home and abroad, by a corresponding reduction in the demand for manufactures. From every part of Great Britain complaints have been received on the backward state of most of the crops. The Economist says on this subject: in the south of England not only will there be left much land unsown, until too late for a crop of any sort, but much of the sown land will prove to be foul, or otherwise in a bad state for corn growing. On the wet or poor soils destined for wheat, signs that mischief is going on are apparent. The time for planting mangelwurzel may now be said to have passed away, and very little has been planted, while the time for preparing land for the turnip is rapidly going by, without any adequate preparation for this important crop having been accomplished. Oat sowing has been much interfered with by the snow and rain. Few oats were sown early, and late sown oats seldom produce a large crop. In many districts losses among the breeding flocks have been considerable. 47. The price of other farm produce than corn is from 20 to 30, and even 50% or higher than last year. On the continent, corn has risen comparatively more than in England. Rye has risen in Belgium and Holland full 100%. Wheat and other grains are following suit. Under these circumstances, as the greater part of the regular commercial circle has already been run through by British trade, it may safely be augured that the Chinese Revolution will throw the spark into the overloaded mine of the present industrial system and cause the explosion of the long-prepared general crisis, which, spreading abroad, will be closely followed by political revolutions on the continent. It would be a curious spectacle, that of China sending disorder into the Western world while the Western powers, by English, French and American war steamers, are conveying order to Shanghai, Nanking, and the mouths of the Great Canal. Do these order-mongering powers, which would attempt to support the wavering Manchu dynasty, forget that the hatred against foreigners and their exclusion from the empire, once the mere result of China's geographical and ethnographical situation, have become a political system only since the conquest of the country by the race of the Manchu Tartars. 48 There can be no doubt that the turbulent dissensions among the European nations who, at the latter end of the 17th century, rivaled each other in the trade with China, lent a mighty aid to the exclusive policy adopted by the Manchus. But more than this was done by the fear of the new dynasty, lest the foreigners might favor the discontent existing among a large proportion of the Chinese during the first half-century or thereabouts of their subjection to the Tartars. From these considerations, foreigners were then prohibited from all communication with the Chinese except through Canton, a town at a great distance from Peking and the tea districts, and their commerce restricted to intercourse with the Hong-49 merchants, licensed by the government expressly for the foreign trade, in order to keep the rest of its subjects from all connection with the odious strangers. In any case, an interference on the part of the Western governments at this time can only serve to render the revolution more violent and protract the stagnation of trade. At the same time, it is to be observed with regard to India that the British government of that country depends for full 1/7 of its revenue on the sale of opium to the Chinese, while a considerable proportion of the Indian demand for British manufactures depends on the production of that opium in India. The Chinese, it is true, are no more likely to renounce the use of opium than are the Germans to forswear tobacco. But as the new emperor is understood to be favorable to the culture of the poppy and the preparation of opium in China itself, it is evident that a death blow is very likely to be struck at once at the business of opium raising in India, the Indian revenue, and the commercial resources of Hindustan. Though this blow would not immediately be felt by the interests concerned, it would operate effectually in due time, and would come in to intensify and prolong the universal financial crisis whose horoscope we have cast above. Since the commencement of the 18th century there has been no serious revolution in Europe which had not been preceded by a commercial and financial crisis. This applies no less to the revolution of 1789 than to that of 1848. It is true, not only that we every day behold more threatening symptoms of conflict between the ruling powers and their subjects, between the state and society, between the various classes, but also the conflict of the existing powers among each other gradually reaching that height where the sword must be drawn, and the ultima ratio of princes be recurred to. In the European capitals, every day brings dispatches big with universal war, vanishing under the dispatches of the following day, bearing the assurance of peace for a week or so. We may be sure, nevertheless, that to whatever height the conflict between the European powers may rise, however threatening the aspect of the diplomatic horizon may appear, whatever movements may be attempted by some enthusiastic fraction in this or that country, the rage of princes and the fury of the people are alike enervated by the breath of prosperity. Neither wars nor revolutions are likely to pull Europe by the ears, unless in consequence of a general commercial and industrial crisis, the signal of which has, as usual, to be given by England, the representative of European industry in the market of the world. It is unnecessary to dwell on the political consequences such a crisis must produce in these times, with the unprecedented extension of factories in England, with the utter dissolution of her official parties, with the whole state machinery of France transformed into one immense swindling and stock-jobbing concern, with Austria on the eve of bankruptcy, with wrongs everywhere accumulated to be revenged by the people, with the conflicting interests of the reactionary powers themselves, and with the Russian dream of conquest once more revealed to the world. Articles on the North American Civil War 1. The North American Civil War. London, October 20, 1861. For months now the leading London papers, both weekly and daily, have been repeating the same litany on the American Civil War. While they insult the free states of the North, they anxiously defend themselves against the suspicion of sympathizing with the slave states of the South. In fact, they continually write two articles, one in which they attack the North, another in which they excuse their attacks on the North. Key S excuse, S accuse. Point 2. Their extenuating arguments are basically as follow. The war between North and South is a tariff war. Furthermore, the war is not being fought over any issue of principle, it is not concerned with the question of slavery but in fact centers on the North's lust for sovereignty. In the final analysis, even if justice is on the side of the North, does it not remain a futile endeavor to subjugate 8 million Anglo-Saxons by force? Would not a separation from the South release the North from all connection with Negro slavery and assure to it, with its 20 million inhabitants and its vast territory, a higher level of development up to now scarcely dreamed of? Should the North not then welcome secession as a happy event, instead of wanting to crush it by means of a bloody and futile civil war? Let us examine point by point the case made out by the English press. The war between North and South, so runs the first excuse, is merely a tariff war, a war between a protectionist system and a free trade system, and England, of course, is on the side of free trade. Is the slave owner to enjoy the fruits of slave labor to the full, or is he to be cheated of part of these fruits by the Northern protectionists? This is the question at issue in the war. It was reserved for the Times to make this brilliant discovery. The Economist, Examiner, Saturday Review, and the like have elaborated on the same theme. It is characteristic that this discovery was made, not in Charleston, but in London. In America everyone knew, of course, that between 1846 and 1861 a system of free trade prevailed, and that Representative Morrill only carried his protectionist tariff through Congress after the rebellion had already broken out. Secession did not take place, therefore, because Congress had passed the Morrill tariff. At most, the Morrill tariff was passed by Congress because secession had taken place. To be sure, when South Carolina had its first attack of secessionism in 1832, the protectionist tariff of 1828 served as a pretext, but that a pretext is all it was is shown by a statement made by General Jackson. This time, however, the old pretext has in fact not been repeated. In the Secession Congress at Montgomery III, every mention of the tariff question was avoided because in Louisiana, one of the most influential Southern states, the cultivation of sugar is based entirely on protection. But, the London press pleads further, the war in the United States is nothing but a war aimed at preserving the Union by force. The Yankees cannot make up their minds to strike off 15 stars from their banner point, for they want to cut a colossal figure on the world stage. Indeed, it would be quite a different matter if the war were being fought in order to abolish slavery. But the slavery question, as the Saturday Review, among others, categorically declares, has absolutely nothing to do with this war. It must be remembered above all that the war was started not by the North but by the South. The North is on the defensive. For months it had quietly stood by and watched while the secessionists took possession of forts, arsenals, shipyards, customs houses, pay offices, ships, and stores of arms belonging to the Union, insulted its flag, and took Northern troops prisoner. The secessionists finally decided to force the Union government out of its passive stance by means of a blatant act of war. For no other reason than this they proceeded to bombard Fort Sumter near Charleston. On April 11, 1861, their General Beauregard had learned in a meeting with Major Anderson, the commander of Fort Sumter, that the fort only had rations for 3 more days and that it would therefore have to be surrendered peacefully after this period. In order to forestall this peaceful surrender, the secessionists opened the bombardment early the next morning, April 12, bringing about the fall of the place after a few hours. Hardly had this news been telegraphed to Montgomery, the seat of the Secession Congress, when War Minister Walker declared publicly in the name of the new Confederacy, "No man can say where the war opened today will end." At the same time he prophesied that before the 1st of May the flag of the Southern Confederacy would wave from the dome of the old Capitol in Washington, and within a short time perhaps also from the Faneuil Hall in Boston. Only then did Lincoln issue the proclamation summoning 75,000 men to protect the Union. The bombardment of Fort Sumter cut off the only possible constitutional way out, the summoning of a general convention of the American people, as Lincoln had proposed in his inaugural address. As it was, Lincoln was left with the choice of fleeing from Washington, evacuating Maryland and Delaware, surrendering Kentucky, Missouri and Virginia, or of answering war with war. The question as to the principle underlying the American Civil War is answered by the battle slogan with which the South broke the peace. Alexander H. Stephens, the Vice President of the Southern Confederacy, declared in the Secession Congress that what fundamentally distinguished the Constitution recently hatched in Montgomery from that of Washington and Jefferson was that slavery was now recognized for the first time as an institution good in itself and as the foundation of the whole political edifice, whereas the Revolutionary Fathers, men encumbered by the prejudices of the 18th century, had treated slavery as an evil imported from England and to be eradicated in the course of time. Another Southern matador, Mr. Spratt, declared, "For us it is a question of the foundation of a great slave republic." Thus if the North drew its sword only in defense of the Union, had not the South already declared that the continuance of slavery was no longer compatible with the continuance of the Union? Just as the bombardment of Fort Sumter gave the signal for the opening of the war, the electoral victory of the Northern Republican Party, Lincoln's election to the presidency, had given the signal for secession. Lincoln was elected on November 6, 1860. On November 8 the message was telegraphed from South Carolina, "Secession is regarded here as an accomplished fact." On November 10 the Georgia legislature occupied itself with plans for secession, and on November 13 the special sitting of the Mississippi legislature was called to consider secession. But Lincoln's election was itself only the result of a split in the Democratic camp. During the election campaign the Northern Democrats concentrated their votes on Douglas, the Southern Democrats on John C. Breckinridge. The Republican Party owed its victory to this split in the Democratic vote. How, on the one hand, did the Republican Party achieve this dominant position in the North? How, on the other hand, did this division arise within the Democratic Party, whose members, North and South, had operated in conjunction for more than half a century? Buchanan's presidency 5 saw the control which the South had gradually usurped over the Union as a result of its alliance with the Northern Democrats, reach its peak. The last Continental Congress of 1787 and the First Constitutional Congress of 1789-90 had legally excluded slavery from all territories of the Republic northwest of Ohio. Territories are the colonies lying within the United States which have not yet achieved the population level laid down in the Constitution for the formation of autonomous states. The so-called Missouri Compromise, 1820, as a result of which Missouri entered the ranks of the United States as a slave-owning state, excluded slavery from all other territories north of 36°30 latitude and west of the Missouri. As a result of this compromise the area of slavery was extended by several degrees of longitude while, on the other hand, quite definite geographical limits seemed to be placed on its future propagation. This geographical barrier was in turn torn down by the so-called Kansas-Nebraska Bill, whose author, Stephen A. Douglas, was at the time leader of the Northern Democrats. This bill, which passed both houses of Congress, repealed the Missouri Compromise, placed slavery and freedom on an equal footing, enjoined the Union government to treat both with indifference, and left it to the sovereign people to decide whether slavery was to be introduced in a territory or not. Thus, for the first time in the history of the United States, every geographical and legal barrier in the way of an extension of slavery in the territories was removed. Under this new legislation the hitherto free territory of New Mexico, an area 5 times greater than New York State, was transformed into a slave territory, and the area of slavery was extended from the Mexican Republic to latitude 38° north. In 1859 New Mexico was given a legal slave code which vies in barbarity with the statute books of Texas and Alabama. However, as the 1860 census shows, New Mexico does not yet have 50 slaves in a population of about 100,000. The South therefore only had to send over the border a few adventurers with some slaves and, with the help of the central government in Washington, get its officials and contractors to drum up a sham representative body in New Mexico, in order to impose slavery and the rule of the slaveholders on the territory. However, this convenient method proved inapplicable in the other territories. The South, therefore, went one step further and appealed from Congress to the Supreme Court of the United States. This Supreme Court, which numbers 9 judges, 5 of whom are Southerners, had long been the most amenable instrument of the slaveholders. In 1857, in the notorious Dred Scott case, it decided that every American citizen had the right to take with him into any territory any property recognized by the Constitution. The Constitution recognizes slaves as property and commits the Union government to the protection of this property. Consequently, on the basis of the Constitution, slaves could be forced by their owners to work in the territories, and thus every individual slaveholder was entitled to introduce slavery into territories hitherto free against the will of the majority of the settlers. The territorial legislatures were denied the right to exclude slavery, and Congress and the Union government were charged with the duty of protecting the pioneers of the slave system. While the Missouri Compromise of 1820 had extended the geographical boundaries of slavery in the territories, and while the Kansas-Nebraska Bill of 1854 had eliminated all geographical boundaries and replaced them by a political barrier, the will of the majority of the settlers, the Supreme Court's decision of 1857 tore down even this political barrier and transformed all territories of the Republic, present and future, from nurseries of free states into nurseries of slavery. At the same time, under Buchanan's administration, the more severe law of 1850 on the extradition of fugitive slaves was ruthlessly carried out in the northern states. It seemed to be the constitutional calling of the North to play slave catcher for the southern slaveholders. On the other hand, in order to hinder as far as possible the colonization of the territories by free settlers, the slaveholders' party frustrated all so-called free soil measures, that is, measures intended to guarantee the settlers a fixed amount of uncultivated public land free of charge. As in domestic policy, so also in the foreign policy of the United States, the interests of the slaveholders served as the guiding star. Buchanan had in fact purchased the presidential office by issuing the Ostend Manifesto 6, in which the acquisition of Cuba, whether by payment or by force of arms, is proclaimed as the great political task of the nation. Under his administration, northern Mexico had already been divided up among American land speculators, who were impatiently awaiting the signal to fall upon Chihuahua, Coahuila, and Sonora. The incessant piratical filibusters against the Central American states were no less carried out under the direction of the White House in Washington. 7 Closely connected with this foreign policy, which was manifestly aimed at conquering new territory for the expansion of slavery and the rule of the slaveholders, was the resumption of the slave trade, secretly supported by the Union government. Stephen A. Douglas himself declared in the American Senate on August 20, 1859 that during the previous year more Negroes had been requisitioned from Africa than ever before in any single year, even at the time when the slave trade was still legal. The number of slaves imported in the last year amounted to 15,000. Armed propaganda abroad on behalf of slavery was the avowed aim of national policy. The Union had in fact become the slave of the 300,000 slaveholders who rule the South. This state of affairs had been brought about by a series of compromises which the South owed to its alliance with the Northern Democrats. All the periodic attempts made since 1817 to resist the ever-increasing encroachments of the slaveholders had come to grief against this alliance. Finally there came a turning point. Hardly had the Kansas-Nebraska Bill been passed, erasing the geographical boundary of slavery and making its introduction into new territories subject to the will of the majority of the settlers, when armed emissaries of the slaveholders, border rabble from Missouri and Arkansas, fell upon Kansas, a bowie knife in one hand and a revolver in the other, and with the most atrocious barbarity tried to drive out its settlers from the territory which they had colonized. As these raids were supported by the central government in Washington, a tremendous reaction ensued. In the whole of the North, but particularly in the Northwest, a relief organization was formed to provide support for Kansas in the shape of men, weapons, and money. Out of this relief organization grew the Republican Party, which thus has its origins in the struggle for Kansas. After the failure of the attempts to transform Kansas into a slave territory by force of arms, the South tried to achieve the same result by way of political intrigue. Buchanan's administration, in particular, did its utmost to maneuver Kansas into the ranks of the United States as a slave state by the imposition of a slave constitution. Hence a new struggle took place, this time conducted for the most part in the Washington Congress. Even Stephen A. Douglas, leader of the Northern Democrats, now, 1857-8, entered the lists, against the administration and against his Southern allies, because the imposition of a slave constitution would contradict the principle of settlers' sovereignty passed in the Nebraska Bill of 1854. Douglas, senator for Illinois, a northwestern state, would naturally have forfeited all his influence if he had wanted to concede to the South the right to steal by force of arms or acts of Congress the territories colonized by the North. Thus, while the struggle for Kansas gave birth to the Republican Party, it simultaneously gave rise to the first split within the Democratic Party itself. The Republican Party issued its first program for the presidential election of 1856. Although its candidate, John Fremont, did not win, the huge number of votes cast for him demonstrated the rapid growth of the party, particularly in the Northwest. In their second national convention for the presidential election, May 17, 1860, the Republicans repeated their program of 1856, enriched by only a few additional points. Its main contents were that not a foot of new territory would be conceded to slavery, and that the filibustering policy abroad must cease, the resumption of the slave trade was condemned, and lastly, free soil laws would be enacted in order to further free colonization. The point of decisive importance in this program was that slavery was not to be conceded another foot of new ground, rather it was to remain confined once and for all within the limits of the states where it already legally existed. Slavery was thus to be interned for good. However, permanent territorial expansion and the continual extension of slavery beyond its old borders is a law of existence for the slave states of the Union. The cultivation of the southern export crops, i.e., cotton, tobacco, sugar, etc., by slaves is only profitable so long as it is conducted on a mass scale by large gangs of slaves and in wide areas of naturally fertile soil requiring only simple labor. Intensive cultivation, which depends less on the fertility of the soil and more on capital investment and on intelligent and energetic labor, runs contrary to the nature of slavery. Hence the rapid transformation of states such as Maryland and Virginia, which in earlier times employed slavery in the production of export commodities, into states which raise slaves in order to export them to states lying further south. Even in South Carolina, where slaves form 4/7 of the population, the cultivation of cotton has remained almost stationary for years due to the exhaustion of the soil. Indeed, South Carolina has become partly transformed into a slave-raising state by pressure of circumstances insofar as it already sells slaves to the states of the Deep South and Southwest to a value of $4 million annually. As soon as this point is reached, the acquisition of new territory becomes necessary, so that one section of the slaveholders can introduce slave labor into new fertile estates and thus create a new market for slave raising and the sale of slaves by the section it has left behind. There is not the least doubt, for example, that without the acquisition of Louisiana, Missouri, and Arkansas by the United States, slavery would long ago have disappeared in Virginia and Maryland. In the Secession Congress at Montgomery, one of the Southern spokesmen, Senator Toombs, strikingly formulated the economic law that necessitates the constant expansion of the slave territory. In 15 years more, he said, without a great increase in slave territory, either the slaves must be permitted to flee from the whites, or the whites must flee from the slaves. As is well known, individual states are represented in the Congressional House of Representatives according to the size of their respective populations. Since the population of the free states is growing incomparably more quickly than that of the slave states, the number of northern representatives has inevitably overtaken the number of southerners. The actual seat of southern political power, therefore, is being transferred more and more to the American Senate, where every state, whether its population is great or small, is represented by 2 senators. In order to assert its influence in the Senate and, through the Senate, its hegemony over the United States, the South thus needed a continual formation of new slave states. But this could only be brought about by conquering foreign countries, as in the case of Texas, or by transforming the United States territories first into slave territories, later into slave states, as in the case of Missouri, Arkansas, etc. John Calhoun, whom the slaveholders admire as their statesman par excellence, declared in the Senate as early as February 19, 1847 that only the Senate offered the South the means of restoring a balance of power between South and North, that the extension of the slave territory was necessary to restore this balance, and that therefore the attempts of the South to create new slave states by force were justified. When it comes down to it, the number of actual slaveholders in the South of the Union is not more than 300,000, an exclusive oligarchy confronted by the many million so-called poor whites, whose number has constantly grown as a result of the concentration of landed property, and whose situation can only be compared with that of the Roman plebeians in the direst period of Rome's decline. Only with the acquisition of new territories, the prospect of such acquisition, and filibustering expeditions, is it possible to harmonize the interests of these poor whites successfully with those of the slaveholders, to channel their restless thirst for action in a harmless direction, and to tempt them with the prospect of becoming slaveholders themselves one day. As a result of economic laws, then, to confine slavery to the limits of its old terrain would inevitably have led to its gradual extinction. Politically, it would have destroyed the hegemony exercised by the slave states by way of the Senate, and finally it would have exposed the slave-holding oligarchy to ominous dangers within their own states from the poor whites. With the principle that every further extension of slave territories was to be prohibited by law, the Republicans therefore mounted a radical attack on the rule of the slaveholders. Consequently, the Republican election victory could not help but lead to open struggle between North and South. However, as has already been mentioned, this election victory was itself conditioned by the split in the Democratic camp. The Kansas struggle had already provoked a split between the Slave Party and its Democratic allies in the North. The same quarrel now broke out again in a more general form with the presidential election of 1860. The Northern Democrats, with Douglas as their candidate, made the introduction of slavery into the territories dependent upon the will of the majority of settlers. The Slaveholders' Party, with Breckinridge as its candidate, asserted that the Constitution of the United States, as the Supreme Court had also declared, made legal provision for slavery. Slavery was in actual fact already legal in all territories and did not require special naturalization. Thus, while the Republicans prohibited any growth of slave territories, the Southern Party laid claim to all territories as legally warranted domains. What they had tried, for instance, with Kansas imposing slavery on a territory against the will of the settlers themselves, by way of the central government, they now held up as a law for all Union territories. Such a concession lay beyond the power of the Democratic leaders and would only have caused their army to desert to the Republican camp. On the other hand, Douglas's settlers' sovereignty could not satisfy the Slaveholders' Party. What the slaveholders wanted to achieve had to be brought about in the next 4 years under the new president. It could only be brought about by means of the central government and could not be delayed any longer. It did not escape the slaveholders' notice that a new power had arisen, the Northwest, whose population, which had almost doubled between 1850 and 1860, was already more or less equal to the white population of the slave states, a power which neither by tradition, temperament, nor way of life was inclined to let itself be dragged from compromise to compromise in the fashion of the old northern states. The Union was only of value for the South in so far as it let it use federal power as a means of implementing its slave policy. If it did not, it was better to break now than to watch the development of the Republican Party and the rapid growth of the Northwest for another 4 years, and to begin the struggle under less favorable conditions. The Slaveholders' Party, therefore, now staked its all. When the Northern Democrats refused to play the role of the Southern poor whites any longer, the South brought about Lincoln's victory by splitting the votes and used this victory as an excuse for drawing the sword. As is clear, the whole movement was and is based on the slave question. Not in the sense of whether the slaves within the existing slave states should be directly emancipated or not, but whether the 20 million free Americans of the North should subordinate themselves any longer to an oligarchy of 300,000 slaveholders, whether the vast territories of the Republic should become the nurseries of free states or of slavery, finally whether the foreign policy of the Union should take the armed propaganda of slavery as its device throughout Mexico, Central and South America. In a foreign article we shall examine the assertion of the London press that the North should sanction secession as the most favourable and only possible solution of the conflict. The Civil War in the United States 8. Let him go, he is not worth thine ire. 9. This advice from Leporello to Don Juan's deserted love is now the repeated call of English statesmanship to the North of the United States, recently voiced anew by Lord John Russell. If the North lets the South go, it will free itself from any complicity in slavery, its historical original sin, and it will create the basis for a new and higher stage of development. Indeed, if North and South formed two autonomous countries like England and Hanover, for instance, their separation would be no more difficult than was the separation of England and Hanover. The South, however, is neither geographically clearly separate from the North nor is it a moral entity. It is not a country at all, but a battle cry. The advice of an amicable separation presupposes that the Southern Confederacy, although it took the offensive in the Civil War, is at least conducting it for defensive purposes. It presupposes that the slaveholders' party is concerned only to unite the areas it has controlled up till now into an autonomous group of states, and to release them from the domination of the Union. Nothing could be more wrong. The South needs its entire territory. It will and must have it. This was the battle cry with which the secessionists fell upon Kentucky. By their entire territory they understand primarily all the so-called border states, Delaware, Maryland, Virginia, North Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee, Missouri, and Arkansas. Moreover, they claim the whole territory south of the line which runs from the northwest corner of Missouri to the Pacific Ocean. Thus what the slaveholders call the South covers more than 3/4 of the present area of the Union. A large part of the territory which they claim is still in the possession of the Union and would first have to be conquered from it. But none of the so-called border states, including those in Confederate possession, was ever an actual slave state. The border states form, rather, that area of the United States where the system of slavery and the system of free labor exist side by side and struggle for mastery, the actual battleground between South and North, between slavery and freedom. The war waged by the Southern Confederacy is, therefore, not a war of defense but a war of conquest, aimed at extending and perpetuating slavery. The chain of mountains which begins in Alabama and stretches north to the Hudson River, in a manner of speaking the spinal column of the United States, cuts the so-called South into three parts. The mountainous country formed by the Allegheny Mountains with their two parallel ranges, the Cumberland Range to the west and the Blue Ridge Mountains to the east, forms a wedge-like division between the lowlands along the western coast of the Atlantic Ocean and the lowlands of the southern valleys of the Mississippi. The two lowland regions separated by this mountain country form, with their vast rice swamps and wide expanses of cotton plantations, the actual area of slavery. The long wedge of mountain country which penetrates into the heart of slavery, with its correspondingly freer atmosphere, invigorating climate, and soil rich in coal, salt, limestone, iron ore and gold, in short, every raw material necessary for diversified industrial development, is for the most part already a free country. As a result of its physical composition, the soil here can only be successfully cultivated by free small farmers. The slave system vegetates here only as a sporadic growth and has never struck roots. In the largest part of the so-called border states, it is the inhabitants of these highland regions who comprise the core of the free population, which out of self-interest, if nothing else, has sided with the Northern Party. Let us consider the contested area in detail. Delaware, the northeasternmost of the border states, belongs to the Union both morally and in actual fact. Since the beginning of the war, all attempts on the part of the secessionists to form even a faction favorable to them have come to grief against the unanimity of the population. The slave element in this state has long been dying out. Between 1850 and 1860 alone the number of slaves declined by a half, so that Delaware now has only 1,798 slaves out of a total population of 112,218. Nevertheless, the Southern Confederacy lays claim to Delaware, and it would in fact be militarily untenable as soon as the South took control of Maryland. Maryland exhibits the above-mentioned conflict between highlands and lowlands. Out of a total population of 687,034, there are in Maryland 87,188 slaves. The recent general elections to the Washington Congress have again forcefully proved that the overwhelming majority of the people sides with the Union. The army of 30,000 Union troops at present occupying Maryland is not only to serve as a reserve for the Army on the Potomac, but also to hold the rebellious slaveholders in the interior of the state in check. Here a phenomenon can be seen similar to those in other border states, i.e., that the great mass of the people sides with the North and a numerically insignificant slaveholders' party sides with the South. What the slaveholders' party lacks in numbers it makes up for in the instruments of power, secured by many years' possession of all state offices, an hereditary preoccupation with political intrigue, and the concentration of great wealth in a few hands. Virginia at present forms the great cantonment where the main secessionist army and the main Unionist army confront each other. In the northwest highlands of Virginia the slaves number 15,000, while the free majority, which is 20 times as large, consists for the most part of independent farmers. The eastern lowlands of Virginia, on the other hand, have almost 500,000 slaves. The raising and selling of Negroes represents its main source of income. As soon as the lowland ringleaders had carried through the secession ordinance in the state legislature at Richmond, by means of intrigue, and had in all haste thrown open the gates of Virginia to the Southern Army, northwestern Virginia seceded from the secession and formed a new state. It took up arms under the banner of the Union and is now defending its territory against the Southern invaders. Tennessee, with 1,109,847 inhabitants, of whom 275,784 are slaves, is in the hands of the Southern Confederacy, which has placed the whole state under martial law and imposed a system of proscription which recalls the days of the Roman triumvirate. In the winter of 1860-61, when the slaveholders suggested a general people's convention to vote on the question of secession, the majority of the people turned down a convention in order to forestall any pretext for the secessionist movement. Later, when Tennessee had been militarily overrun by the Southern Confederacy and had been subjected to a system of terror, a third of the voters in the elections still declared themselves in favor of the Union. As in most of the border states, the actual center of resistance to the slaveholders' party here is to be found in the mountainous country, in East Tennessee. On June 17, 1861, a general convention of the people of East Tennessee assembled in Greenville, declared itself for the Union, delegated the former governor of the state, Andrew Johnson, one of the most ardent Unionists, to the Senate in Washington and published a Declaration of Grievances, which exposes all the deception, intrigue, and terror used to vote out Tennessee from the Union. Since then the secessionists have held East Tennessee in check by force of arms. Similar situations to those in West Virginia and East Tennessee are to be found in the north of Alabama, northwest Georgia, and the north of North Carolina. Farther west in the border state of Missouri, whose population of 173,317 includes 114,965 slaves, the latter mostly concentrated in the northwestern area of the state, the People's Convention of August 1861 decided in favor of the Union. Jackson, the governor of the state and tool of the slaveholders' party, rebelled against the Missouri legislature and was outlawed. He then put himself at the head of the armed hordes which fell upon Missouri from Texas, Arkansas, and Tennessee in order to bring it to its knees before the Confederacy and to sever its bond with the Union by the sword. Next to Virginia, Missouri represents the main theater of the Civil War at the moment. New Mexico, not a state, but merely a territory, whose 25 slaves were imported under Buchanan's presidency so that a slave constitution could be sent after them from Washington, has felt no enthusiasm for the South, as even the South concedes. But the South's enthusiasm for New Mexico caused it to spew a band of armed adventurers over the border from Texas. New Mexico has entreated the Union government for protection against these liberators. As will have been noticed, we lay particular stress on the numerical proportion of slaves to free citizens in the individual border states. This proportion is in fact of decisive importance. It is the thermometer with which the vitality of the slave system must be measured. The very soul of the whole secessionist movement is to be found in South Carolina. It has 541 slaves to 301,127 free men. Second comes Mississippi, which gave the Southern Confederacy its dictator, Jefferson Davis. It has 436,696 slaves to 354,699 free men. Third comes Alabama, with 132 slaves to 164 free men. The last of the contested border states which we still have to mention is Kentucky. Its recent history is particularly characteristic of the policy of the Southern Confederacy. Kentucky, with 1,135,713 inhabitants, has 225,490 slaves. In 3 successive general elections, in winter 1860-61, when delegates were elected for a Congress of the Border States, June 1861, when the elections for the Washington Congress were held, and finally in August 1861 in the elections for the Kentucky State Legislature, an increasing majority decided in favor of the Union. On the other hand, Magoffin, the governor of Kentucky, and all the state dignitaries are fanatical supporters of the Slaveholders' Party, as is Breckinridge, Kentucky's representative in the Senate at Washington, Vice President of the United States under Buchanan and presidential candidate of the Slaveholders' Party in 1860. Although the influence of the Slaveholders' Party was too weak to win Kentucky for secession, it was powerful enough to tempt it into a declaration of neutrality at the outbreak of war. The Confederacy recognized its neutrality as long as it suited its purpose, as long as it was busy crushing the resistance in East Tennessee. No sooner had this been achieved when it hammered on the gates of Kentucky with the butt end of a gun. The South needs its entire territory. It will and must have it. At the same time, a corps of Confederate freebooters invaded the neutral state from the southwest and southeast. Kentucky awoke from its dream of neutrality, its legislature openly sided with the Union, surrounded the treacherous governor with a committee of public safety, called the people to arms, outlawed Breckinridge, and ordered the secessionists to withdraw immediately from the area which they had invaded. This was the signal for war. A Confederate army is moving in on Louisville while volunteers stream in from Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio to save Kentucky from the armed missionaries of slavery. The attempts made by the Confederacy to annex Missouri and Kentucky, for example, expose the hollowness of the pretext that it is fighting for the rights of the individual states against the encroachment of the Union. To be sure, it acknowledges the rights of the individual states which it counts as belonging to the South to break away from the Union, but by no means their right to remain in the Union. No matter how much slavery, the war without and military dictatorship within give the actual slave states a temporary semblance of harmony, even they are not without dissident elements. Texas, with 180,388 slaves out of 601,039 inhabitants, is a striking example. The law of 1845, by virtue of which Texas entered the ranks of the United States as a slave state, entitled it to form not just 1 but 5 states out of its territory. As a result, the South would have won 10 instead of 2 new votes in the American Senate, and an increase in the number of its votes in the Senate was a major political objective at that time. From 1845 to 1860, however, the slaveholders found it impracticable to split up Texas, where the German population plays a great part 10 into even 2 states without giving the party of free labor the upper hand over the party of slavery. This is the best proof of how strong the opposition to the slaveholders' oligarchy is in Texas itself. Georgia is the biggest and most populous of the slave states. With a total of 1,057,327 inhabitants, it has 462,230 slaves, that is, nearly half the population. Nevertheless, the Slaveholders' Party has not yet succeeded in having the Constitution which it imposed on the South at Montgomery sanctioned in Georgia by a general vote of the people. In the Louisiana State Convention, which met on March 21, 1861 at New Orleans, Rose Leus, the state's political veteran, declared, "The Montgomery Constitution is not a constitution, but a conspiracy." It does not inaugurate a government by the people, but a detestable and unrestricted oligarchy. The people were not permitted to play any part in this matter. The Convention of Montgomery has dug the grave of political liberty, and now we are summoned to attend its funeral. The oligarchy of 300,000 slaveholders used the Montgomery Congress not only to proclaim the separation of the South from the North, it also exploited the Congress to overturn the internal system of government of the slave states, to completely subjugate that part of the white population which had still maintained some degree of independence under the protection of the democratic Constitution of the Union. Even between 1856 and 1860 the political spokesmen, lawyers, moralists, and theologians of the slaveholders' party had tried to prove not so much that Negro slavery is justified but rather that color is immaterial and that slavery is the lot of the working class everywhere. It can be seen, then, that the War of the Southern Confederacy is, in the truest sense of the word, a war of conquest for the extension and perpetuation of slavery. The larger part of the border states and territories are still in the possession of the Union, whose side they have taken first by way of the ballot box and then with arms. But for the Confederacy they count as the South, and it is trying to conquer them from the Union. In the border states which the Confederacy has for the time being occupied, it holds the relatively free highland areas in check by means of martial law. Within the actual slave states themselves it is supplanting the democracy which existed hitherto by the unbridled oligarchy of 300,000 slaveholders. By abandoning its plans for conquest, the Southern Confederacy would abandon its own economic viability and the very purpose of secession. Indeed, secession only took place because it no longer seemed possible to bring about the transformation of the border states and territories within the Union. On the other hand, with the peaceful surrender of the contested area to the Southern Confederacy, the North would relinquish more than 3/4 of the entire territory of the United States to the Slave Republic. The North would lose the Gulf of Mexico completely, the Atlantic Ocean with the exception of the narrow stretch from the Penobscot Estuary to Delaware Bay, and would even cut itself off from the Pacific Ocean. Missouri, Kansas, New Mexico, Arkansas, and Texas would be followed by California. Unable to wrest the mouth of the Mississippi from the hands of the strong, hostile slave republic in the South, the great agricultural states in the basin between the Rocky Mountains and the Alleghanies, in the valleys of the Mississippi, Missouri, and Ohio, would be forced by economic interests to secede from the North and to join the Southern Confederacy. These northwestern states would in turn draw the other northern states lying further east after them, with the possible exception of New England, into the same vortex of secession. The Union would thus not in fact be dissolved, but rather reorganized, a reorganization on the basis of slavery, under the acknowledged control of the slave-holding oligarchy. The plan for such a reorganization was openly proclaimed by the leading Southern spokesman at the Montgomery Congress and accounts for the article of the new Constitution which leaves open the possibility of each state of the old Union joining the new Confederacy. The slave system would thus infect the whole Union. In the northern states, where Negro slavery is, in practice, inoperable, the whole working class would be gradually reduced to the level of helotry. This would be in full accord with the loudly proclaimed principle that only certain races are capable of freedom, and as in the South actual labor is the lot of the Negroes, so in the North it is the lot of the Germans and Irish or their direct descendants. The present struggle between South and North is thus nothing less than a struggle between two social systems, the system of slavery and the system of free labor. The struggle has broken out because the two systems can no longer peacefully coexist on the North American continent. It can only be ended by the victory of one system or the other. While the border states, the contested areas in which the two systems have so far fought for control, are a thorn in the flesh of the South, it cannot, on the other hand, be overlooked that they have formed the North's main weak point in the course of the war. Some of the slaveholders in these districts feigned loyalty to the North at the bidding of the Southern conspirators, others indeed found that it accorded with their real interests and traditional outlook to side with the Union. Both groups have equally crippled the North. Anxiety to keep the loyal slaveholders of the border states in good humor and fear of driving them into the arms of the secession, in a word, a tender regard for the interests, prejudices and sensibilities of these ambiguous allies, have afflicted the Union government with incurable paralysis since the beginning of the war, driven it to take half measures, forced it to hypocritically disavow the principle at issue in the war and to spare the enemy's most vulnerable spot the root of the evil, slavery itself. When Lincoln recently was faint-hearted enough to revoke Fremont's Missouri Proclamation emancipating Negroes belonging to the rebels 11, this was only in deference to the loud protest of the loyal slaveholders of Kentucky. However, a turning point has already been reached. With Kentucky, the last border state, has been pressed into the series of battlefields between South and North. With the real war for the border states being conducted in the border states themselves, the question of winning or losing them has been withdrawn from the sphere of diplomatic and parliamentary negotiations. One section of the slaveholders will cast off its loyalist mask, the other will content itself with the prospect of compensation, such as Great Britain gave the West Indian planters. 12 Events themselves demand that the decisive pronouncement be made, the emancipation of the slaves. Several recent declarations demonstrate that even the most obdurate Northern Democrats and diplomats feel themselves drawn to this point. In an open letter, General Cass, War Minister under Buchanan and hitherto one of the South's most ardent allies, declares the emancipation of the slaves to be the sine qua non for the salvation of the Union. Dr. Brownson, the spokesman of the Northern Catholic Party, and according to his own admission the most energetic opponent of the emancipation movement between 1836 and 1860, published in his last review for October an article in favor of abolition. Among other things he says, "If we have opposed abolition heretofore because we would preserve the Union, we must a fortiori now oppose slavery whenever, in our judgment, its continuance becomes incompatible with the maintenance of the Union, or of the nation as a free republican state." 13. Finally, The World, a New York organ of the Washington Cabinet's diplomats, closes one of its latest tirades against the abolitionists with these words: "On the day when it shall be decided that either slavery or the Union must go down, on that day sentence of death is passed on slavery. If the North cannot triumph without emancipation, it will triumph with emancipation." Proclamation on Poland by the German Workers' Educational Association in London, 1 October 1863. In agreement with an agent of the Polish national government to the German Workers' Educational Association in London has authorized the undersigned committee to organize a collection for Poland among the German workers in England, Germany, Switzerland, and the United States. Even though the material support given to the Poles in this way will be but little, the moral support provided by the collection will be great. The Polish question and the German question are identical. Without an independent Poland there can be no independent and united Germany, nor can Germany be emancipated from Russian domination, which began with the first partition of Poland. 3 The German aristocracy have long regarded the Tsar as the secret master of their nation. Mute, inactive, and indifferent, the German bourgeoisie stands by and watches the butchery of the heroic nation which alone continues to protect Germany from the Muscovite deluge. Another section of the bourgeoisie realizes the danger but readily sacrifices German interests to the interests of the particular German states, whose survival is conditional upon the fragmentation of Germany and the maintenance of Russian hegemony. Another section of the bourgeoisie regards the autocracy in the East in the same light as the rule of the coup d'état in the West for a necessary buttress of order. Finally, a third section is so utterly and completely subservient to the important business of making money that it has completely forfeited its ability to understand and recognize situations of great historical importance. With its noisy demonstrations on behalf of Poland, the German citizens of 1831 and 1832 at least forced the Federal Diet to take forceful measures. 5 Today Poland finds its most zealous opponents and Russia its most useful tools among the liberal celebrities of the so-called National Association. 6 Each can decide for himself how far this liberal pro-Russian sentiment is connected with the Prussian elite. In this fateful hour the German working class owes it to the Polish people, to countries abroad and to its own honor, to utter the loudest possible protest against the German betrayal of Poland, which is also a betrayal of Germany and Europe. It must inscribe the reunification of Poland in flaming letters upon its banner now that bourgeois liberalism has erased this glorious device from its own. The English working class has reaped everlasting historic honor by its enthusiastic mass meetings held to crush the repeated attempts of the ruling classes to intervene on the side of the American slaveholders, although the continuation of the American Civil War has inflicted the most terrible suffering and privation on 1 million English workers. 7. Even though the activities of the police prevent the working class in Germany from holding such large demonstrations for Poland, this by no means forces them to remain mutely inactive, to be branded in the eyes of the world as accessories to treason. The undersigned committee requests contributions of money to be sent to Herr Bolliger, the owner of the Association Tavern, 2, Nassau Street, Soho, London. The money will be used under the supervision of the German Workers' Educational Association, and as soon as the purpose for which this collection is intended allows, public account will be rendered. Bolliger, Berger, Ekarius, Kruger, Linden, Matzrath, Tatschke, Tubes, Wolf. Volume 3. The First International and After. Introduction to Volume 3. The International Working Men's Association. After an interval of 12 years, Marx returned to organized politics when the International Working Men's Association was founded in 1864. The setting for this second major phase of his political work had changed considerably since the days of 1848, and Marx had to face new problems of political theory and tactics. The Communist Manifesto, in which Marx had formulated the principles of scientific communism, had been far in advance of the actual development of the proletarian movement at the time, and this disparity led to problems which were discussed in the introduction to the revolutions of 1848. In this period Marx had to deal first and foremost with the tactics that the proletariat should pursue during a bourgeois revolution, when the industrial working class was a small fraction of the population on the European continent, and only a tiny minority of advanced workers were conscious of the historical tasks that faced them. By the 1860s, however, modern industry had begun to make substantial headway throughout Western Europe. The industrial workers were increasing rapidly in numbers, and had in many parts overshadowed the ranks of pre-industrial artisans and journeymen. Whereas in the 1840s English Chartism was the only mass movement specifically characteristic of the modern proletariat, during the 1860s such movements began to develop in several countries of Western and Central Europe, as well as in the United States. The theory of scientific communism could now find for the first time a substantial material base. But while the Communist League of the 1840s could easily be very principled in its practice, as a small theoretical vanguard with little effect on the historical process, the broad workers' movements that developed in the 1860s had slowly to undergo the difficult development of theoretical consciousness, each starting from ideologies that reflected their different national experience of economic and political struggle. Working with such movements, Marx found himself called on to apply the tactic he had laid down in the manifesto, to point out from within the developing proletarian movement its own international and long-term interests, attempting to educate it step by step to the positions of scientific communism. The organizational initiative that founded the International was taken jointly by representatives of the English and French working classes. On the English side the protagonists were the trade union leaders involved in the London Trades Council formed in 1860. These trade unionists were by no means revolutionary or even socialist, and they represented not the broad mass of the English working class but the skilled and relatively privileged labour aristocracy that comprised around 10 to 15% of the English workers. Their chief political aim was to win the suffrage, and on most questions they tended to follow the lead of the bourgeois radicals. But as workers they had their own specific interests that extended into the international arena, in particular preventing the import of foreign workers to break strikes, which was a quite common practice in the mid-19th century. And when a series of strikes in the building trades over the demand for a 9-hour day signaled an upsurge of working-class militancy, the London Trades Council felt its strength and began to extend its activity into political agitation, filling the vacuum in working-class politics left by the demise of Chartism in 1858. Three events in the international arena helped focus the political consciousness of the English workers in the early 1860s and prepared the way for the formation of the First International. If the Italian Risorgimento aroused the sympathy of the radical lower middle class in England, it was followed yet more keenly by the politicized workers. When the exiled Garibaldi arrived in England in 1864, he was feted by the London Working Men's Garibaldi Committee, and when the British government forced him to leave the country after a short stay, a workers' demonstration in London led to clashes with the police. More crucial was the political question raised by the American Civil War, which impinged directly on a large section of the English working class through the cotton famine. At first both major working-class newspapers, Reynolds and the Beehive, followed the bourgeois parties in support for the South, but after much controversy Lincoln's abolition of slavery in January 1863 finally swung working-class opinion to override immediate economic considerations, and a campaign of pro-Northern mass meetings helped deter the British government from intervening on the southern side. Finally, the Polish insurrection of 1863 once more brought into prominence this old touchstone of democratic allegiance, and here again the increasingly confident skilled workers organized their own rallies in support of Poland, and a trade union deputation called on Palmerston to press for British intervention against Russia. 1. The actions over Italy, America, and Poland were all led by the London Trades Council, in particular by Auger, Cremer, and Howell, who were to play important roles in the international. 2 At the same time the suffrage movement gathered steam with the formation of the trade union Manhood Suffrage Association in November 1862, and a campaign of mass meetings during 1863. Even though this agitation lacked the revolutionary overtones of Chartism and was carried out in conjunction with the bourgeois radicals, it marked a definite political renaissance. The campaign of solidarity with Poland was instrumental in forging the link between English and French workers that led to the founding of the International. Under the repression of the Bonapartist regime, the French workers' movement was slow to recover from its defeats of 1848. Blanqui III had been released from prison in 1859, but soon went into exile in Belgium. Although he left some small groups of followers, they were perforce deep underground and had very little foothold in the growing industrial working class. But although there was at this time no right of association or assembly, and no freedom of the press, Louis Napoleon tolerated cooperatives and mutual benefit societies as a safety valve for working class discontent, and in these conditions Proudhon's ideas of social transformation through mutualism took firm root. 4 In 1862 the Emperor subsidized the visit of an elected delegation of Parisian workers to the London International Exhibition, and despite the rather compromising circumstances Proudhonist leaders Tolaine and Fribourg V made contact for the first time with the English workers' movement. By the following year Bonaparte had inaugurated the liberal empire policy, attempting to stave off the danger of revolution by tolerating a constitutional opposition. In the new political climate the first workers' candidates stood for election to the legislature, and in February 1864, when strikes were legalized, the Proudhonists issued the Manifesto of '60, which spoke of the conflict between labor and capital. In July 1863 Tolaine and 4 other delegates again travelled to London, this time to speak at a meeting in support of Poland organized by the London Trades Council. At this meeting Auger took the opportunity to raise the question of the import of lower-paid workers into England from the continent to break strikes, and proposed regular and systematic communication between the industrious classes of all countries as the solution to this problem. 6 From now on this communication was established at least between English and French workers, and on September 28, 1864 a further Anglo-French public meeting was held at St. Martin's Hall, where it was agreed to form an international association. The foundation of the International caught Marx at a transitional stage in his life. In 1862, thanks to a legacy, he became able for the first time since his arrival in England to support his family at a tolerable standard of comfort, and no longer had to undertake journalistic work. Marx had spent the greater part of the years 1861–3 writing the immense manuscript of 1.5 million words, out of which the great bulk of all 4 volumes of Capital, i.e. including theories of surplus value, was constructed. During this period Marx was frequently ill, and withdrew into almost complete isolation. From the beginning of 1863 to the foundation of the International he published nothing, and only 9 letters of his have been found other than those to his family and Engels. When the International was founded in September 1864, Marx's health was still poor, but his economic circumstances and the progress of his theoretical work permitted him to engage once more in organizational activity, and the circumstances in which the International was founded encouraged him to do so. Marx realized that the long night of reaction was now over and that a new upsurge of working-class struggle had finally begun. After the founding meeting he wrote to Engels that he had departed from his usual custom and involved himself in the new organization, as I knew on this occasion people who really count were appearing, both from London and Paris. 7. The International was founded without Marx, but it would not have held together had it not been for the leadership he provided. Not only were the European workers' movements at very different stages of ideological development, but the General Council in London, consisting of English trade unionists on the one hand and continental émigrés on the other, needed Marx's unifying perspective in order to speak for the international proletariat. For instance, the French representatives elected at the St. Martin's Hall meeting were Republican Democrats, and the Italians were followers of Mazzini. Both groups actively opposed an independent workers' movement. Marx was able by skillful maneuvering to force the resignation of these explicitly non-working class tendencies, but he realized that to build a united international organization, and to maintain his own position, he would have to tread extremely carefully. The English trade unionists, though politicized, were indifferent to socialism and hostile to revolution, and the French Proudhonists, who professed a form of socialism, were hostile not only to revolution but to all forms of politics. The Proudhonists also, in their reaction against the rhetorical revolutionism of the Republican Democrats, were hostile to the presence of intellectuals in a workers' organization. As Marx wrote to Engels, it will take time before the revival of the movement allows the old boldness of language to be used. We must be fortiter in re, suaviter in modo 8. In line with this tactic, Marx drew up for the General Council the inaugural address and provisional rules. These were particularly designed to present at least a part of the ideas of scientific communism in a form acceptable to the pragmatic English trade unionists, from which base Marx hoped to win over the Proudhonists of the French-speaking countries and the German Lassalleans. 9 The address was privately described by Marx as a sort of review of the adventures of the working classes since 1845-10, and he took as his starting point the uncontentious thesis of the ever-widening gap between the wealth produced by modern industry and the poverty of the working class that had characterized the previous 2 decades, and the solidarity of defeat that united the English and continental working classes after the failures of 1848. The programmatic formulations of the inaugural address read rather tamely beside the declamatory language of the manifesto, and although the essential thesis of Marxian communism is hinted at in the address, it is couched in veiled and cautious terms. Thus, after referring to the 10 Hours Act passed in 1846 as the victory of a principle, the first time that in broad daylight the political economy of the middle class succumbed to the political economy of the working class, and to the producers' cooperative movement as a still greater victory. 11 Marx goes on to argue that capitalism cannot be transformed by purely economic means. National means are necessary to develop cooperative labor to national dimensions, yet the lords of land and the lords of capital will always use their political privileges for the defense and perpetuation of their economical monopolies. To conquer political power has therefore become the great duty of the working classes. 12 Marx's insistence on conquering political power may seem decisive in our hindsight, but in the context of the address it was ambiguous enough, and the majority of the International's English supporters undoubtedly interpreted it simply as winning the suffrage. Although Marx had once written, in the days of the Chartist movement, that universal suffrage is the equivalent for political power for the working class in England. 13 He certainly did not see the Second Reform Bill of 1867, which satisfied present trade union aspirations, as equivalent for political power, especially in the circumstances in which it was carried. However, Marx was convinced that the commitment of the working class to political activity would necessarily lead it onto the road of communist revolution, and he was certainly correct in counting it a significant advance to bring the working classes of Europe together into a common political organization. Marx ended the address by stressing the importance of the heroic resistance of the English working class to the government's aspirations for war with the northern states of America, and asserted that the indifference with which the upper classes of Europe had allowed the assassination of the Polish insurrection had taught the working classes the duty to master themselves the mysteries of international politics. 14. As Marx had anticipated, the address struck a particularly favorable chord in the ranks of the English trade unionists. They were proud of the internationalist record they had built up over the past few years, they were once more engaged in struggle for the suffrage, and they expected the international they had set up to provide the material benefits of international cooperation. With the address, Marx proved himself a friend of the English workers, and this alliance provided the political center of the International up to the split of 1871-2. Following the General Council's acceptance of the address and the provisional rules, Marx set to work to build up the International's organization. He was able to use the General Council's power of co-option to bring on some former members of the Communist League and other exiles more or less under his influence, and a particularly valuable role was played in the International's early years by Icarius 15, a German exile and former League member who had integrated himself into the English trade union movement. Two more of Marx's supporters, Jung and Dupont 16, became the corresponding secretaries for Switzerland and France, while Marx himself acted as corresponding secretary for Germany. As one of his first initiatives on the General Council, Marx drew up an address to President Lincoln 17 congratulating Lincoln on his re-election, which gave the International its first burst of publicity when a cordial reply sent via the U.S. legation was published in the Times. Marx intervened consistently to stress the importance of solidarity with Poland, and began to conduct some basic educational work among the General Council members, notably producing in spring 1865 his paper Value, Price, and Profit 18, in which he presented for the first time his theory of surplus value. The main ideological struggle during the first 4 years of the International's life was between the ideas of Marx and those of Proudhon. Proudhon's characteristic doctrine of mutualism envisaged the transformation of capitalism by means of producer cooperatives financed by a people's bank. The Proudhonists rejected strikes as a forcible interference into economic relations, and they rejected a fortiori all political struggle. Despite the working-class social base of Proudhonism, Marx had already characterized it in 1847 as a petty bourgeois ideological tendency 19, and in the 1860s it continued to express the outlook of a proletariat that still had a strong artisanal consciousness, not least in its insistence on relegating women to their proper place in the home. 20. The first round in this battle was prepared at the London Conference of the International in September 1865, and fought out at its first Congress, held in Geneva a year later. For the Geneva Congress, Marx drafted a set of instructions for the delegates of the General Council, on the basis of a series of preliminary discussions. This document amounts to a concrete program of action for the International. It emphasizes the importance of the struggle to win reforms from the existing bourgeois state, with particular regard to labor legislation, the 8-hour day, etc., and the role of the trade unions in this struggle. Marx argued against the Proudhonists that the working class could win valuable reforms before it could bring about socialism, and that there was no other method at present of achieving these than through general laws, enforced by the power of the state. He stressed that in enforcing such laws, the working class do not fortify governmental power. On the contrary, they transform that power, now used against them, into their own agency. 21. However, although Marx was to be historically vindicated in his insistence that the working class could win concessions from the capitalist state, these formulations, if taken in isolation, lay themselves open to a reformist interpretation. Marx did not make clear here to what extent the workers could transform the existing governmental power into their own agency, and what the limits of this transformation were. The revisionist Social Democrats were later to use texts such as these to justify their claim that the working class could gradually take over the existing state and wield it to its own purposes. As we shall see, Marx rejected this possibility in the two most important political texts of this later period, the Civil War in France and the Critique of the Gotha Programme. In the International's early years, however, Marx was forced to operate suaviter in modo, and this fact must be taken into account in interpreting the documents he wrote for the International. In the instructions for delegates, Marx went on to argue that trade unions were legitimate and necessary, while simultaneously insisting with an eye to his English audience that the present trade unions had not yet fully understood their power of acting against the system of wage slavery itself, and must now learn to act deliberately as organizing centers of the working class in the broad interest of its complete emancipation. They must aid every social and political movement tending in that direction. 22 Marx certainly had no illusion that the English trade unionists of this time represented more than a minority of relatively privileged skilled workers, and he specifically stressed that they had to learn to consider themselves and act as the champions and representatives of the whole working class, to enlist the non-society men in their ranks and convince the world at large that their efforts, far from being narrow and selfish, aim at the emancipation of the downtrodden millions. 23 However, Marx was to be deceived in the expectations he held out for the English New Model unions. At this time these were the only working class organizations in England, and therefore the only working class representatives with whom Marx could make contact, but the stake that the labour aristocracy's privilege gave it in bourgeois society was to lead the trade unions into firm alliance with the Liberal Party once the 1867 Reform Bill had been won. Marx's struggle against Proudhonism carried over from the Geneva Congress of 1866 to the Congresses of Lausanne in 1867 and Brussels in 1868. At Geneva, Marx's alliance of English trade unionists, German Social Democrats, and his personal supporters among the London exiles carried through most of his resolutions, with certain minor concessions to the Proudhonists, but at Lausanne, where only a few English delegates attended, the Proudhonists were in a majority and easily dominated the Congress. However, the Brussels Congress of 1868, the largest and most representative of the International's congresses to date, marked Marx's decisive victory. Although lip service was still paid to mutual credit, the capitalist tendencies of existing cooperative experiments were denounced, and for the first time the Congress went on record in favor of the public ownership of land, including mines, railways, forests, canals, roads, and telegraphs. This resolution was passed by a considerable majority, though in view of its importance, the subject was tabled for further discussion the following year. The International had thus developed a long way from its original conception as simply a workers' defense society. During the late 1860s the International gradually extended its organization. The structure it adopted was one of branches that corresponded with the General Council in London either directly, or via a National Federal Council. The General Council itself filled the function of a Federal Council for England. Besides individual membership, trade unions and other workers' societies that endorsed the aims of the International could affiliate. Even at its peak, the individual membership of the International does not seem to have run into more than a few thousands, although affiliated membership in England, where this was most important, reached over 50,000. However, the International steadily acquired influence and support well beyond the limits of its formal adherents. It did this in large measure through the support it was able to provide for strikes in different countries, both financially and, more important, by preventing the import of foreign blacklegs and by mobilizing international solidarity. In 1866 the Sheffield Conference of Trade Unions, forerunner of the TUC, called on its member societies to support the International, and the General Council steadily gained affiliations. It is noteworthy, however, that the English affiliations to the International came almost entirely from the craft unions in small-scale traditional industries and the building trades, and scarcely at all from unions engaged in mining, engineering, and heavy industry, where the threat of foreign competition was at this time minimal. On the continent the International was at first slower to gain ground, but began to make rapid headway from 1867 onwards, when an upsurge of strike activity across most of Western Europe followed in the wake of economic recession. In France, Switzerland, and Belgium, successful intervention by the International in local strikes led to the building of strong sections, and these strikes also dealt a severe blow to Proudhonist ideology, as became visible at the Brussels Congress. In turn, the French internationalists' involvement in successful strikes brought down on them severe repression from the Bonapartist regime, and the Paris Federation was crippled by 3 trials and the imprisonment of most of its leaders. This led to a section of left-wing Proudhonists taking a further step towards understanding the need for political action, and this group, led by Varlin 24, was to play an important role in the Paris Commune of 1871. German social democracy. A major weakness of the International was the relative indifference it met with in Germany. Although the 1860s saw the development in Germany of a political workers' movement stronger in numbers and possibly more advanced in its ideology than elsewhere in Europe, Marx's influence on German social democracy remained minimal, although this movement was later to present itself as the paradigm of a Marxist workers' party. German social democracy arose in a political conjuncture dominated by the struggle between Prussia and Austria for German hegemony, and was at first strongly marked by its Prussian origins. After the defeat of the 1848 revolution, heavy political reaction had reigned in Prussia until 1859, when the regency of Prince William, later William I, inaugurated the new era. Opposition activity was once more tolerated, and in 1861 the liberal bourgeoisie formed the Progressive Party, which demanded parliamentary government, though not universal suffrage. The German working class was slow to develop any political consciousness after the period of reaction, and the first workers' organizations were only a tale of the liberal bourgeoisie. However, German politics were polarized in October 1862, when the Prussian Diet refused Bismarck, the newly appointed chancellor, the army credits he requested. Bismarck then announced his intention to unify Germany by blood and iron, and proceeded for the next 4 years to levy taxation unconstitutionally. It was against this background that Ferdinand Lassalle conducted his agitation. Lassalle had taken part in the 1848 revolution, but, less compromised than most, he remained in Germany during the 1850s and was Marx and Engels's most regular correspondent there. Although he claimed to accept the Communist Manifesto, Lassalle was personally ambitious and lapsed into opportunism, seeing himself in the role of heroic savior of the working class. However, Lassalle had already shown, in the international crisis of 1859, that he understood earlier than Marx and Engels the changed balance of forces within Germany. 25 Realizing that a renewed attempt at a democratic revolution of the 1848 type was no longer possible, he premised his campaign on the acceptance of German unification from above by Prussian arms. In May 1863 Lassalle founded the General Association of German Workers, ADAV, and conducted a series of mass meetings calling for universal suffrage and state-financed cooperative factories. Lassalle's historic merit, as Marx recognized, was to have reawakened the German working class and formed the first Socialist Workers' Party. 26 But in the circumstances of the time and under Lassalle's leadership this took a highly distorted form. Lassalle was even in secret correspondence with Bismarck, and hoped to secure working-class support for Bismarck's annexationist plans in return for universal suffrage and state-supported cooperatives, a deal that Bismarck rejected, realizing that Lassalle could not deliver the goods. Soon after, in August 1864, Lassalle was killed in a duel. As far as perspectives for German development were concerned, Marx was most probably mistaken in holding that the liberal bourgeoisie could not be dismissed as a revolutionary force, and that the working class could successfully spur it onwards in the constitutional struggle against Bismarck. However, Marx was unquestionably right in insisting that the Workers' Party should attack as its main enemy the feudal and absolutist state, and not hedge this fundamental issue as Lassalle did by concentrating simply on the workers' exploitation by capital. Marx saw Lassalle's failure to demand the repeal of the anti-combination laws as particularly pernicious, since this did not just follow from Lassalle's mistaken theory of the iron law of wages, but expressed his refusal to accept and encourage the direct expression of working-class self-activity. The right of combination was a means of breaking the rule of the police and bureaucracy, and of smashing the Gesindordnung and the rule of the aristocracy on the land. 27. Marx did not attack Lassalle publicly during his agitation, which took place while he had completely withdrawn from political activity. But the International brought Marx back into political life only 1 month after Lassalle's death. The ADAV was thrown into crisis by the loss of its charismatic leader, and Marx took the opportunity to attempt to counteract the pernicious legacy of the workers' dictator. 28 As a first step, Marx allowed himself to be nominated for the ADAV presidency in December 1864, though only for propaganda purposes, as he had no intention of returning to Prussia. However, this move failed, and only signaled the fact that Marx was virtually unknown to the new generation of German working-class militants. Secondly, Marx attempted to obtain ADAV affiliation to the International, but this also drew a blank, as the party would not risk contravening the law that prohibited such international affiliation. Marx's final attempt to influence the ADAV was to accept an offer that he and Engels should collaborate with the Lassallean newspaper Social Democrat, making the one condition that the paper should follow an uncompromising line towards the Prussian government, and attack the feudal absolutist regime at least as strongly as it attacked the bourgeoisie. However, it was not long before J.B. von Schweitzer, who now led the Lassallean party, openly expressed ADAV support for Bismarck's national policy in the columns of the paper, whereupon Marx and Engels publicly broke off all relations with the Lassallean organization. 29. In February 1865, therefore, Marx had to abandon for the time being his hopes of winning the ADAV for the International, and for the next 3 years he had only a minimal entry into the German workers' movement, through the work of Wilhelm Liebknecht and Johann Philipp Becker. Liebknecht, later the leader of the German Social Democratic Party, had been a protégé of Marx in London during the 1850s. Back in Germany in the 1860s, he worked with the Union of German Workers' Societies, although this was composed primarily of artisans rather than industrial workers, had been formed as a loose federation on a specifically non-socialist program, and was allied to the petty bourgeois People's Party of South Germany. Marx corresponded regularly with Liebknecht, and attempted to guide his work. It cannot be denied that Liebknecht and his comrade August Bebel-30 did valuable work in drawing sections of the working class outside of Prussia towards the International, and in 1868 their union adopted the preamble to the International's RULES 31 as its own statement of principles. However, in the face of the unresolved problem of German unification, Liebknecht acted as a great German and anti-Prussian first, and a workers' leader second. Marx had frequent occasion to criticize him for his uncritical attitude towards the South German petty bourgeoisie, and his inability to attack simultaneously both the pro-Prussian and pro-Austrian bourgeois fractions. Throughout this period the International could not exist as a public organization in Germany, and J.P. Becker coordinated the German-speaking sections from Geneva, where he published Die Vorbote the Herald. It was largely Becker's work that prepared the Union of German Workers' Societies to adopt the International's program, and his influence was also felt within the ADAV. However, Becker, despite the advice he received from Marx, was considerably more confused ideologically than Liebknecht. In 1868 he temporarily switched his allegiance to Bakunin and could not hope to provide an effective leadership from outside Germany. During the critical years of German unification, Marx thus had no real influence on the growing German workers' movement. However, after Prussian hegemony became a fait accompli with the defeat of Austria in 1866, the ADAV was no longer imprisoned by its position on the national question and began to function far more independently. When Liebknecht, along with his petty bourgeois friends in the People's Party, refused to recognize the irreversible character of the Prussian victory, Marx established friendly relations with Schweitzer, advising him in particular on the formation of trade unions. 32 In 1869 the ADAV split, Schweitzer remaining with the dogmatic Lassalleans, and the ADAV opposition joined forces with Liebknecht and Bebel's union to form the Social Democratic Workers' Party, SDAP, on a program that rather confusedly amalgamated Marxist, Lassallean, and democratic ideas. However, the SDAP, although it now affiliated formally to the International, maintained what Engels called a purely Platonic relationship 33 to it. It thus showed itself, even before the Franco-Prussian War of 1870, to be the new strictly national type of workers' party that was to characterize the period between the Franco-Prussian War and the First World War. England and Ireland. After Marx's failure to influence the German workers' movement, he turned his attention primarily to England. On the General Council, Marx had the ear of a considerable section of influential English trade unionists, and over the years he led them through a series of discussions which included the theory of surplus value, the role of trade unions, the Polish question, suffrage reform, land nationalization, cooperatives, etc. However, despite his initial optimism, Marx failed to make any real progress in winning the English workers' leaders towards the ideas of scientific communism. His first setback with the English was the course taken by the Reform League. This organization was formed in spring 1865 by the same trade unionists who were involved in the International, and based itself on the principle of manhood suffrage as opposed to the radical platform of household suffrage. Marx was highly enthusiastic, and wrote to Engels on May 1, 1865, "The great success of the International Association is this: the Reform League is our work. We have baffled all attempts of the middle class to mislead the working class." 34. In the summer of 1866 the Reform League led militant demonstrations in Trafalgar Square and Hyde Park, and on May 6, 1867 a Reform League meeting in Hyde Park, which with 150,000 participants was the most massive workers' demonstration in Britain since 1848, ended in a riot. Certainly in the 1860s the English workers had not entirely lost the revolutionary potential they had shown in the 1840s. However, the Reform League was never the independent working class organization that Marx at first believed. It was financed by the same sources as the middle class Reform Union, i.e. far-sighted industrial capitalists, and it qualified its demand for manhood suffrage with the phrase registered and residential, thus deliberately excluding the large dangerous class of casual workers and unemployed. By May 1867 the Reform League leaders had already accepted household suffrage as a compromise for the time being, and worked in conjunction with Walpole, the Home Secretary, to contain the May 6 demonstration. The Hyde Park riot led nevertheless to Walpole's resignation and forced Disraeli to insert the lodger clause in his reform bill as a concession, and the Reform League now counted its members in 6 figures. But Howell, Creamer, and Applegarth 35 had quite literally sold out to the bourgeoisie 36, and after the passage of the 1867 Reform Act they worked secretly and successfully in exchange for Home Office bribes to mobilize the working class behind the Liberal Party in the 1868 general election. During this period Applegarth, for example, was still actively involved in the General Council, and Marx saw him as a promising workers' leader. This contradiction illustrates the fact that the English trade unionists basically used the International as a surrogate international department of the newly formed TUC. They were already well set on a reformist course, and thus were a priori unsusceptible to Marx's ideological influence. From the time of the Fenian outrages 37 in 1867 Marx and Engels took an increased interest in the Irish question, which was acquiring an ever greater importance in English politics. The General Council of the International discussed Ireland on several occasions in the late 1860s, and the evolution of Marx's position is of particular interest here. In November 1867, when Marx first introduced a discussion on Ireland at a meeting of the General Council, he explained his position to Engels in the following terms: "The repeal of the Corn Laws, 1846, marked the beginning of a new phase of English rule, characterized by Ireland's transition from a privileged position as England's corn supplier to the production of wool and meat. The sole significance of English rule in Ireland was now clearing of the estate of Ireland, and it was because of this that Fenianism was characterized by a socialistic tendency and a lower orders movement. What the Irish needed, therefore, was self-government, an agrarian revolution, and protective tariffs against England, and Marx would advise the English workers to make the repeal of the Union, an article of their Pronunciamento 38, for English landlordism was the common enemy of both English workers and Irish peasants. However, By 1869 Marx gave the Irish struggle a far more fundamental place in the English Revolution, a change no doubt related to the political experience of the intervening years, in particular the unwillingness of most English trade unionists to solidarize with the Irish Fenian movement, and the defection of the Reform League leaders to the Liberal Party. Now disaffected with his former allies in the English trade unions, Marx was led to attribute partial responsibility for their betrayals to the national antagonism between England and Ireland. Thus on November 29, 1869, while he was mobilizing the General Council of the International in support of the Irish amnesty movement, to free a group of Fenians condemned for terrorist activities, Marx wrote to his German correspondent Kugelmann that, without dissolution of the Union, the English people will be kept in tether by the ruling classes, because they will have to establish a common front with them against Ireland. Every one of its movements in England itself remains paralysed by the quarrel with the Irish, who form a very considerable section of the working class in England itself. 39. This had a striking strategic implication, which Marx spelled out in a letter to Engels a few days later. I long believed it was possible to overthrow the Irish regime by way of English working class ascendancy. A deeper study has now convinced me of the opposite. The English working class will never achieve anything before it has got rid of Ireland. The lever must be applied in Ireland. This is why the Irish question is so important for the social movement in general. 40. Marx elaborated this new position in the General Council's letter to the Federal Council of French Switzerland of January 1870, and in a letter to the German Americans Meyer and Vaux some 3 months later. His argument in these texts falls into two parts. Firstly, Marx presents Ireland as the weak link of the English ruling classes. Ireland is the bulwark of the English landed aristocracy, and the overthrow of the English aristocracy in Ireland involves and would necessarily be followed by its overthrow in England. Thus one prerequisite for the proletarian revolution in England would be fulfilled. The destruction of the English landed aristocracy in Ireland is an infinitely easier operation than in England itself, because in Ireland the land question has up till now been the exclusive form which the social question has taken, because it is a question of existence, a question of life and death for the majority of the Irish people, because at the same time it is inseparable from the national question. 41. On top of this, Ireland is the only excuse the English government has for keeping up a large regular army which can, as we have seen, in case of need attack the English workers after having done its basic training in Ireland. 42. But the English ruling classes were not merely more vulnerable in Ireland. Most important of all, according to Marx, was the privileged position that the national oppression of Ireland gave the English workers vis-à-vis their Irish brothers. This was why the English working class will never achieve anything before it has got rid of Ireland. In England, the English and the Irish workers formed two hostile camps. This division had an economic basis, as the ordinary English worker hates the Irish worker because he sees in him a competitor who lowers his standard of life, but Marx also laid particular stress on ideological factors. Compared with the Irish worker, the English worker feels himself a member of the ruling nation, and for this very reason he makes himself into a tool of the aristocrats and capitalists against Ireland and thus strengthens their domination over himself. The English worker also cherishes religious, social, and national prejudices against the Irish worker, which are artificially sustained and intensified by the press, the pulpit, the comic papers, in short, by all the means at the disposal of the ruling classes. The antagonism between English and Irish workers, Marx claimed, was the secret of the impotence of the English working class, despite its organization. It is the secret which enables the capitalist class to maintain its power, as this class is perfectly aware. In this situation, and given the special importance of England as the metropolis of capital, the International had to bring the conflict between England and Ireland into the foreground, and everywhere to side openly with Ireland. 43. Marx's writings on the relationship between England and Ireland mark a significant new departure for his political theory. Marx and Engels had previously seen the exploitation of the colonies as invariably a secondary feature of capitalism's international dimension. Capitalism, despite its barbarous side effects, was the only means of bringing the more backward countries into civilization, and so colonization was in the last instance progressive. When Engels first put forward a position on the Irish question, in 1848, he presented Irish liberation as a byproduct of the English Revolution. The future of the Irish people lay in their alliance with the English Chartists, whose victory would transform the association between England and Ireland from an exploitative to an egalitarian 1.44. But 20 years later, Marx came to ascribe to the Irish national struggle a determining role in the English Revolution. The lever had to be applied in Ireland, and the English workers would be tied to the leading strings of their own ruling class until Irish national liberation was achieved. This seems to presage the theory of imperialism founded by Lenin half a century later. However, there is a crucial difference. Lenin's innovation was to argue from a general economic relationship between metropolises and colonies to general political effects, including the corruption of a section of the metropolitan working class that benefited from colonial exploitation. Even though Marx's assertion that national liberation in Ireland had actually to precede proletarian revolution in England appears to go further than Lenin, Marx presented this relation between metropolis and colony as a particular case, the product of specific local circumstances. Marx certainly never held that the lever of the revolution had as a general rule to be applied in the colonies. On the contrary, he was never to revise his initial assumption that the non-European colonies would have to follow the historical trajectory of the exploiting nations. 45. Lacking an adequate theory of capitalism's international dimension, Marx did not satisfactorily account for the failure of the English working class to fulfill the expectations he had entertained in the mid-1860s. The role Marx attributed to Ireland in 1869-70 was almost certainly too great, and after 1870 he never again adduced this as an explanation of English reformism. Indeed, even in 1870 Marx would seem not to have ruled out altogether the beginnings, at least, of a revolutionary workers' movement in England before Irish emancipation was achieved. Furthermore, in the section of the letter to the Federal Council of French Switzerland that discusses perspectives for the English working class, Marx's argument is vitiated by a highly untypical voluntarism. Marx claimed here, the English have all that is needed materially for social revolution, and lacked only the sense of generalization and revolutionary passion. 46 Marx saw this spiritual lack as remediable by the efforts of the General Council of the International, ascribing to it powers far beyond any feasible attainment. The General Council could take initiatives, such as the foundation of the Land and Labour League 47, which as they develop further appear to the public to be spontaneous movements of the English working class. 48 And by this sleight of hand the English workers would allegedly be imbued with the revolutionary passion in which they were deficient. Marx's resort to such an implausible explanation is clearly a sign of uncertainty, and signals the fact that he had not developed and indeed was never to develop a satisfactory theory of imperialism and working class reformism. The Paris Commune. On July 19, 1870 Louis Napoleon declared war on the North German Confederation, set up under Prussian hegemony after the defeat of Austria in 1966. It is now known that Bismarck lured Bonaparte into war with the Ems telegram. At the time, however, Marx, in common with democratic and socialist opinion generally, saw Bonaparte as the aggressor, and justified the Prussian campaign in its first stage as a war of defense. 49 However, Marx certainly did not succumb to German chauvinism, and in the first address of the General Council on the Franco-Prussian War, written only 4 days after the war was declared, he specifically put the onus on the German working class to prevent the war from losing its initial defensive character and degenerating into a war against the French people. Marx equally insisted that the German workers must counter the annexation of Alsace and Lorraine, as soon as such a plan became evident. 50. On September 1 the French army capitulated at Sedan and Louis Napoleon was himself taken prisoner. 3 days later the Republic was proclaimed in Paris, and a government of national defense set up. On September 9 Marx wrote for the General Council a second address, which called on the workers of Europe and North America to agitate for the recognition of the French Republic, and exposed Prussian annexationist plans. The SDAP, which had been temporarily split by the war, now rallied to the anti-annexationist position taken by Liebknecht and Babel in the Reichstag, and conducted a campaign which brought down on it severe repression. The Paris Commune of spring 1871 was the product of a patriotic movement of the workers and petty bourgeoisie against the ruling class's capitulation to the Prussians. It took its title from the elected Municipal Council of Paris first established in 1792, whose revolutionary and patriotic role was of crucial importance in the First French Revolution. With the fall of the Second Empire, the question of a revolutionary working-class initiative was inevitably raised. In Lyon, Bakunin and Closirat 51 seized the town hall and proclaimed the abolition of the state. They were soon rebuffed, though insurrectionary attempts also took place in Marseilles and Toulouse. At first the government of national defense succeeded in organizing new armies from its base in Tours, but the balance of forces soon shifted decisively in the Prussians' favor. From the end of September the Prussian army occupied all France north and east of Orleans, and laid siege to Paris. 2 attempts were made in Paris during the siege to set up a revolutionary government, the first on October 31, and the second on January 22, both after unsuccessful attempts to break the siege. The initiative in both these attempts, as in the successful revolution of March 18, was taken by the Blanquists, in alliance with the petty bourgeois Democrats or Jacobins. By the end of January the Government of National Defense recognized defeat, and on February 8 elections were held to a National Assembly, entrusted with making peace with the Prussians. The siege of Paris was now lifted, but the Assembly preferred to sit under Prussian protection in Versailles. The remaining obstacle in the way of a peace treaty was the disarmament of Paris, and Thiers' 52 attempt to effect this led to the seizure of power by the Central Committee of the National Guard 53, the evacuation of all government bodies from Paris, and the election of the Commune. The second siege of Paris now began, and on May 21 the Versailles forces, strengthened by prisoners of war released for the purpose by the Prussians, began their invasion, defeating the last resistance after 8 days of bitter fighting. The massacre of prisoners perpetrated by the Thiers government followed in the tradition of June 1848, but on a larger scale. Altogether, several tens of thousands of victims were killed, wounded, or deported. From September 1870 to the fall of the Commune 8 months later, Marx's activity was oriented to events in France. After Sedan, Marx roused the General Council to campaign for recognition of the French Republic, and in this he worked closely with the English positivists, intellectual followers of Comte. Up to the Communard Revolution of March 1871, Marx had to steer a difficult course on the General Council against Auger, who identified recognition of the French Republic with support for the government of Thiers and Favre, and against the Land and Labour League, who called for British intervention against Germany. Marx's attitude towards the demand for a commune government, raised by the Blanquists immediately after Sedan, was quite unambiguous. He realized that the Paris workers did not have the strength to defeat the combined forces of the bourgeoisie and the Prussians, and bent himself to forestalling a revolutionary attempt. The General Council's second address specifically stated, "Any attempt at upsetting the new government in the present crisis, when the enemy is almost knocking at the doors of Paris, would be a desperate folly," and called on the French workers to calmly and resolutely improve the opportunities of republican liberty, for the work of their own class organization 54. Contrary to the legend later propagated by the French government, the Communard Revolution was not the work of the International. The fall of the Second Empire found the International's Paris Federation severely weakened after 3 successive prosecutions. It was now also divided by the issues raised by the war. The right-wing Proudhonists supported the Republic, and their leader Tolaine was to sit in the Versailles Assembly right through the rise and fall of the Commune. The left-wing Proudhonists still opposed revolutionary action in principle, although under Varlin's leadership they served on the Commune when this was set up, and fought valiantly in its defense. From September through to May, the revolutionary initiative remained in the hands of the Blanquists and their middle-class allies, and in the last stage of the Commune these two parties were to take political power into their own hands with a Committee of Public Safety. Blanquists and Jacobins formed a substantial majority on the elected Commune, with 57 members against the Proudhonist minority of 22, 17 of whom were members of the International. 55. The Paris Commune roused considerable support from the European working classes, and meetings and demonstrations of solidarity were held across the continent and in England. Yet the General Council of the International, while participating in solidarity actions, issued no statement on the Commune during its 2-month life. This fact is probably attributable to Marx's realization that the heroic attempt of the communards to storm Heaven 56 was doomed in advance to failure. Marx wrote the Civil War in France while the Commune was fighting its losing battle against the Versailles army. It was approved by the Council on May 30, 2 days after the Commune's defeat, and immediately printed. The Civil War in France is the most crucial political text of Marx's later years, and contains his most substantial addition to the theory of the proletarian revolution worked out more than 2 decades previously. Like Marx's earlier writings, The Class Struggles in France and the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte 57, The Civil War in France presents an analysis of contemporary history. In this text, however, Marx's theoretical conclusions are less deeply embedded in the historical analysis. In the third section, Marx explains quite straightforwardly why the Commune was such an important revolutionary model, and what its essential features were. A valuable supplement to the published text of the Civil War in France is provided by 2 manuscript drafts 58 in which Marx elaborated at greater length some of the key theoretical questions raised by the Commune. The starting point of Marx's analysis of the Commune is where the 18th Brumaire left off with the executive power and its immense bureaucratic and military organization. 59 Now, more clearly than in 1852, Marx explained that the subjugation of bourgeois society by its own executive power was the inevitable result of the development of capitalism and the ever-increasing threat presented by the working class. The thesis that the empire was the only form of government possible at a time when the bourgeoisie had already lost, and the working class had not yet acquired, the faculty of ruling the nation 60 does not imply that it was in any way neutral between bourgeoisie and proletariat. Although Marx presented the Bonapartist state as endowed with a certain measure of autonomy, he insisted more clearly than he had in the 18th Brumaire that Bonapartism was a variety of the bourgeois state, defined by its function in maintaining the exploitation of labor by capital. At the same pace at which the progress of modern industry developed, widened, intensified the class antagonism between capital and labor, the state power assumed more and more the character of the national power of capital over labor, of a public force organized for social enslavement, of an engine of class despotism. 61. Imperialism is, at the same time, the most prostitute and the ultimate form of the state power, which full-grown bourgeois society had finally transformed into a means for the enslavement of labor by capital. 62. In the 18th Brumaire, Marx had predicted that the next act of the French Revolution would be to concentrate all its forces of destruction against the executive power, and to smash the bureaucratic and military apparatus. 63. What is new in 1871 is Marx's theoretical development, on the basis of the experience of the Commune, of the governmental machinery with which the proletariat must replace the bourgeois state in order to carry out its own aims, i.e. the expropriation of the capitalist class. 64. Marx introduces his analysis of the Commune with a quotation from the National Guard Central Committee's manifesto of March 18, that the proletarians of Paris were herewith seizing upon the governmental power. 65. In his first draft of the Civil War in France, Marx elaborated on this signal fact, implicitly seeing the Commune as embodying the tactical recommendations he had laid down in the March Address of 1850, i.e. that the workers, after the overthrow of the existing governments, must not lay down their arms. 66. That the workmen of Paris have taken the initiative of the present revolution and in heroic self-sacrifice bear the brunt of this battle, is nothing new. That the revolution is made in the name of and confessedly for the popular masses, that is the producing masses, is a feature this revolution has in common with all its predecessors. The new feature is that the people, after the first rise, have not disarmed themselves and surrendered their power into the hands of the republican mountebanks of the ruling classes, that, by the constitution of the Commune, they have taken the actual management of their revolution into their own hands and found at the same time, in the case of success, the means to hold it in the hands of the people itself, displacing the state machinery, the governmental machinery of the ruling classes by a governmental machinery of their own. 67. According to Marx, the true secret of the Commune was it was essentially a working class government, the produce of the struggle of the producing against the appropriating class, the political form at last discovered under which to work out the economical emancipation of labor. 68. Marx's presentation of the basic structural features of the Commune can be summarized as follows. 1. The abolition of an armed force separate from and hence opposed to the people. The first decree of the Commune, therefore, was the suppression of the standing army, and the substitution for it of the armed people. 69. 2. The vesting of all political functions not in representatives but in recallable delegates. The Commune was formed of the municipal councillors, chosen by universal suffrage in the various wards of the town, responsible and revocable at short terms. The police was at once stripped of its political attributes, and turned into the responsible and at all times revocable agent of the Commune. So were the officials of all other branches of the administration. Instead of deciding once in 3 or 6 years which member of the ruling class was to misrepresent the people in Parliament, universal suffrage was to serve the people, constituted in communes, as individual suffrage serves every other employer in the search for the workmen and managers in his business. 3. The absence of all material privileges for the delegated officials. From the members of the Commune downwards, the public service had to be done at workmen's wages. The vested interests and the representation allowances of the high dignitaries of state disappeared along with the high dignitaries themselves. 4. The union of executive, legislative and judicial power in the same organs. The Commune was to be a working, not a parliamentary body, executive and legislative at the same time. The judicial functionaries were to be divested of that sham independence which had but served to mask their abject subserviency to all succeeding governments. Like the rest of public servants, magistrates and judges were to be elective, responsible and revocable. 5. The organization of national unity from the base upwards. The Commune was to be the political form of even the smallest country hamlet. The rural communes of every district were to administer their common affairs by an assembly of delegates in the central town, and these district assemblies were again to send deputies to the national delegation in Paris. The few but important functions which still would remain for a central government were not to be suppressed, but were to be organized by communal, and therefore strictly responsible agents. While the merely repressive organs of the old governmental power were to be amputated, its legitimate functions were to be wrested from an authority usurping preeminence over society itself, and restored to the responsible agents of society. It is important to note that these structural features of the Commune do not explicitly demarcate a privileged position for the industrial working class, any more than the corresponding features of the bourgeois state, in either its parliamentary, Bonapartist, or fascist variants, do for the bourgeoisie. But just as the maintenance of the power of capital over labor requires a state machinery which is divorced from the mass of the people and uncontrollable by them, so the working class, in order to expropriate the bourgeoisie and set up a communist order, requires a form of government through which the political power of the mass of the people can be directly expressed. And this is what all the institutions of the Commune were designed to do, backed in the last instance by the armed people themselves. Marx makes this distinction between ruling class and form of state in the following terms. As the state machinery and parliamentarism are not the real life of the ruling classes, but only the organized general organs of their dominion, the political guarantees and forms and expressions of the old order of things, so the Commune is not the social movement of the working class and therefore of a general regeneration of mankind, but the organized means of action. 70. The distinction is an important one, as throughout his life Marx always held that a new class, including the working class, could only come to power and transform society to its design if it represented, not merely its own particular interest, but a universal interest of historical development, so that only those with a vested interest in the old order would stand in its way. The Commune was thus a thoroughly expansive political form, while all previous forms of government had been emphatically repressive. 71 Although by this Marx does not mean that the commune government did not need to repress the minority who resisted the progress it represented. Indeed, Marx specifically states, the communal organization once firmly established on a national scale, the catastrophes it might still have to undergo would be sporadic slaveholders' insurrections, which, while for a moment interrupting the work of peaceful progress, would only accelerate the movement, by putting the sword into the hand of the social revolution. 72. In the political form of the commune, Marx found the historical experience necessary to develop and concretize his theory of proletarian political power. The theory of scientific communism, as formulated in the Communist Manifesto, presents the proletarian revolution as passing through a sequence of stages: seizure of political power, expropriation of the bourgeoisie, disappearance of the political state. In the 1848 period, for lack of a concrete model of proletarian political power, Marx left it unclear what relation there is between the dictatorship of the proletariat and the disappearance of the state. In 1871, however, using the model of the commune, Marx developed more clearly the concept of the transient nature of the proletarian dictatorship. The substantive change in his position is that he no longer presented the inauguration of the proletarian dictatorship and the withering away of the state as two discrete and unrelated stages. Throughout his writing on the commune, Marx stresses that the political power which the proletariat puts in place of the smashed bourgeois state machine is a power of a fundamentally different kind to that of the bourgeois state. The commune form of government, which mediates the class rule of the proletariat, is already no longer a state in the former sense of the term, because it is no longer separate from and antagonistic to civil society. This is why Marx deliberately refrains from calling the commune a state, and precisely uses the terms commune and state as opposites, e.g. this new commune, which breaks the modern state power. 73 While the Second Empire represented for Marx the highest level of absorption of civil functions by the state, the commune, as its direct antithesis, would have restored to the social body all the forces hitherto absorbed by the state parasite feeding upon, and clogging the free movement of society. 74. In his manuscript draft, Marx is even more explicit on the opposition between commune and state. Here he describes the commune as a revolution against the state itself, this supernaturalist abortion of society, a resumption by the people for the people of its own social life. 75 It is this attribute of the commune, its restoration to civil society of the social functions usurped by the state, and its delegation of political functions, including the few but important functions which would still remain for a central government, to strictly responsible agents, that differentiates it from the bourgeois state machine with its drive to dominate and control civil society, a drive that Marx had explained as the product of the class struggle. The working class still needs political power to overcome the bourgeoisie's resistance to its expropriation, but the repressive role of this power gradually disappears of itself with the cessation of the bourgeoisie's resistance, as it is not entrusted to a power separate from and uncontrolled by the mass of the people. Thus Marx saw the dictatorship of the proletariat as, right from the start, a political form that tends to wither away of itself, and the Paris Commune which first institutionalized this political form was henceforth to serve Marx and Engels, and the Marxist movement after them, as a basic reference point. If the Commune was essentially a working-class government, and provided a general model for the proletarian dictatorship, Marx also recognized that, in a country in which the industrial working class was still a minority of the population, the Commune depended for its survival on the workers maintaining alliances with other classes, particularly a section of the middle class, and the peasantry. Part of the middle class in fact spontaneously rallied to the side of the proletariat, and Marx presents this as a sign of the Commune's strength and the workers' historical mission. The peasantry was never more than a potential ally, although Marx believed that the Commune would have won over the peasants if it had been given time. In his manuscript draft, Marx elaborated in greater detail the character of these alliances, actual and hypothetical, bringing the same kind of analysis to bear on the proletarian revolution itself, in terms of a ruling class bloc and a dominant class or class fraction within it, as he had employed in the class struggles in France to analyze the state of the exploiting classes. 76. Marx summarizes this analysis under a very significant heading: the communal revolution as the representative of all classes of society not living on foreign labor. 77. This category clearly includes the great majority of the peasantry, and divides the middle class between its true vital elements 78 who played a necessary role in production, and the wealthy capitalists 79 who had fled to Versailles. Working class, peasantry, and petty bourgeoisie thus formed the ruling class bloc that would have come into existence if the Commune Revolution had been able to survive and spread across France as a whole. Towards the peasantry, the Commune's relationship was in the circumstances a completely hypothetical one. The Commune had no chance to develop any real relationship with the peasants, although Marx believed that it could soon have won them over on the basis of its ability to stave off a war indemnity, abolish conscription, provide cheap government and local self-government. Marx was in fact too optimistic in holding that, being immediately benefited by the communal republic, the peasant would soon confide in it 80 and that 3 months of rule by the Versailles government would provoke a peasant rebellion. In the event, it was the peasantry that defeated the Commune, passively, since this greater part of the French nation did not mobilize in its defense, and actively, as soldiers in the army that overran Paris at the end of May. However, Marx's theoretical model of a worker-peasant alliance remains an important one, and was later to be developed and put into practice by Lenin. 81. In contrast to the projected alliance with the peasantry, the Commune did establish a working alliance between working class and petty bourgeoisie, partly on the basis of patriotism, but above all on the question of the war indemnity of 5 billion francs demanded by the Prussians, which the Commune insisted should be paid primarily by the upper classes responsible for the war. 82. This gave the petty bourgeoisie a direct material incentive for rallying round the working class. 83. It is clear from Marx's drafts that he saw this alliance as an intimate one. The workers did not just pacify the lower middle class with economic concessions, but actually gave them a share in the communal government proportional to their numbers. For the first time in history, the petty and middling middle class has openly rallied round the workmen's revolution, and proclaimed it as the only means of their own salvation and that of France. It forms with them the bulk of the National Guard, it sits with them in the Commune, it mediates for them in the Union Républicaine. 84. But within the ruling bloc of workers and lower middle class, with potential space for the peasants, Marx leaves no doubt that the dominant class, that which determines the character of the ruling bloc as a whole, is the industrial proletariat. It is the workmen's revolution that the middle class rallies around, and, as Marx writes in the Civil War in France itself, the working class was openly acknowledged as the only class capable of social initiative, even by the great bulk of the Paris middle class shopkeepers, tradesmen, merchants, the wealthy capitalists alone excepted. 85. Had the Commune survived, i.e. had it been able to win peasant support, Marx believed that the working class could have gone on to build socialism in France. 86. Naturally, this would eventually have broken its alliance with the urban and rural petty bourgeoisie, and Marx refers to this obliquely when he writes, "The Commune does not do away with the class struggles, through which the working classes strive to the abolition of all classes. It could start violent reactions and as violent revolutions." Yet Marx held that the Commune affords the rational medium in which that class struggle can run through its different phases in the most rational and humane way. 87. Class struggle of this kind arose in a highly acute form in Russia after a proletarian revolution had been made in alliance with the peasantry, but where, despite Marx's warning that the proletariat must not hit the peasant over the head. 88. The working class did not manage to ease the peasants' transition to socialism by economic incentives, but forcibly appropriated the peasants' surplus in order to obtain the funds for industrial development. In these circumstances, the ensuing class struggle was far from conducted in the most rational and humane way that Marx had hoped for. In the conditions prevailing in spring 1871, the Commune had little time to carry out measures of a socialist character. Marx himself noted that the principal measures taken by the Commune are taken for the salvation of the middle class. 89. The measures that the Commune took in the particular interest of the working class were limited to such things as the prohibition on employers levying fines and the abolition of night work for bakers. Workshops and factories closed by renegade employers were indeed handed over to workers' self-management, but as a temporary measure and with the proviso of compensation. The Commune's two working-class parties, Blanquists and Proudhonists, were both highly confused in their economic theories, and would no doubt have made many errors in the course of building socialism. But for Marx, the fundamental premise of this development had already been achieved in the Commune. The great social measure of the Commune was its own working existence. 90 If it had been able to develop, Marx held that the Commune government would necessarily tend towards communism, as the political rule of the producer cannot coexist with the perpetuation of his social slavery. The Commune was therefore to serve as a lever for uprooting the economical foundations upon which rests the existence of classes, and therefore of class rule. 91. In the style of much of the Civil War in France, Marx's phrase "here was therefore to serve" does not simply refer to the subjective intent of the communards, but to the objective tendency within the communal form of government, which the working class, having political power in its hands, could not avoid furthering. Throughout this text and the preliminary drafts for it, Marx constantly moves from present actuality to theoretical conclusions. As in his earlier works on France, analysis of contemporary history was always for Marx the raw material of theoretical development. In Lenin's influential commentary on Marx's writings on the state, he stressed that Marx in no sense made up or invented a new society, but that he studied the birth of the new society out of the old, and the forms of transition from the latter to the former, as a natural historical process. He examined the actual experience of a mass proletarian movement and tried to draw practical lessons from it. He learned from the Commune, just as all the great revolutionary thinkers learned unhesitatingly from the experience of great movements of the oppressed classes. 92. In the manifesto, Marx and Engels had not been able to see what formal political transformation would be needed in order for the proletariat to constitute itself as the ruling class. When the manifesto was reprinted in 1872, Marx and Engels added a preface in which they found it necessary to make only one significant qualification. One thing especially was proved by the Commune, viz. That the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery, and wield it for its own purposes, and they refer to the section of the Civil War in France from which this quote is taken. 93. If Marx had warned the Paris workers before the Revolution of March 18 that any attempt to seize power in one isolated city was doomed to defeat, the Commune government of Blanquists, Proudhonists, and Jacobins certainly made many mistakes that worsened its position. It failed to take the offensive against Versailles when this was still possible, and even to seize the Bank of France, which Marx believed would have put it in a position where it could have forced a compromise settlement on the Versailles. 94. By the end of May 1871, the Paris Commune, glorious harbinger of a new society, 95, had been ruthlessly crushed, with the massacre of some 14,000 workers and the imprisonment or deportation of more than 10,000 others. Marx and Bakunin. The vicious reaction triumphant in France found an echo in the persecution of the Commune's supporters in almost all continental countries. Marx's brilliant vindication of the Commune led to the International being identified as its instigator, and its strength was ludicrously inflated by the hysterical propagandists of reaction. Martial law was declared throughout France, and in March 1872 Thiers passed through the French Assembly a special bill that made membership in the International a crime punishable by imprisonment. In June 1872 Jules Favre, the French foreign minister, circularized the European governments calling for joint action to stamp out the International, and Bismarck proposed a European alliance against the International a month later. The following year not only the chancellors of Austria and Germany, but the two emperors themselves, discussed the threat of the International at two conferences, and the same theme was taken up by the Pope. In the prevailing conditions of repression, the International had to forego holding its annual Congress for the second year running, but the General Council called instead, as in 1865, a conference in London with the explicit aim of consolidating the International's organization in this difficult period. The London Conference marks the beginning of the International's internal crisis, and this cannot be discussed without returning to the period before the Franco-Prussian War and the entry of Michael Bakunin into the ranks of the International. Bakunin's political career had been interwoven with that of Marx from the days of the young Hegelian movement in the 1840s. He had been a member of the Deutsche Französische Jahrbucher Circle in 1844-96 and had taken an active part in the German Revolution of 1848. Despite Bakunin's differences with Marx and Engels over the Slav question, they disputed with him in 1849 as a friend, and respected the revolutionary militancy which led him to sacrifice himself in the Dresden insurrection during the Reich Constitution campaign. 97 From 1849 to 1863 Bakunin was imprisoned, passing from Prussia through Austria to Russia, and spending years in solitary confinement in the Schusselburg fortress before being exiled to Siberia. In 1863 Bakunin made a dramatic escape, and soon after arrived in London. At first he worked with Alexander Herzen, the then leader of the Russian emigration, whom Marx detested as a liberal with an ambiguous attitude towards Tsarism, but in 1865 Bakunin broke with Herzen and left for Italy. Before leaving London he re-established friendly relations with Marx, and agreed to work in Italy for the International. Once installed in Italy, however, Bakunin did not devote himself to the workers' movement, which was in its earliest stage of development there, and about which Bakunin still understood very little. Instead, he bent his efforts to conspiratorial organization among the young Italian intelligentsia who had rallied to the cause of the Risorgimento and been subsequently disaffected by its anti-democratic outcome. The aims of Bakunin's secret international brotherhood were vague, but it worked publicly not within the Workers' International, but within the bourgeois democratic organization known as the League of Peace and Freedom. At the League's Congress in September 1868, however, when its anti-working class nature became evident, Bakunin organized some of the more left-wing elements of the League into the Alliance of Socialist Democracy, and as such wrote to the General Council applying for affiliation. The starting point of Bakunin's political practice was not commitment to the proletariat in its struggle against capital, but opposition to the state as such. Bakunin only rallied to the proletarian movement when he realized that the single class with an interest in the overthrow of the modern bourgeois state was the industrial working class. This realization coincided with the first stirrings of an independent workers' movement in Italy, and Bakunin went on to establish the doctrine of anarcho-communism, which he is historically remembered as a tendency within the workers' movement, and attempted to dominate the International from his Italian base. Bakunin's essential thesis was that the proletariat, while it must overthrow the existing state apparatus in order to liberate itself, must not set up in its place its own political power, as by doing so it necessarily substitutes a new authoritarian apparatus which will perpetuate its oppression. The workers' movement must therefore refrain from organizing as a political party, and from activity that involves it in working through the existing political state, e.g. the struggle for reforms, participation in parliament. The only permissible relationship to the state is the revolution that overthrows all political authority once and for all. Instead of the proletariat becoming the ruling class, which for Bakunin was almost a contradiction in terms, and using its political power to transform society, it must build the organization of the new society within the old in the form of the International. This must therefore be based on the principle of complete local autonomy, and Bakunin launched his attack on Marx over the question of the International's organization, thereby managing to unite behind his banner of anti-authoritarianism all those elements, including English trade unionists, who for their own reasons resented the authoritarian interference of the General Council into their affairs. Despite Bakunin's attack on the General Council's authoritarianism, he recognized as clearly as did Marx the need for revolutionary leadership. The inevitable counterpart of Bakunin's insistence that the working class organize not an authoritarian party but an embryonic new society was his construction of a hidden leadership, immune to democratic control, to carry out the insurrectionary overthrow of the state. Bakunin's network of secret societies, the greater part of which existed only in his scheming brain, is legendary. When Bakunin first attempted to take over the International, he formed the alliance as a public front, arrogating to it the special mission of studying political and philosophical questions on the basis of the great principle of equality. 98 However, when the General Council refused affiliation to the alliance on the grounds that an international within the international was not permissible, Bakunin was quite happy to abandon this paper organization, reducing the alliance to a central section in Geneva, as his real concern was to organize his supporters into secret societies, and infiltrate the international in this way. Bakunin and Marx first came into conflict at the time of the Ball Congress, over the abolition of the right of inheritance, the means proposed by Bakunin to transform capitalism into socialism. This was opposed by Marx, firstly because it was bound to antagonize the peasantry, and secondly because it reflected Bakunin's mistaken notion that the state, and not the economy, was the fundamental social structure and the basis of proletarian oppression. Bakunin carried the day at Ball, although this was in itself a relatively minor defeat for the Marxists. But shortly after the Ball Congress, Bakunin launched a general offensive against the General Council on several points, and it is these attacks, made in the Swiss papers Égalité and Progrès which he controlled, that Marx replied to in January 1870 with a circular to the Federal Council of French Switzerland. In the following months Bakunin succeeded in winning over a section of the Federal Council of French Switzerland, which then split. The overthrow of Louis Bonaparte provided Bakunin's followers with the opportunity to work in the southern part of France, and in the wake of the Commune the Bakuninists' revolutionary militancy attracted the growing numbers of workers that joined the International's sections in Spain and Italy. The internal crisis of the International, leading up to the Hague Congress and the subsequent split, is one of the most important periods of Marx's political activity, and, as Engels later wrote, the least amenable to accurate portrayal from printed sources. 99 Marx was not merely fighting a defensive struggle against Bakunin's attempt to take over the International. It is evident that he had his own plans for its further development, and although these are not explicitly formulated in any written document, it seems that Marx hoped to transform the International's organizations in the various countries into political parties centered on London. Already in 1867, when the International first began to develop into a significant force on the continent, Marx had written to Engels, and when the next revolution comes, and that will perhaps be sooner than might appear, we, i.e. you and I, will have this mighty engine at our disposal. And in the circular of January 1870 Marx again emphasized, indeed overemphasized too, the role that the General Council could play. Meanwhile, as Marx wrote in the General Council's report to the Brussels Congresses, the year 1867-8 will mark an epoch in the history of the association. After a period of peaceable development it has assumed dimensions powerful enough to provoke the bitter denunciations of the ruling classes and the hostile demonstrations of governments. It has entered upon the phases of strife. 3. Marx thus probably intended the International to become, in the event of revolution, a tactical weapon, and by 1868 he already saw a new revolutionary crisis on the horizon. The remaining condition for transforming the International into a more centralized and disciplined body was a certain degree of ideological homogeneity, and the Brussels Congress marked a great victory for Marx in this regard, in that he succeeded in winning over a section of the Proudhonists to his own positions and defeating the Proudhonist diehards. The stage was now set for Marx's organizational plans. At the Ball Congress of 1869, held before Bakunin's operations became evident, Marx obtained passage of a resolution that considerably increased the powers of the General Council, in particular giving it the right to suspend, pending the decision of the Congress, branches of the International that contravened its principles and decisions. Marx did not in fact make use of this power vis-à-vis the Bakuninists, although the General Council did use it against the London French branch of the International, which was in Blanquist hands, and compromised the International by calling for terrorist actions such as the assassination of Bonaparte. After the Ball Congress, the Bakuninist campaign against the General Council got underway, and by the time the London Conference met in September 1871 Marx responded by obtaining a further increase in the powers of the Council, giving it the right to appoint delegates to attend any branch or committee of the International, prohibiting groups of the International to call themselves by other than geographical titles, or to pretend to accomplish special missions within the International, and specifically excluding secret societies. Point 4 Marx thus hoped to block both the secret and the public activity of Bakunin's alliance. However, the battle between Bakunin and Marx was no mere personal struggle for power, but a struggle of principles. The key issue at stake was that of working-class political action, and on this vital question Bakunin was diametrically opposed to the direction in which Marx was attempting to move the International. The most important result of the London Conference was therefore the passage of Marx's resolution on working-class political action. This resolution reminded the International of the preamble to its own rules which Marx had drafted in 1864 and which had spoken of the need to conquer political power, and went on to define this in more concrete terms. It argued from the presence of an unbridled reaction which pretends to maintain by brute force the distinction of classes and the political domination of the propertied classes resulting from it, that the working class cannot act, as a class, except by constituting itself into a political party, distinct from, and opposed to, all old parties formed by the propertied classes, and that this constitution of the working class into a political party is indispensable in order to ensure the triumph of the social revolution and its ultimate end, the abolition of classes. Point 5. From the London Conference resolutions, Marx evidently hoped to go forward to defeat Bakunin both organizationally and ideologically. But the growth of the International in Southern Europe, and the accumulated minor grievances of other sections against the General Council, made it possible for Bakunin to rally a considerable force behind his anti-authoritarian banner. At the Hague Congress in September 1872, which both sides prepared for by rather dubious means, and the greater part of which was spent in challenging credentials, Marx won a paper victory, but also a Pyrrhic one. The Hague Congress ratified the decisions of the London Conference and expelled Bakunin and Guillaume VI from the International on the grounds that they had attempted to organize a secret society within it. Bakunin's expulsion is unlikely to have been passed had not Marx and Engels presented circumstantial evidence that appeared to implicate Bakunin in the Nechayev affair. They were certainly not above using foul means when political necessity demanded. Point 7. By the time the Hague Congress met, however, it was already obvious to Marx that, despite formal majorities, he had failed to win sufficient support to make his envisaged transformation of the International possible, or even to guarantee that Bakunin would not take over the International at a future date. As Marx wrote to Kugelmann, the Hague Congress was a matter of life and death for the International, and before I retire I want at least to protect it from disintegrating elements. Point 8. For this reason, Marx travelled in person to The Hague, his only attendance at one of the International's congresses. Marx's majority at The Hague was composed chiefly of Germans, the exiled French Blanquists and a part of the English delegates, as well as his personal supporters on the General Council. Against Marx were ranged forces that counted for at least as much in real terms: the Spanish, the Belgians, the French Swiss, and some of the English. The Italians, although Bakunin's most loyal disciples, refused to attend the Hague Congress in the same company as the authoritarians. In order to prevent the General Council from falling into Bakuninist hands, Marx played his masterstroke. Engels proposed its removal to New York, which was carried by a narrow majority against both Bakuninist and Blanquist opposition. In New York the General Council was in the safe hands of Marx's German-American followers, until it died a natural death. The anti-authoritarians called their own conference a week later, but they set up no executive body and, although their International nominally survived until 1881, it never developed a coherent unity. The Marxist International was finally wound up at the Philadelphia Congress of 1876. Marx held an extremely poor opinion of Bakunin as a theorist, which was abundantly justified by Bakunin's muddled ideas. Thus in the program of the Alliance of Socialist Democracy Bakunin demanded the social and economic equality of classes, a nonsensical phrase which Marx made great play with. He also declared the alliance atheist, which Marx saw as archaic and ridiculous posturing, as he had held ever since the 1840s that religion could only disappear when society was transformed. In one crucial respect, however, Marx underrated Bakunin, classing his theory together with Proudhonism as a variety of political indifferentism. It is true that Bakunin inherited from Proudhon his view of political authority as an unmitigated evil. Marx saw this as an ideological position that reflected the recent artisanal background of the Latin working classes. However, Marx failed to make the significant distinction that while Proudhon's abstentionism was a purely passive one, Bakunin, for all his errors, was a socialist revolutionary who aimed, like Marx, and like Blanqui whom Marx always respected, at the overthrow of the bourgeois state and the abolition of private property. Bakunin's abstentionism, however mistaken, reflected his almost instinctive fear of reformist diversion from the revolutionary goal, and of bureaucratic authority in the post-revolutionary society. In their articles Political Indifferentism and On Authority, Marx and Engels made short work of Bakunin's politics. Marx wrote ironically that, if the workers replace the dictatorship of the bourgeois class with their own revolutionary dictatorship, then they are guilty of the terrible crime of lese principii, for, in order to satisfy their miserable profane daily needs and to crush the resistance of the bourgeois class, they, instead of laying down their arms and abolishing the state, give to the state a revolutionary and transitory form. 10. And Engels asked the anarchists, have these gentlemen ever seen a revolution? A revolution is certainly the most authoritarian thing there is. It is the act whereby one part of the population imposes its will on the other part by means of rifles, bayonets and cannons. And it must maintain this rule by means of the terror which its arms inspire in the reactionaries. 11. The mistake of the anti-authoritarians was that they demand that the authoritarian political state be abolished at one stroke even before the social conditions that gave birth to it have been destroyed. 12. But however correct Marx was to insist that the working class can only expropriate the bourgeoisie and establish socialism by itself becoming the ruling class, and that political authority can only disappear consequent on the abolition of classes, Bakunin's rejection of working class participation in the bourgeois political system, and his warning of the dangers involved in the proletarian seizure of political power, raise questions that Marx did not solve altogether satisfactorily. The former leads on to the question of reformism, which is the subject of the next section of this introduction. As for Bakunin's criticisms of his alleged state communism, Marx countered this charge in his Conspectus of Bakunin's Statism and Anarchy, with a series of comments interspersed between excerpts of Bakunin's book that he copied out. Bakunin's key attack on Marx is a classic anarchist formulation. The election of people's representatives and rulers of the state is a lie, behind which is concealed the despotism of the governing minority, and only the more dangerously in so far as it appears as expression of the so-called people's will. No matter that the workers may elect representatives from their own number, Bakunin claims that such representatives, once elected, cease to be workers, and look down on the whole common workers' world from the height of the state. Anyone who can doubt this knows nothing of the nature of men. 13. On the contrary, Marx claims that the relation between electors and elected depends on the economic foundation, the economic situation of the voters. In communist society, Marx holds, the distribution of the general functions has become a business matter, that gives no one domination, and election has nothing of its present political character. 14. Marx gives the examples of a trade union executive committee, the manager of a cooperative factory, and the Russian village commune and artel to show how in the absence of antagonistic interests there is no domination involved in the election of representatives, which is always necessary in order to carry out the general functions. Marx was certainly not oblivious of the dangers of political bureaucracy. In the context of the International he had attacked the dictatorial leadership of Lassalle and Schweitzer, and stressed the importance of trade unions as a school for proletarian self-government. He saw the form of direct democracy adopted by the Paris Commune, with its revocability of representatives, the absence of material privileges and the unity of executive and legislative powers, as important precisely because it made possible political control by the direct producers. Bakunin was certainly misguided in seeing a workers' government as necessarily leading to the formation of a new governing caste, and in founding the equation of political coercion and governing caste in human nature. Indeed, from Bakunin's standpoint, a classless society would never be possible at all, at least Bakunin gives no adequate answer as to how the revolutionary proletariat is to overcome the resistance of the old ruling classes without using political coercion. But Bakunin, for all his errors, was conscious in advance of the revolution, albeit in a defective way, that there is a real problem of bureaucracy in the post-revolutionary period, a problem which the Marxist movement was only to begin seriously to deal with in Lenin's last writings on the bureaucratic deformations of the Soviet Russian state. Although the problems that the Russian Revolution later posed could not have been solved in advance, it remains true that only through the solution of these problems can the withering away of the state that Marxism looks forward to become a reality. 15. The problem of reformism. The defeat of the Second Empire marked the transition between two eras of working-class history. Up to 1870 European politics in general, and the workers' movement in particular, had been dominated by the Bonapartist regime in France and the unresolved problem of national unification in Germany and Italy. The French defeat consolidated the system of national states, and Marx realized even before Sedan that this war has shifted the center of gravity of the continental workers' movement from France to Germany. 16. Despite the defeat of the Commune, the European proletariat of the 1870s found new opportunities open to it, and even in France the workers' movement recovered within a decade from this terrible blow. With the rapid growth of industry, it was no longer possible for the ruling classes of more advanced countries to contain the workers' movement by simple repression. Manhood suffrage had been granted in Bismarck's North German Confederation of 1867, and was extended to the German Reich established in 1871. The French Third Republic could also not avoid giving the working class freedom to organize politically within the legal framework of the bourgeois democratic state. In those countries where democratic reforms were slower in coming, their attainment, proved possible by the German and French examples, provided the immediate goal of the socialist workers. The tactics that Marx laid down for the workers' movement in the 1870s, and which Engels maintained until his death in 1895, were to provide the mass parties of the Second International, founded 1889, with their guiding principles. These parties, however, subordinated these tactical positions to an essentially reformist strategy, and failed completely to come to grips with the new problems and tasks that arose after Marx and Engels were dead, in the era of monopoly capitalism and modern imperialism. As Marx's dicta on the use of parliament, the peaceful road to socialism, and the proletarian party have been interpreted in a reformist as well as a revolutionary sense, it is necessary to examine his precise formulations and the contexts in which they arose, in order to judge the disputes over the Marxist legacy that have been fought now for over a century. For Marx, the use that the working class could make of the suffrage and parliament, and the question of the peaceful road to socialism, were distinct and separate issues. Marx held that the working class should always make use of the representative institutions of bourgeois democracy, which, as a majority of the population, it could turn against the bourgeoisie itself. The franchise was to be transformed from the instrument of fraud that it has been up till now into an instrument of emancipation. 17 The resolution of the London Conference on Working Class Political Action referred to precisely this. Marx's insistence there, so infuriating to the anarchists, that the working class had to constitute itself into a political party, distinct from, and opposed to, all old parties formed by the propertied classes, in order to ensure the triumph of the social revolution. 18 Implied that although the aims of the working class lay beyond the bourgeois state, as Marx had explained only a few months earlier in the Civil War in France, the way for the advanced workers to build up their strength and rally to them their class as a whole was through the electoral arena. The prototype of such a party was the German SDAP, which had been formed 2 years before the London Conference, and which served Marx as a living example. After the defeat of the Commune, the SDAP decisively emerged as the center of gravity of the European workers' movement. It had successfully used the parliamentary tribune as a forum for agitation, built up a disciplined mass membership, and survived undamaged the imprisonment of its leaders, Liebknecht and Bebel, for their campaign against the annexation of Alsace and Lorraine. The socialist workers' parties that grew up in almost every European country in the 1880s formed themselves more or less on the German example. Marx, and Engels after him, were to give every encouragement to the formation of these parties, and saw in them the organizational form through which to prepare the socialist revolution. The theme of the peaceful road to socialism, on the other hand, emerges in Marx's work only in a strictly limited context. There were specific countries where Marx believed that the proletarian revolution could be carried out by peaceful means, but he presented these as exceptional cases. The key formulation of this peaceful road position is in the speech Marx gave at a public meeting in Amsterdam after the Hague Congress, where he said, "We know that heed must be paid to the institutions, customs, and traditions of the various countries, and we do not deny that there are countries, such as America and England, and if I was familiar with its institutions I might include Holland, where the workers may attain their goal by peaceful means." 19. Marx also expressed this position, in rather stronger form, in a letter to his English friend and would-be disciple Henry Mayers Hindman 20 in 1880, claiming that, if the unavoidable evolution i.e. to socialism in England turn into a revolution, it would not only be the fault of the ruling classes, but also of the working class. 21. However, Marx consistently contrasted these exceptional cases with the general rule. In this Amsterdam speech he stressed, "We must recognize that in most continental countries the lever of the revolution will have to be force, a resort to force will be necessary one day in order to set up the rule of labor." 22. And in the letter to Hindman quoted above, Marx contrasted the position in England with that of Germany, where military despotism made a revolution necessary. There are even occasional formulations of Marx's to the effect that the working classes would have to conquer the right to emancipate themselves on the battlefield. 23. Unqualified by these exceptions, and there are no general statements whatever affirming the normal possibility of a peaceful road. Marx's basic determinant of the ability of the working class to make a nonviolent revolution seems to be the absence of a bureaucratic military state apparatus of the kind he had analyzed for the French case in the 18th Brumaire. Thus Marx wrote to Kugelmann in 1871, "No longer, as before, to transfer the bureaucratic military machine from one hand to another, but to smash it, is essential for every real people's revolution on the continent." 24. In the 1870s England and the USA evidently appeared to Marx as the two major countries where there was no bureaucratic military machine to enforce the power of capital over labor, and thus where the transformation from capitalism to communism could be achieved without having violently to smash the army and civil bureaucracy. Marx's position regarding England and America was therefore far from an ahistorical absolute. And as Lenin pointed out in The State and Revolution, the development of monopoly capitalism has clearly shown an extraordinary strengthening of the state machine and an unprecedented growth in its bureaucratic and military apparatus. 25. The question that Marx never did deal with, however, and which became vitally important as international capitalism moved towards a cataclysmic crisis with the First World War, is how, in those countries which combine a bureaucratic military machine with institutions of universal suffrage and parliamentary government, the working class is to make the transition from electoral politics to insurrection. In Marx's lifetime, to be sure, the workers' parties, even in Germany, were far from being immediately faced with this problem. In his letter to Hindman of 1880, he typically combines an assertion of the eventual need for violent revolution in Germany with a vindication of the German party's present adherence to electoral politics as the means to build up its strength. The classic Marxist formulation on the transition from electoral politics to insurrection is in Engels's 1895 Introduction to the Class Struggles in France, where he argues the position, as Marx himself seems to have done, that the working class should wait for the ruling classes to break the rules of representative democracy and not take the initiative in a test of strength. 26. The reasons behind Engels's argument are evident: the working class will then enjoy the benefits of moral superiority, and it will be easier for it to win over sections of the intermediate classes and subvert the armed forces. However, this tactic has the drawback that it deprives the workers of the offensive, a vital advantage in insurrection. This question invariably presents a dilemma to revolutionary Marxists in bourgeois democratic countries. But whatever choice is made, one essential precondition, if insurrection will or even may be necessary, is that the Workers' Party should carry out work well in advance to prepare for this contingency. Lenin therefore made the combination of legal and illegal work a condition for all parties wishing to join the Third International. The parties of the Second International, on the other hand, and the German Social Democrats in particular, managed to combine a verbal orthodoxy that held to the letter of Marx's doctrines with a practical reformism quite alien to their spirit. The classic representative of this tendency was the German social democratic theorist Karl, the Pope of Marxism after Engels's death. It was possible, in other words, for these parties to claim, and even to believe, that they were moving to supersede capitalism and the bourgeois state, while the real direction of their practice led towards taking government office within it. Not one of the parties of the Second International that operated in a parliamentary democracy was to escape this degeneration. With historical hindsight, we can see the failure of the Second International as already prepared by the circumstances in which the First International split. The International Working Men's Association did not split between revolutionaries and reformists, but between proponents of working-class political action and political indifferentists, as Marx referred to them. In the former camp, as also in the latter, there was a definite space for reformism, as revolutionary Marxists and political reformists were united by agreement on the immediate tactical priority: the need to build up the workers' movement in the electoral arena. The label of social democracy thus concealed from the start the crucial question that divided revolutionaries from reformists, and neither Marx nor Engels ever fully realized the nature of the parties to which they gave their blessing. Despite Marx's steadfast attack on all visible reformist manifestations, he seriously underestimated the strength of reformism and its underlying roots. In the Communist Manifesto, Marx had presented the development of the proletarian movement as a two-stage process. In the first stage, the proletariat develops from an unorganized mass, through local struggle against its immediate capitalist antagonists and the formation of combinations, into a constituted class subject. In the second stage, it struggles as a class to overthrow capital on a national scale. Historical experience has certainly borne out the first part of Marx's model. In all countries where capitalist production has developed, the industrial proletariat has formed class organizations to defend its interests against capital, trade union federations and political parties. But in by no means all cases has the whole organized working class struggled politically to overthrow capital. In general, a greater or smaller part of the working class, depending on specific conditions, has taken a revolutionary anti-capitalist path, while another part has struggled only for reforms within the capitalist system. Marx's basic attitude towards working-class reformism is summed up in his aphorism, "The working class is revolutionary or it is nothing." 27 What Marx meant by this emerges clearly from a letter he wrote in 1871 to his German-American follower Bolt, which provides an interesting gloss on the Communist Manifesto from more than 2 decades later. It is surprising how firmly Marx maintains in this letter the position on the development of the proletarian movement put forward in the manifesto, despite the experience of the intervening years. On the one hand, the political movement of the working class has as its ultimate object, of course, the conquest of political power for this class, but in his definition, every movement in which the working class comes out as a class against the ruling classes and tries to coerce them by pressure from without is a political movement. 28 No more than in the manifesto does Marx leave a theoretical space for the possibility of a workers' movement that is organized politically as a class and yet struggles solely for reforms within capitalism. Marx's sureness that the political movement that has as its ultimate object, of course, the conquest of political power, and the political movement that is every movement in which the working class comes out as a class against the ruling classes, are one and the same may well be true in the long run. Marx believed on the basis of his analysis of capitalism that the imprisonment of the ever-expanding productive forces within the straitjacket of capitalist relations was bound to become more and more intolerable to all but a small minority of big capitalists. Yet while outlying portions of the capitalist world have broken free, capitalism's imperialist trajectory has delayed the second, revolutionary stage of the proletarian movement in the heartlands for a whole historical epoch. In this era of imperialism, it has been possible for vast numbers of workers in the advanced capitalist countries to follow a reformist course continuously reinforced by the material gains it has brought. The losses, from World War to ecological crisis, being not self-evidently attributable to capitalist relations of production. The Gotha program on which Marx wrote his critical marginal notes was drawn up in 1875 as the basis of the unification of the SDAP with the Lassaline ADAV.29. Marx, and the SDAP leaders themselves, only countenanced this merger because the ADAV had succeeded in throwing off the worst features of Lassalinism. After the settlement of the German national question, the ADAV proved its independence from Bismarckian manipulation by its anti-annexationist position in the Franco-Prussian War and its support for the Paris Commune, by its purchase on the everyday struggles of the German working class and its consequent quantitative growth. However, Marx was far from satisfied with the unity program prepared for the Gotha Congress, which he considered thoroughly reprehensible and demoralizing for the party. 30. Of the Gotha program's Lassaline formulations, Marx singles out for his most bitter criticism the diagnosis in relation to the working class: all other classes are a single reactionary mass, and the thesis: the working class must initially work for its emancipation within the framework of the present-day national state. The first of these only served, according to Marx, to extenuate Lassalle's alliance with the absolutist and feudal opponents of the bourgeoisie. The manifesto had never claimed that all other classes were a single reactionary mass, but only that of all the classes that stand face to face with the bourgeoisie today, the proletariat alone is a really revolutionary class, since the other classes decay and finally disappear in the face of modern industry. The proletariat is its special and essential product. Marx reminds his German comrades that the manifesto adds, that the lower middle class is becoming revolutionary in view of its impending transfer into the proletariat. Conscious as always of the need to make alliances appropriate to each stage of the proletarian movement, Marx asks, at the last elections, did we proclaim to the artisans, small manufacturers, etc., and peasants, in relation to us you, together with the bourgeoisie and the feudal lords, form a single reactionary mass? 31. As for the formulation that the working class must initially work for its emancipation within the framework of the present-day national state, Marx pointed out that the present-day national state was in fact the German Reich. Even though the Gotha program proclaimed that the result of their efforts will be the international brotherhood of peoples, its damning omission was that there was not a word of the international role of the German working class, i.e. how it was to challenge Herr Bismarck's international policy of conspiracy. Running through the whole of Marx's critique is the suspicion that the Gotha program tends, not to revolution, but to reformist accommodation with the German Empire, a state which is no more than a military despotism and a police state, bureaucratically carpentered, embellished with parliamentary forms and disguised by an admixture of feudalism, although already under the influence of the bourgeoisie. 32. However, the critique of the Gotha program is not simply directed against the Lassaline elements of German social democratic ideology, but equally against the vulgar democratic tendencies that the new party inherited from the SDAP. Perhaps the most crucial of all Marx's critical remarks, therefore, are that there is nothing in its political demands beyond the old and generally familiar democratic litany: universal suffrage, direct legislation, popular justice, a people's army, etc., and that it does not ask what transformation the state will undergo in the transition period between capitalist and communist society, when the state can only take the form of a revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. 33. This is the best known instance of Marx's use of the phrase dictatorship of the proletariat, but this key concept, which has always marked the division between revolutionaries and reformists. 34 recurs at several places in Marx's political writings. In the Class Struggles in France, written in 1850, Marx had lauded the Blanquists of 1848 for raising the slogan "Dictatorship of the Working Class." 35 In his letter to Wedemeyer of March 5, 1852, Marx claimed as one of his chief discoveries that the class struggle necessarily leads to the dictatorship of the proletariat. 36 Referring to the Paris Commune in his speech on the 7th anniversary of the International, Marx spoke of the need for a proletarian dictature. 37 in the original English, and in his article on political indifferentism of 1873 he referred again to the workers' revolutionary dictatorship. 38 What is important, as always, is not the words used but the concept involved. For Marx, the proletarian dictatorship means simply the unrestrained political power of the working class, expressed through whatever political forms it may need to suppress the opposition of the former ruling classes and to expropriate the owners of capital. Marx himself saw the commune as the prototype of this political form, although the commune model may not be applicable in all cases. It was to insist that, in general, the working class must replace the bourgeois state by its own form of political power, that Marx used the term dictatorship of the proletariat. Marx and Engels came near to breaking with their German comrades over the Gotha program, but held back from this ultimate step. When their threat to publish a short statement dissociating ourselves from the said program of principles and stating that we have had nothing to do with it 39 was ignored, they backed down and collaborated after all with the new party. However, in 1879 they had further occasion to return to the attack, as the reformist tendency of the Gotha program invaded the Social Democratic Party's practice when Bismarck introduced the anti-socialist law. This move to repress the party was induced by its growing strength and electoral support. It had polled almost 500,000 votes in the 1878 elections, and Bismarck found a pretext in 2 attempts by anarchists on the life of the emperor. The crisis highlighted the predominant reformist orientation of the party. When a minor state of siege was declared in Berlin, as a preliminary to the deportation from the capital of dozens of socialist leaders, Liebknecht declared in the Reichstag that the SAPD was a party of reform, was opposed to revolution-mongering, and would obey the anti-socialist law. The SAPD parliamentary group began to follow a policy of conciliation, even giving opportunist support to Bismarck's protectionist tariff policy, and Marx declared, "They are already so far affected by parliamentary idiotism that they think they are above criticism." 40. When the party leadership grudgingly accepted the need for a party organ to be published abroad and smuggled into Germany, the 3 comrades it appointed to produce this in Switzerland, who included Bernstein 41 came out instead with a yearbook for social science and social policy which commenced with a criticism of the party's record from a bourgeois democratic position, attacking it not, as Marx had done, for its reformism, but for its one-sided class character. 42. In their circular letter to the SAPD leadership written in response to this, Marx and Engels reiterated their basic theses on the class struggle as laid down in the manifesto 30 years earlier. They stressed more clearly, however, in the light of the experience of the German party, the danger of the Workers' Party becoming contaminated by bourgeois ideology. Marx accepts, as always, that people from the hitherto ruling class will join the struggling proletariat and supply it with educative elements, but he insists that when such people from other classes join the proletarian party the first requirement is that they do not bring any remnants of bourgeois, petty bourgeois etc. prejudices with them, but that they adopt the proletarian outlook without prevarication. 43 Marx ascribes the party's errors to the presence in its ranks of bourgeois ideologists, and implies that alien elements may have to be purged from the party in order to keep it to its revolutionary course. In a letter written some 2 years earlier he had also made it clear that it is not merely from those of bourgeois social origin that this danger comes, the workers themselves, when they give up work and become professional literary men, always breed theoretical mischief and are always ready to join muddleheads from the allegedly learned caste. 44. However, lacking a structural explanation of working-class reformism, Marx and Engels continued to see this simply as the product of external bourgeois influence, and to believe that these false ideas could be rectified by ideological struggle within a united party, at most by excluding a few bourgeois intellectuals. In the last analysis, they did not believe that reformism could take serious and systematic root in the working class. Poland and Russia. A constant element in Marx and Engels's politics, from 1846 through to the 1880s, was support for Polish national liberation. This was neither a merely sentimental solidarity nor an absolute general principle, but held an important place in their conception of the proletarian revolution, as this developed in the context of specific relations of international politics. As these relations changed, and Marx and Engels had to recommend new tactics to the proletarian movement, the significance they gave the Polish struggle shifted, but its overall importance remained. As discussed in the introduction to the Revolutions of 1848, the cardinal plank of Marx and Engels's foreign policy in 1848 was war with Russia, including the restoration of Poland. 45 In the 1870s and after, however, the unification of Germany and the development of capitalism in Eastern Europe substantially altered the terms of the Polish question. In the mid-1860s, Marx and Engels still held to their line of 1848. In 1863 Marx argued that without an independent Poland there can be no independent and united Germany. 46 But this thesis was soon to be disproved in practice. Engels's articles of 1866 recapitulate those of 1849, including the differentiation between the great historic nations and the minor nationalities, only directed against the Proudhonists instead of against Bakunin. However, there is already the hint of change to come, when Engels refers to the contingency that the working classes of Russia form a political program. 47 Previously Marx and Engels had seen Russia purely as a monolithic barbarian presence in Europe. But after the emancipation of the serfs in 1861, the beginnings of capitalism and the development of the radical democratic opposition represented at this time above all by Chernyshevsky 48 whom Marx greatly admired, they took an ever greater interest in Russian developments. Both learned the Russian language, and Marx spent a great part of his energies in the last decade of his life on Russian studies. In the 1870s the Tsarist regime, as reactionary as ever at home, could no longer arbitrate Central European affairs as it had done in the past. Above all, it was the establishment of the German Reich that had changed things, but also of increasing importance was the intensification of contradictions within Russia. As early as 1875 Engels could write, if too optimistically, Russia undoubtedly is on the eve of a revolution. 49 in which he saw the main force in overthrowing feudalism and absolutism as the peasantry. In 1882, a year after the assassination of Alexander II, Marx and Engels explicitly contrasted the contemporary state of affairs with that of 1848. During the Revolution of 1848-9, the Tsar was proclaimed the chief of European reaction. Today he is a prisoner of war of the revolution in Gachina, and Russia forms the vanguard of revolutionary action in Europe. 50. By the 1870s, then, the Polish struggle was no longer necessarily linked with the German Revolution, as it had been in the past. Marx and Engels, as representatives of the International Workers' Party, continued to support the Poles, but the reasons that they adduced for this support gradually changed. In this period of transition, 3 out of 4 points that appear in Marx's and Engels's speeches of 1875 are of dubious validity. Marx now presents, as the main reason for the sympathy felt by the working class for Poland, the participation of Poles in an essentially individual way as cosmopolitan soldiers of the revolution. Whatever the sympathy this evokes, it is highly uncharacteristic of Marx to argue a case like this, in no way based on an objective assessment of the Polish struggle. Seemingly more substantial is the argument that as long as the independent life of a nation is suppressed by a foreign conqueror, it inevitably directs all its strength, all its efforts and all its energy against the external enemy. 51 And that therefore the social revolution in Poland can only proceed when the national question has been settled. But however correct the principle behind this, the assumption is still made, as in 1848, that unlike the other oppressed nationalities of Eastern Europe, Poland belonged to a privileged category of great historic nations, an assumption which history has proved false. Indeed, Polish nationalism was sufficiently weak among the industrial proletariat that developed in the cities of Russian Poland towards the end of the century that the Workers' Party founded by Rosa Luxemburg could reject the national question entirely and challenge the nationalism it considered petty bourgeois by styling itself the Social Democratic Party of the Kingdom of Poland and Lithuania, the official title of Russian Poland. The particular geographic, military, and historical position of Poland, so important in the 1848 period and after, is now relegated to merely another reason. But even the weight that Marx gives this, as the cement which holds together the three great military despots, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, is less than convincing. The previous significance given to the partition of Poland was precisely its role in keeping Germany weak and divided, with a restored Poland being needed as a bastion between Germany and Russia. 52 But after the foundation of the German Reich, there was no essential reason why the partition of Poland necessarily held the three partitioners together. Indeed, Marx had already predicted in 1870 that the very circumstances in which the Reich was founded were pregnant with a war between Germany and Russia. 53. But besides these less cogent justifications of their support for Poland, which should perhaps be seen as residues from a previous position, the genuine new objective significance of the Polish struggle in the 1870s and after is also present. Just as Polish liberation in 1848 was a vital interest of the German Revolution, so in this later period it was a vital interest, for very different reasons, of the Russian Revolution. Engels noted in his 1875 speech that, in 1863, Russian chauvinism poured over Poland once the preservation of Russian rule in Poland was at stake. 54 Polish liberation would therefore now more than anything weaken the Tsarist Empire. It was for this reason that Lenin was to take issue with Rosa Luxemburg on the national question, and uphold the right of self-determination for all national groups, a position that acquired a greater significance in the era of 20th-century imperialism. The Bolshevik national policy towards Poland and other nationalities oppressed by Tsarism contributed in no small way to the victory of the Socialist Revolution of 1917. 55. When Marx and Engels recognized in 1882 that Russia forms the vanguard of revolutionary action in Europe, the form of the Russian Revolution was already a point of debate among Russian revolutionaries, as it was to be for a long time ahead. In 1874 Engels took issue with the petty bourgeois writer Tikashev, who derived his views on Russian exceptionalism from Bakunin, and believed that Russia could step over capitalism and build a socialist society on the basis of the peasant commune, the Obshchina. Engels stressed that capitalist development was well underway in Russia and was already undermining this collective form of property. It was to be the position of the Russian Marxists, in particular of Plekhanov's Emancipation of Labor group founded in 1881, that Russia would have to go through a similar process of capitalist development as had Western Europe, before it could make the transition to socialism. They were to be proved at least partly right, but in Marx's last years, neither he nor Engels saw this question as already closed. Engels wrote in 1875, "The possibility undeniably exists of raising this form of society Russian communal ownership to a higher one, if among other factors, before the complete break-up of communal ownership, a proletarian revolution is successfully carried out in Western Europe, creating for the Russian peasant, the material conditions which he needs, if only to carry through the revolution necessarily connected therewith of his whole agricultural system." 56. In a manuscript of 1881-57 Marx investigated this possibility in great detail, and finally he and Engels set down their view in the preface to the 1882 Russian edition of the Communist Manifesto. If the Russian Revolution becomes the signal for a proletarian revolution in the West, so that the two complement each other, the present Russian common ownership of land may serve as the starting point for communist development. 58. The elaboration of his position towards Russia was to be the final milestone in Marx's political development. The last decade of his life had been one of incessant illness, and on March 14, 1883 Marx died at his home in Hampstead. Conclusion. In his speech at Marx's funeral, Engels said that Marx was before all else a revolutionist. 59 Marx's political work, backed up by his critique of bourgeois economics, was devoted to the liberation of the proletariat, the working class of capitalist society. The great service that Marx had performed was rapidly demonstrated after his death, as mass working class parties arose across the capitalist world, following Marx in their aim to take over the state and transform the economic system in a socialist direction. But their fatal weakness was shown in 1914, when the parties of the Second International, with very few exceptions, reneged on their commitment to proletarian internationalism and followed their respective governments into the First World War. If this can be traced to a flaw in Marx's own thinking, it would be his inadequate appreciation of capitalism's international dimension. Marx was certainly aware that capitalism, from its very origins, involved the exploitation of some countries by others, and he described in Capital the role of colonialism in primitive accumulation. 60 Where Marx was wrong was in holding that despite this exploitation, and even through it, metropolitan capitalism would develop the productive forces of the colonies and satellites essentially as it had done in the West European heartlands, and that socialism would have to spread from metropolis to colony in the wake of capitalism. 61 In fact, capitalist imperialism radically differentiated the historical trajectories of metropolis and colony, keeping the lands of the Third World as underdeveloped suppliers of raw materials and cheap labor from which the whole population of the advanced countries could benefit, including their working classes. In this context, the first successful proletarian revolution took place in Russia, on the fringe of European capitalism, and the direction of the process this set in motion was eastward to Asia rather than back to the heartlands of the West. Marx believed that a mass workers' party would necessarily become increasingly conscious of its long-term interest and follow a revolutionary course. In the context of the advanced capitalist countries, however, this meant greatly underestimating a reformism fueled by the privileges derived from imperialism. On this basis, the ruling classes in Europe and North America were able to concede demands for universal suffrage and a welfare state, and steadily integrate the working class into a consumer society. Remaining references in these parties' programs to Marx or even socialism were eventually dropped altogether. If Marx's ideas seemed for many decades to have triumphed in Russia and China, this was due to the distinctive development of Marx's politics that Lenin had undertaken in the Russian context. Lenin held that the proletarian party should be a much more unified and disciplined body, confined to those prepared to work both legally and illegally along an agreed tactical line. This was certainly the precondition for the success of the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, which opened a new phase of Marxism-Leninism. Yet in the harsh conditions of civil war and foreign intervention, the proclaimed dictatorship of the proletariat fell too easily into the dictatorship of a party, of its leadership, and even of an individual. Despite raising Russia to an industrial power with high standards of health and education, and despite the immense achievement of defeating European fascism, the Soviet Union degenerated into an unwieldy bureaucracy running an inefficient economy. And while China sought to escape this dynamic with the Cultural Revolution of the 1960s, after Mao's death the communist leaders opted for a capitalist road of development as their preferred form of modernization. When this edition of Marx's political writings was first published in the 1970s, it was tempting to succumb to surface appearance. For all their failings, governments from Prague to Hanoi still claimed to be Marxist, as did the mass workers' parties of France and Italy, revolutionary movements across Latin America, and a number of newly independent African states. 20 years later, this illusion had been fatally punctured, with the collapse of the Soviet Union, the wave of neoliberal globalization, and the brutal reassertion of United States hegemony. Reissuing these volumes in 2010, however, the resurgent interest in Marxism is readily understandable. The world economy is experiencing a crisis unprecedented since the 1930s, making a mockery of the claim that capitalism can provide a decent life for all. Still more seriously, capitalist patterns of production threaten a planetary disaster triggered by global warming. Though working-class politics has still to recover from the setbacks of the late 20th century, the transformation required to set the world on a sustainable course is increasingly urgent. For all the progress of the last 100 years, the situation today has similarities to the alternative that Rosa Luxemburg posed in the First World War between socialism and barbarism. It is all too clear that the ecological crisis cannot be solved from the side of capital, only a movement from the side of labor can undertake the changes needed. If the first shoots of this movement are visible here and there, its precise form is still impossible to foresee, and will no doubt vary from one region of the world to another. But the reformist path of social democracy seems inadequate to the task in hand, and the Leninist path too narrowly based. We rather need what Marx in the Communist Manifesto called a self-conscious, independent movement of the immense majority, in the interest of the immense majority 62 today as an imperative of human survival. And however unprecedented the task we confront, Marx's political writings will remain a lasting point of reference. Asterisk. Besides certain texts that Marx and Engels co-authored, a few articles written by Engels alone have been included in this volume where these are necessary to the understanding of Marx's own politics. Although Engels's positions sometimes diverged slightly from Marx's, the two did operate a very close division of labor from 1846 through to Marx's death, in which Marx generally left Engels the fields of international politics and military affairs. Not only did Marx and Engels invariably consult together before publishing any significant political statement, but Engels often wrote pieces at Marx's express request. Although Engels's individual work, these are nevertheless an essential dimension of Marx and Engels's joint political practice. In the introduction and notes to this volume, Marx is sometimes used for Marx and Engels in this sense, and when Marx alone is involved and it is necessary to avoid ambiguity, this is made explicit. All texts written by Marx and Engels in German and French have been newly translated for this edition. David Fernbach. 1973 and 2010. Documents of the First International, 1864-70. Inaugural Address of the International Working Men's Association 1. Fellow working men. It is a great fact that the misery of the working masses has not diminished from 1848 to 1864, and yet this period is unrivaled for the development of its industry and the growth of its commerce. In 1850, a moderate organ of the British middle class, of more than average information, predicted that if the exports and imports of England were to rise 50%, English pauperism would sink to zero. Alas! On April 7, 18642, the Chancellor of the Exchequer delighted his parliamentary audience by the statement that the total import and export trade of England had grown in 1863 to £443,955,000, that astonishing sum about 3 times the trade of the comparatively recent epoch of 1843. With all that, he was eloquent upon poverty. Think, he exclaimed, of those who are on the border of that region, upon wages, not increased, upon human life, in 9 cases out of 10 but a struggle of existence. He did not speak of the people of Ireland, gradually replaced by machinery in the north, and by sheep walks in the south, though even the sheep in that unhappy country are decreasing, it is true, not at so rapid a rate as the men. He did not repeat what then had been just betrayed by the highest representatives of the upper 10,000 in a sudden fit of terror. When the Garot III panic had reached a certain height, the House of Lords caused an inquiry to be made into, and a report to be published upon, transportation and penal servitude. Out came the murder in the bulky Blue Book of 1863, and proved it was, by official facts and figures, that the worst of the convicted criminals, the penal serfs of England and Scotland, toiled much less and fared far better than the agricultural labourers of England and Scotland. But this was not all. When, consequent upon the Civil War in America, the operatives of Lancashire and Cheshire were thrown upon the streets, the same House of Lords sent to the manufacturing districts a physician commissioned to investigate into the smallest possible amount of carbon and nitrogen, to be administered in the cheapest and plainest form, which on an average might just suffice to avert starvation diseases. Dr. Smith, the medical deputy, ascertained that 28,000 grains of carbon and 1,330 grains of nitrogen were the weekly allowance that would keep an average adult just over the level of starvation diseases, and he found furthermore that quantity pretty nearly to agree with the scanty nourishment to which the pressure of extreme distress had actually reduced the cotton operatives. 4 But now mark. The same learned doctor was later on again deputed by the medical officer of the Privy Council to inquire into the nourishment of the poorer labouring classes. The results of his researches are embodied in the 6th Report on Public Health, published by Order of Parliament in the course of the present year. What did the doctor discover? That the silk weavers, the needle women, the kid glovers, the stocking weavers, and so forth, received, on an average, not even the distress pittance of the cotton operatives, not even the amount of carbon and nitrogen just sufficient to avert starvation diseases. Moreover, we quote from the report. As regards the examined families of the agricultural population, it appeared that more than a fifth were with less than the estimated sufficiency of carbonaceous food, that more than one-third were with less than the estimated sufficiency of nitrogenous food, and that in 3 counties, Berkshire, Oxfordshire, and Somersetshire, insufficiency of nitrogenous food was the average local diet. It must be remembered, adds the official report, that privation of food is very reluctantly borne, and that, as a rule, great poorness of diet will only come when other privations have preceded it. Even cleanliness will have been found costly or difficult, and if there still be self-respectful endeavours to maintain it, every such endeavour will represent additional pangs of hunger. These are painful reflections, especially when it is remembered that the poverty to which they advert is not the deserved poverty of idleness, in all cases it is the poverty of working populations. Indeed, the work which obtains the scanty pittance of food is for the most part excessively prolonged. The report brings out the strange, and rather unexpected fact, that of the divisions of the United Kingdom, England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland, the agricultural population of England, the richest division, is considerably the worst fed, but that even the agricultural labourers of Berkshire, Oxfordshire, and Somersetshire, fare better than great numbers of skilled indoor operatives of the east of London. Such are the official statements published by Order of Parliament in 1864, during the millennium of free trade, at a time when the Chancellor of the Exchequer told the House of Commons that, the average condition of the British labourer has improved in a degree we know to be extraordinary and unexampled in the history of any country or any age. Upon these official congratulations jars the dry remark of the official public health report: the public health of a country means the health of its masses, and the masses will scarcely be healthy unless, to their very base, they be at least moderately prosperous. Dazzled by the progress of the nation, statistics dancing before his eyes, the Chancellor of the Exchequer exclaims in wild ecstasy, from 1842 to 1852 the taxable income of the country increased by 6%, in the 8 years from 1853 to 1861, it has increased from the basis taken in 1853 20%. The fact is so astonishing to be almost incredible. This intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power, adds Mr. Gladstone, is entirely confined to classes of property. 6. If you want to know under what conditions of broken health, tainted morals, and mental ruin, that intoxicating augmentation of wealth and power entirely confined to classes of property was, and is being, produced by the classes of labour, look to the picture hung up in the last public health report of the workshops of tailors, printers, and dressmakers. Compare the report of the Children's Employment Commission of 1863, where it is stated, for instance, that the potters as a class, both men and women, represent a much degenerated population, both physically and mentally. The unhealthy child is an unhealthy parent in his turn. A progressive deterioration of the race must go on. The degenerescence of the population of Staffordshire would be even greater were it not for the constant recruiting from the adjacent country, and the intermarriages with more healthy races. Glance at Mr. Tremenhare's Blue Book on the grievances complained of by the journeyman bakers, 7, and who has not shuddered at the paradoxical statement made by the inspectors of factories, and illustrated by the Registrar General, that the Lancashire operatives, while put upon the distress pittance of food, were actually improving in health because of their temporary exclusion by the cotton famine from the cotton factory, and that the mortality of the children was decreasing, because their mothers were now at last allowed to give them, instead of Godfrey's cordial, their own breasts. 8. Again reverse the medal. The income and property tax returns laid before the House of Commons on July 20, 1864 teach us that the persons with yearly incomes valued by the tax gatherer at £50,000 and upwards, had, from April 5, 1862 to April 5, 1863, been joined by 101, their number having increased in that single year from 67 to 80. The same returns disclose the fact that about 3,000 persons divide amongst themselves a yearly income of about £25 million, rather more than the total revenue doled out annually to the whole mass of the agricultural labourers of England and Wales. Open the census of 1861, and you will find that the number of the male landed proprietors of England and Wales had decreased from 16,934 in 1851 to 15,066 in 1861, so that the concentration of land had grown in 10 years 11%. If the concentration of the soil of the country in a few hands proceeds at the same rate, the land question will become singularly simplified, as it had become in the Roman Empire, when Nero grinned at the discovery that half the province of Africa was owned by 6 gentlemen. We have dwelt so long upon these facts so astonishing to be almost incredible, because England heads the Europe of commerce and industry. 9. It will be remembered that some months ago one of the refugee sons of Louis Philippe publicly congratulated the English agricultural labourer on the superiority of his lot over that of his less florid comrade on the other side of the Channel. Indeed, with local colours changed, and on a scale somewhat contracted, the English facts reproduce themselves in all the industrious and progressive countries of the continent. In all of them there has taken place, since 1848, an unheard of development of industry, and an undreamed of expansion of imports and exports. In all of them the augmentation of wealth and power entirely confined to classes of property was truly intoxicating. In all of them, as in England, a minority of the working classes got their real wages somewhat advanced, while in most cases the monetary rise of wages denoted no more a real access of comforts than the inmate of the metropolitan poorhouse or orphan asylum, for instance, was in the least benefited by his first necessaries costing £9.15. 8d in 1861 against £7.7. 40 in 1852. Everywhere the great mass of the working classes were sinking down to a lower depth, at the same rate, at least, that those above them were rising in the social scale. In all countries of Europe it has now become a truth demonstrable to every unprejudiced mind, and only denied by those whose interest it is to hedge other people in a fool's paradise, that no improvement of machinery, no appliance of science to production, no contrivances of communication, no new colonies, no emigration, no opening of markets, no free trade, nor all these things put together, will do away with the miseries of the industrious masses, but that, on the present false base, every fresh development of the productive powers of labor must tend to deepen social contrasts and point social antagonisms. Death of starvation rose almost to the rank of an institution, during this intoxicating epoch of economical progress, in the metropolis of the British Empire. That epoch is marked in the annals of the world by the quickened return, the widening compass, and the deadlier effects of the social pest called a commercial and industrial crisis. After the failure of the revolutions of 1848, all party organizations and party journals of the working classes were, on the continent, crushed by the iron hand of force. The most advanced sons of labor fled in despair to the transatlantic republic, and the short-lived dreams of emancipation vanished before an epoch of industrial fever, moral marasmus, and political reaction. The defeat of the continental working classes, partly owed to the diplomacy of the English government, acting then as now in fraternal solidarity with the Cabinet of St. Petersburg, soon spread its contagious effects on this side of the Channel. While the rout of their continental brethren unmanned the English working classes, and broke their faith in their own cause, it restored to the landlord and the money lord their somewhat shaken confidence. They insolently withdrew concessions already advertised. The discoveries of new goldlands led to an immense exodus, leaving an irreparable void in the ranks of the British proletariat. Others of its formerly active members were caught by the temporary bribe of greater work and wages, and turned into political blacks. All the efforts made at keeping up, or remodeling, the Chartist movement, failed signally. The press organs of the working class died one by one of the apathy of the masses, and, in point of fact, never before seemed the English working class so thoroughly reconciled to a state of political nullity. If, then, there had been no solidarity of action between the British and the continental working classes, there was, at all events, a solidarity of defeat. And yet the period passed since the revolutions of 1848 has not been without its compensating features. We shall here only point to two great facts. After a 30 years' struggle, fought with most admirable perseverance, the English working classes, improving a momentaneous split between the landlords and money lords, succeeded in carrying the 10 Hours Bill. 10 The immense physical, moral, and intellectual benefits hence accruing to the factory operatives, half-yearly chronicled in the reports of the inspectors of factories, are now acknowledged on all sides. Most of the continental governments had to accept the English Factory Act in more or less modified forms, and the English Parliament itself is every year compelled to enlarge its sphere of action. But besides its practical import, there was something else to exalt the marvellous success of this working men's measure. Through their most notorious organs of science, such as Dr. Ure, Professor Senior 11 and other sages of that stamp, the middle class had predicted, and to their heart's content proved, that any legal restriction of the hours of labour must sound the death knell of British industry, which vampire-like, could but live by sucking blood, and children's blood, too. In olden times, child murder was a mysterious rite of the religion of Moloch, but it was practiced on some very solemn occasions only, once a year perhaps, and then Moloch had no exclusive bias for the children of the poor. This struggle about the legal restriction of the hours of labor raged the more fiercely since, apart from frightened avarice, it told indeed upon the great contest between the blind rule of the supply and demand laws which form the political economy of the middle class, and social production controlled by social foresight, which forms the political economy of the working class. Hence the 10 Hours Bill was not only a great practical success, it was the victory of a principle. It was the first time that in broad daylight the political economy of the middle class succumbed to the political economy of the working class. But there was in store a still greater victory of the political economy of labor over the political economy of property. We speak of the cooperative movement, especially the cooperative factories raised by the unassisted efforts of a few bold hands. The value of these great social experiments cannot be overrated. By deed, instead of by argument, they have shown that production on a large scale, and in accord with the behests of modern science, may be carried on without the existence of a class of masters employing a class of hands, that to bear fruit, the means of labor need not be monopolized as a means of dominion over, and of extortion against, the laboring man himself, and that, like slave labor, like serf labor, hired labor is but a transitory and inferior form, destined to disappear before associated labor plying its toil with a willing hand, a ready mind, and a joyous heart. In England, the seeds of the cooperative system were sown by Robert Owen. The working men's experiments, tried on the continent, were, in fact, the practical upshot of the theories, not invented, but loudly proclaimed, in 1848. At the same time, the experience of the period from 1848 to 1864 has proved beyond doubt that, however excellent in principle, and however useful in practice, cooperative labor, if kept within the narrow circle of the casual efforts of private workmen, will never be able to arrest the growth in geometrical progression of monopoly, to free the masses, nor even to perceptibly lighten the burden of their miseries. It is perhaps for this very reason that plausible noblemen, philanthropic middle-class spooters, and even keen political economists, have all at once turned nauseously complimentary to the very cooperative labor system they had vainly tried to nip in the bud by deriding it as the utopia of the dreamer, or stigmatizing it as the sacrilege of the socialist. To save the industrious masses, cooperative labor ought to be developed to national dimensions, and, consequently, to be fostered by national means. Yet the lords of land and the lords of capital will always use their political privileges for the defense and perpetuation of their economical monopolies. So far from promoting, they will continue to lay every possible impediment in the way of the emancipation of labor. Remember the sneer with which, last session, Lord Palmerston put down the advocates of the Irish Tenants' Right Bill. "The House of Commons," cried he, "is a house of landed proprietors." 13. To conquer political power has therefore become the great duty of the working classes. They seem to have comprehended this, for in England, Germany, Italy, and France there have taken place simultaneous revivals, and simultaneous efforts are being made at the political reorganization of the Working Men's Party. One element of success: they possess numbers, but numbers weigh only in the balance, if united by combination and led by knowledge. Past experience has shown how disregard of that bond of brotherhood which ought to exist between the workmen of different countries, and incite them to stand firmly by each other in all their struggles for emancipation, will be chastised by the common discomfiture of their incoherent efforts. This thought prompted the working men of different countries assembled on September 28, 1864, in public meeting at St. Martin's Hall, to found the International Association. Another conviction swayed that meeting. If the emancipation of the working classes requires their fraternal concurrence, how are they to fulfill that great mission with a foreign policy in pursuit of criminal designs, playing upon national prejudices, and squandering in piratical wars the people's blood and treasure? It was not the wisdom of the ruling classes, but the heroic resistance to their criminal folly by the working classes of England, that saved the west of Europe from plunging headlong into an infamous crusade for the perpetuation and propagation of slavery on the other side of the Atlantic. The shameless approval, mock sympathy, or idiotic indifference, with which the upper classes of Europe have witnessed the mountain fortress of the Caucasus falling a prey to, and heroic Poland being assassinated by Russia. 14. The immense and unresisted encroachments of that barbarous power, whose head is at St. Petersburg, and whose hands are in every cabinet of Europe, have taught the working classes the duty to master themselves the mysteries of international politics, to watch the diplomatic acts of their respective governments, to counteract them, if necessary, by all means in their power, when unable to prevent, to combine in simultaneous denunciations, and to vindicate the simple laws of morals and justice, which ought to govern the relations of private individuals, as the rules paramount of the intercourse of nations. The fight for such a foreign policy forms part of the general struggle for the emancipation of the working classes. Proletarians of all countries, unite! Provisional RULES 15. Considering that the emancipation of the working classes must be conquered by the working classes themselves, that the struggle for the emancipation of the working classes means not a struggle for class privileges and monopolies, but for equal rights and duties, and the abolition of all class rule. That the economical subjection of the man of labor to the monopolizer of the means of labor, that is, the sources of life, lies at the bottom of servitude in all its forms, of all social misery, mental degradation, and political dependence. That the economical emancipation of the working classes is therefore the great end to which every political movement ought to be subordinate as a means. That all efforts aiming at that great end have hitherto failed from the want of solidarity between the manifold divisions of labor in each country, and from the absence of a fraternal bond of union between the working classes of different countries. That the emancipation of labor is neither a local nor a national, but a social problem, embracing all countries in which modern society exists, and depending for its solution on the concurrence, practical and theoretical, of the most advanced countries. That the present revival of the working classes in the most industrious countries of Europe, while it raises a new hope, gives solemn warning against a relapse into the old errors and calls for the immediate combination of the still disconnected movements. For these reasons, the undersigned members of the committee, holding its powers by resolution of the public meeting held on September 28, 1864, at St. Martin's Hall, London, have taken the steps necessary for founding the Working Men's International Association. They declare that this international association and all societies and individuals adhering to it, will acknowledge truth, justice, and morality, as the basis of their conduct towards each other, and towards all men, without regard to color, creed, or nationality. They hold it the duty of a man to claim the rights of a man and a citizen, not only for himself, but for every man who does his duty. No rights without duties, no duties without rights. And in this spirit they have drawn up the following provisional rules of the International Association. 1. This association is established to afford a central medium of communication and cooperation between working men's societies existing in different countries, and aiming at the same end, viz., the protection, advancement, and complete emancipation of the working classes. 2. The name of the society shall be, the Working Men's International Association. 3. In 1865 there shall meet in Belgium a General Working Men's Congress 16 consisting of representatives of such working men's societies as may have joined the International Association. The Congress will have to proclaim before Europe the common aspirations of the working classes, decide on the definitive rules of the International Association, consider the means required for its successful working, and appoint the Central Council 17 of the Association. The General Congress is to meet once a year. 4. The Central Council shall sit in London, and consist of working men belonging to the different countries represented in the International Association. It shall from its own members elect the officers necessary for the transaction of business, such as a president, a treasurer, a general secretary, corresponding secretaries for the different countries, etc. 5. On its annual meetings, the General Congress shall receive a public account of the annual transactions of the Central Council. The Central Council, yearly appointed by the Congress, shall have power to add to the number of its members. In cases of urgency, it may convoke the General Congress before the regular yearly term. 6. The Central Council shall form an international agency between the different cooperating associations, so that the working men in one country be constantly informed of the movements of their class in every other country, that an inquiry into the social state of the different countries of Europe be made simultaneously, and under a common direction, that the questions of general interest mooted in one society be ventilated by all, and that when immediate practical steps should be needed, as, for instance, in case of international quarrels, the action of the associated societies be simultaneous and uniform. Whenever it seems opportune, the Central Council shall take the initiative of proposals to be laid before the different national or local societies. 7. Since the success of the working men's movement in each country cannot be secured but by the power of union and combination, while, on the other hand, the usefulness of the International Central Council must greatly depend on the circumstance whether it has to deal with a few national centers of working men's associations, or with a great number of small and disconnected local societies, the members of the International Association shall use their utmost efforts to combine the disconnected working men's societies of their respective countries into national bodies, represented by central national organs. It is self-understood, however, that the appliance of this rule will depend upon the peculiar laws of each country, and that, apart from legal obstacles, no independent local society shall be precluded from directly corresponding with the London Central Council. 8. Until the meeting of the First Congress, the committee chosen on September 28, 1864 will act as a provisional Central Council, try to connect the different national working men's associations, enlist members in the United Kingdom, take the steps preparatory to the convocation of the General Congress, and discuss with the national and local societies the main questions to be laid before that Congress. 9. Each member of the International Association, on removing his domicile from one country to another, will receive the fraternal support of the associated working men. 10. While united in a perpetual bond of fraternal cooperation, the working men's societies, joining the International Association, will preserve their existent organizations intact. Instructions for delegates to the Geneva Congress 18. 1. Organization of the International Association. Upon the whole, the Provisional Central Council recommend the plan of organization as traced in the Provisional Statutes. 19. Its soundness and facilities of adaptation to different countries without prejudice to unity of action have been proved by 2 years' experience. For the next year we recommend London as the seat of the Central Council, the continental situation looking unfavourable for change. The members of the Central Council will of course be elected by Congress, 5 of the Provisional Statutes, with power to add to their number. The General Secretary to be chosen by Congress for 1 year and to be the only paid officer of the Association. We propose £2 for his weekly salary. The uniform annual contribution of each individual member of the association to be 1/2 penny, perhaps 1 penny. The cost price of cards of membership, carnets, to be charged extra. While calling upon the members of the association to form benefit societies and connect them by an international link, we leave the initiation of this question, établissement des sociétés de secours mutuels. Appui moral et matériel accord auxiliary orphelins de l'association, 20 to the Swiss who originally proposed it at the conference of September last. 21. 2. International combination of efforts, by the agency of the association, in the struggle between labor and capital. From a general point of view, this question embraces the whole activity of the international association which aims at combining and generalizing the till now disconnected efforts for emancipation by the working classes in different countries. B. To counteract the intrigues of capitalists always ready, in cases of strikes and lockouts, to misuse the foreign workman as a tool against the native workman, is one of the particular functions which our society has hitherto performed with success. It is one of the great purposes of the association to make the workmen of different countries not only feel but act as brethren and comrades in the army of emancipation. One great international combination of efforts which we suggest is a statistical inquiry into the situation of the working classes of all countries to be instituted by the working classes themselves. To act with any success, the materials to be acted upon must be known. By initiating so great a work, the workmen will prove their ability to take their own fate into their own hands. We propose therefore that in each locality, where branches of our association exist, the work be immediately commenced, and evidence collected on the different points specified in the subjoined scheme of inquiry. That the Congress invite all workmen of Europe and the United States of America to collaborate in gathering the elements of the statistics of the working class, that reports and evidence be forwarded to the Central Council. That the Central Council elaborate them into a general report, adding the evidence as an appendix. That this report together with its appendix be laid before the next annual Congress, and after having received its sanction, be printed at the expense of the association. General scheme of inquiry, which may of course be modified by each locality. 1. Industry, name of. 2. Age and sex of the employed. 3. Number of the employed. 4. Salaries and wages, a. Apprentices, b. Wages by the day or piece work, scale paid by middlemen. Weekly, yearly average. 5. A. Hours of work in factories. b. The hours of work with small employers and in home work, if the business be carried on in those different modes. c. Night work and day work. 6. Meal times and treatment. 7. Sort of workshop and work, overcrowding, defective ventilation, want of sunlight, use of gaslight, cleanliness, etc. 8. Nature of occupation. 9. Effect of employment upon the physical condition. 10. Moral condition. Education. 11. State of trade, whether season trade, or more or less uniformly distributed over year, whether greatly fluctuating, whether exposed to foreign competition, whether destined principally for home or foreign competition, etc. 3. Limitation of the working day. A preliminary condition, without which all further attempts at improvement and emancipation must prove abortive, is the limitation of the working day. It is needed to restore the health and physical energies of the working class, that is, the great body of every nation, as well as to secure them the possibility of intellectual development, sociable intercourse, social and political action. We propose 8 hours work as the legal limit of the working day. This limitation being generally claimed by the workmen of the United States of America. 22. The vote of the Congress will raise it to the common platform of the working classes all over the world. For the information of continental members, whose experience of factory law is comparatively short-dated, we add that all legal restrictions will fail and be broken through by capital if the period of the day during which the 8 working hours must be taken, be not fixed. The length of that period ought to be determined by the 8 working hours and the additional pauses for meals. For instance, if the different interruptions for meals amount to 1 hour, the legal period of the day ought to embrace 9 hours, say from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m., or from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., etc. Night work to be but exceptionally permitted, in trades or branches of trades specified by law. The tendency must be to suppress all night work. This paragraph refers only to adult persons, male or female, the latter, however, to be rigorously excluded from all night work whatever, and all sort of work hurtful to the delicacy of the sex, or exposing their bodies to poisonous and otherwise deleterious agencies. By adult persons we understand all persons having reached or passed the age of 18 years. For juvenile and children's labor, both sexes. We consider the tendency of modern industry to make children and juvenile persons of both sexes cooperate in the great work of social production, as a progressive, sound, and legitimate tendency, although under capital it was distorted into an abomination. In a rational state of society every child whatever, from the age of 9 years, ought to become a productive laborer in the same way that no able-bodied adult person ought to be exempted from the general law of nature, viz., to work in order to be able to eat, and work not only with the brain but with the hands too. However, for the present, we have only to deal with the children and young persons of both sexes belonging to the working people. They ought to be divided 23 into 3 classes, to be treated differently, the first class to range from 9 to 12, the second, from 13 to 15 years, and the third, to comprise the ages of 16 and 17 years. We propose that the employment of the first class in any workshop or housework be legally restricted to 2, that of the second, to 4, and that of the third, to 6 hours. For the third class, there must be a break of at least 1 hour for meals or relaxation. It may be desirable to begin elementary school instruction before the age of 9 years, but we deal here only with the most indispensable antidotes against the tendencies of a social system which degrades the working man into a mere instrument for the accumulation of capital, and transforms parents by their necessities into slaveholders, sellers of their own children. The right of children and juvenile persons must be vindicated. They are unable to act for themselves. It is, therefore, the duty of society to act on their behalf. If the middle and higher classes neglect their duties toward their offspring, it is their own fault. Sharing the privileges of these classes, the child is condemned to suffer from their prejudices. The case of the working class stands quite different. The working man is no free agent. In too many cases, he is even too ignorant to understand the true interest of his child, or the normal conditions of human development. However, the more enlightened part of the working class fully understands that the future of its class, and, therefore, of mankind, altogether depends upon the formation of the rising working generation. They know that, before everything else, the children and juvenile workers must be saved from the crushing effects of the present system. This can only be effected by converting social reason into social force, and, under given circumstances, there exists no other method of doing so, than through general laws, enforced by the power of the state. In enforcing such laws, the working class do not fortify governmental power. On the contrary, they transform that power, now used against them, into their own agency. They effect by a general act what they would vainly attempt by a multitude of isolated individual efforts. Proceeding from this standpoint, we say that no parent and no employer ought to be allowed to use juvenile labor, except when combined with education. By education we understand 3 things. Firstly, mental education. Secondly, bodily education, such as is given in schools of gymnastics, and by military exercise. Thirdly, technological training, which imparts the general principles of all processes of production, and simultaneously initiates the child and young person in the practical use and handling of the elementary instruments of all trades. A gradual and progressive course of mental, gymnastic, and technological training ought to correspond to the classification of the juvenile laborers. The costs of the technological schools ought to be partly met by the sale of their products. The combination of paid productive labor, mental education, bodily exercise, and polytechnic training, will raise the working class far above the level of the higher and middle classes. It is self-understood that the employment of all persons from 9 and to 17 years, inclusively, in night work and all health-injuring trades must be strictly prohibited by law. 5. Cooperative labor. It is the business of the International Working Men's Association to combine and generalize the spontaneous movements of the working classes, but not to dictate or impose any doctrinary system whatever. The Congress should, therefore, proclaim no special system of cooperation, but limit itself to the enunciation of a few general principles. A. We acknowledge the cooperative movement as one of the transforming forces of the present society based upon class antagonism. Its great merit is to practically show that the present pauperizing and despotic system of the subordination of labor to capital can be superseded by the republican and beneficent system of the association of free and equal producers. B. Restricted, however, to the dwarfish forms into which individual wage slaves can elaborate it by their private efforts, the cooperative system will never transform capitalistic society. To convert social production into one large and harmonious system of free and cooperative labor, general social changes are wanted, changes of the general conditions of society, never to be realized save by the transfer of the organized forces of society, viz., the state power, from capitalists and landlords to the producers themselves. C. We recommend to the working men to embark in cooperative production rather than in cooperative stores. The latter touch but the surface of the present economical system, the former attacks its groundwork. D. We recommend to all cooperative societies to convert one part of their joint income into a fund for propagating their principles by example as well as by precept, in other words, by promoting the establishment of new cooperative fabrics, as well as by teaching and preaching. E. In order to prevent cooperative societies from degenerating into ordinary middle-class joint stock companies, sociétés par actions, all workmen employed, whether shareholders or not, ought to share alike. As a mere temporary expedient, we are willing to allow shareholders a low rate of interest. 6. Trade unions. Their past, present and future. A. Their past. Capital is concentrated social force, while the workman has only to dispose of his working force. The contract between capital and labor can therefore never be struck on equitable terms, equitable even in the sense of a society which places the ownership of the material means of life and labor on one side and the vital productive energies on the opposite side. The only social power of the workmen is their number. The force of numbers, however, is broken by disunion. The disunion of the workmen is created and perpetuated by their unavoidable competition amongst themselves. Trade unions originally sprang up from the spontaneous attempts of workmen at removing or at least checking that competition, in order to conquer such terms of contract as might raise them at least above the condition of mere slaves. The immediate object of trade unions was therefore confined to everyday necessities, to expediencies for the obstruction of the incessant encroachments of capital, in one word, to questions of wages and time of labor. This activity of the trade unions is not only legitimate, it is necessary. It cannot be dispensed with so long as the present system of production lasts. On the contrary, it must be generalized by the formation and the combination of trade unions throughout all countries. On the other hand, unconsciously to themselves, the trade unions were forming centers of organization of the working class, as the medieval municipalities and communes did for the middle class. If the trade unions are required for the guerrilla fights between capital and labor, they are still more important as organized agencies for superseding the very system of wage labor and capital rule. B. Their present. Too exclusively bent upon the local and immediate struggles with capital, the trade unions have not yet fully understood their power of acting against the system of wage slavery itself. They therefore kept too much aloof from general social and political movements. Of late, however, they seem to awaken to some sense of their great historical mission, as appears, for instance, from their participation, in England, in the recent political movement, from the enlarged views taken of their function in the United States, and from the following resolution passed at the recent Great Conference of Trade Union Delegates at Sheffield 24. That this conference, fully appreciating the efforts made by the International Association to unite in one common bond of brotherhood the working men of all countries, most earnestly recommend to the various societies here represented, the advisability of becoming affiliated to that body, believing that it is essential to the progress and prosperity of the entire working community. C. Their future. Apart from their original purposes, they must now learn to act deliberately as organizing centers of the working class in the broad interest of its complete emancipation. They must aid every social and political movement tending in that direction. Considering themselves and acting as the champions and representatives of the whole working class, they cannot fail to enlist the non-society men into their ranks. They must look carefully after the interests of the worst paid trades, such as the agricultural laborers, rendered powerless by exceptional circumstances. They must convince the world at large that their efforts, far from being narrow and selfish, aim at the emancipation of the downtrodden millions. 7. Direct and indirect taxation. A. No modification of the form of taxation can produce any important change in the relations of labor and capital. B. Nevertheless, having to choose between two systems of taxation, we recommend the total abolition of indirect taxes, and the general substitution of direct taxes. Because indirect taxes enhance the prices of commodities, the tradesmen adding to those prices not only the amount of the indirect taxes, but the interest and profit upon the capital advanced in their payment. Because indirect taxes conceal from an individual what he is paying to the state, whereas a direct tax is undisguised, unsophisticated, and not to be misunderstood by the meanest capacity. Direct taxation prompts therefore every individual to control the governing powers, while indirect taxation destroys all tendency to self-government. 8. International credit. Initiative to be left to the French. Point 25. 9. Polish question 26. A. Why do the workmen of Europe take up this question? In the first instance, because the middle-class writers and agitators conspire to suppress it, although they patronize all sorts of nationalities on the continent, and even Ireland. Whence this reticence? Because both aristocrats and bourgeois look upon the dark Asiatic power in the background as a last resource against the advancing tide of working-class ascendancy. That power can only be effectually put down by the restoration of Poland upon a democratic basis. B. In the present changed state of Central Europe, and especially Germany, it is more than ever necessary to have a democratic Poland. Without it, Germany will become the outwork of the Holy Alliance, with it, the cooperator with Republican France. Point 27. The working class movement will continuously be interrupted, checked, and retarded, until this great European question be set at rest. C. It is especially the duty of the German working class to take the initiative in this matter, because Germany is one of the partitioners of Poland. 10. Armies 28. A. The deleterious influence of large standing armies upon production has been sufficiently exposed at middle-class congresses of all denominations, at peace congresses, economical congresses, statistical congresses, philanthropical congresses, sociological congresses. We think it, therefore, quite superfluous to expatiate upon this point. B. We propose the general armament of the people and their general instruction in the use of arms. C. We accept as a transitory necessity small standing armies to form schools for the officers of the militia, every male citizen to serve for a very limited time in those armies. 11. Religious question 29. To be left to the initiative of the French. Report to the Brussels Congress 30. The year 1867-8 will mark an epoch in the history of the association. After a period of peaceable development, it has assumed dimensions powerful enough to provoke the bitter denunciations of the ruling classes and the hostile demonstrations of governments. It has entered upon the phases of strife. The French government took, of course, the lead in the reactionary proceedings against the working classes. Already last year we had to signalize some of its underhand maneuvers. It meddled with our correspondence, seized our statutes, rules and the Congress documents. After many fruitless steps to get them back, they were at last given up only under the official pressure of Lord Stanley, the English Minister of Foreign Affairs. 31. But the empire has this year thrown off the mask and tried to directly annihilate the International Association by coups de police and judiciary prosecution. Begot by the struggle of classes, of which the days of June 1848 are the grandest expression, it could not but assume alternately the attitudes of the official savior of the bourgeoisie and of the paternal protector of the proletariat. The growing power of the International having manifested itself in the strikes of Roubaix, Amiens, Paris, Geneva, etc., reduced our would-be patron to the necessity of turning our society to his own account or of destroying it. In the beginning he was ready enough to strike a bargain on very moderate terms. The manifesto of the Parisians read at the Congress of Geneva 32 having been seized at the French frontier, our Paris executive demanded of the Minister of the Interior the reasons of this seizure. Emruher then invited one of the members of the committee to an interview, in the course of which he declared himself ready to authorize the entry of the manifesto on the condition of some modifications being inserted. On the refusal of the delegate of the Paris executive, he added, "Still, if you would introduce some words of gratitude to the Emperor, who has done so much for the working classes, one might see what could be done." Emruher's, the sub-emperor's, insinuation was met by a blank rebuff. From that moment the imperial government looked out for a pretext to suppress the association. Its anger was heightened by the anti-chauvinist agitation on the part of our French members after the German War. 33 Soon after, when the Fenian panic had reached its climax, the General Council addressed to the English government a petition demanding the commutation of the sentence on the 3 victims of Manchester, and qualifying their hanging as an act of political revenge. 34 At the same time it held public meetings in London for the defence of the rights of Ireland. The Empire, always anxious to deserve the good graces of the British government, thought the moment propitious for laying hands upon the International. It caused nocturnal perquisitions to be made, eagerly rummaged the private correspondence, and announced with much noise that it had discovered the centre of the Fenian conspiracy, of which the International was denounced as one of the principal organs. All its laborious researches, however, ended in nothing. The public prosecutor himself threw down his brief in disgust. The attempt at converting the International Association into a secret society of conspirators having miserably broken down, the next best thing was to prosecute our Paris branch as a non-authorized society of more than 20 members. The French judges, trained by the imperialist 35 discipline, hastened, of course, to order the dissolution of the association and the imprisonment of its Paris executive. The tribunal had the naivete to declare in the preamble of its judgment that the existence of the French Empire was incompatible with a working men's association that dared to proclaim truth, justice, and morality as its leading principles. 36 The consequences of these prosecutions made themselves felt in the departments, where paltry vexations on the part of the prefects succeeded to the condemnations of Paris. This governmental chicanery, however, so far from annihilating the association, has given it a fresh impulse by forcing the empire to drop its patronizing airs to the working classes. In Belgium the International Association has made immense strides. The coal lords of the basin of Charleroi, having driven their miners to riots by incessant exactions, let loose upon those unarmed men the armed force which massacred many of them. 37 It was in the midst of the panic thus created that our Belgian branch took up the cause of the miners, disclosed their miserable economical condition, rushed to the rescue of the families of the dead and wounded, and procured legal counsel for the prisoners, who were finally all of them acquitted by the jury. After the affair of Charleroi the success of the International in Belgium was assured. The Belgian Minister of Justice, Jules Barra, denounced the International Association in the Chamber of Deputies and made of its existence the principal pretext for the renewal of the law against foreigners. He even dared to threaten he should prevent the Brussels Congress from being held. The Belgian government ought at last to understand that petty states have no longer any raison d'être in Europe except they be the asylums of liberty. In Italy, the progress of the association has been impeded by the reaction following close upon the ambuscade of Mentana. 38 One of the first consequences was the restriction put upon the right of association and public meeting. But the numerous letters which have come to our hands fully prove that the Italian working class is more and more asserting its individuality quite independently of the old parties. In Prussia, the International cannot exist legally, on account of a law which forbids all relations with foreign societies. Moreover, in regard to the General Union of the German Working Men 39, the Prussian government has imitated Bonapartism on a shabby scale. Always ready to fall foul of each other, the military governments are cheek by jowl when entering upon a crusade against their common enemy, the working classes. In spite, however, of all these petty tribulations, small groups spread over the whole surface of Germany have long since rallied round our Geneva Centre 40, the General Union of the German Working Men, whose branches are mostly confined to northern Germany, have in their recent Congress held at Hamburg 41 decided to act in concert with the International Working Men's Association, although debarred from joining it officially. In the program of the Nuremberg Congress, representing upwards of 100 working men's societies, which mostly belong to middle and southern Germany, the direct adhesion to the International has been put on the order of the day. At the request of their leading committee, we have sent a delegate to Nuremberg. 42. In Austria, the working class movement assumes a more and more revolutionary aspect. In the beginning of September, a congress was to meet at Vienna, aiming at the fraternization of the working men of the different races of the empire. They had also sent an address to the English and French working men, in which they declared for the principles of the International. Your General Council had already appointed a delegate to Vienna 43 when the liberal government of Austria, on the very point of succumbing to the blows of the feudal reaction, had the shrewdness to stir the anger of the working men by prohibiting their congress. In the struggle maintained by the building trades of Geneva, the very existence of the International in Switzerland was put on its trial. The employers made it a preliminary condition of coming to any terms with their workmen that the latter should forsake the International. The working men indignantly refused to comply with this dictate. Thanks to the aid received from France, England, Germany, etc., through the medium of the International, they have finally obtained a diminution of 1 hour of labor and 10% increase of wages. Already deeply rooted in Switzerland, the International has witnessed since that event a rapid increase in the number of its members. In the month of August last, the German working men residing in Switzerland, about 50 societies, passed at their Congress in Neuenburg-Neuchâtel a unanimous vote of adhesion to the International. In England, the unsettled state of politics, the dissolution of the old parties, and the preparations for the coming electoral campaign have absorbed many of our most active members, and, to some degree, retarded our propaganda. Nevertheless, we have entered into correspondence with numerous provincial trade unions, many of which have sent in their adhesion. Among the more recent London affiliations, those of the Cuyas Society and the City Men's Shoemakers are the most considerable as regards numbers. Your General Council is in constant communication with the National Labor Union of the United States. On its last Congress of August 1867, the American Union had resolved to send a delegate to the Brussels Congress, but, pressed for time, was unable to take the special measures necessary for carrying out the vote. The latent power of the working classes of the United States has recently manifested itself in the legal establishment of a working day of 8 hours in all the workshops of the federal government, and in the passing of laws to the same effect by many state legislatures. However, at this very moment the working men of New York, for example, are engaged in a fierce struggle for enforcing the 8 hours law, against the resistance of rebellious capital. This fact proves that even under the most favorable political conditions, all serious success of the proletariat depends upon an organization that unites and concentrates its forces, and even its national organization is still exposed to split on the disorganization of the working classes in other countries, which one and all compete in the market of the world, acting and reacting the one upon the other. Nothing but an international bond of the working classes can ever ensure their definitive triumph. This want has given birth to the International Working Men's Association. That association has not been hatched by a sect or a theory. It is the spontaneous growth of the proletarian movement, which itself is the offspring of the natural and irrepressible tendencies of modern society. Profoundly convinced of the greatness of its mission, the International Working Men's Association will allow itself neither to be intimidated nor misled. Its destiny, henceforward, coalesces with the historical progress of the class that bear in their hands the regeneration of mankind. Report to the Ball Congress 44. Citizens. The delegates of the different sections will give you detailed reports on the progress of our association in their respective countries. The report of your General Council will mainly relate to the guerrilla fights between capital and labor. We mean the strikes which during the last year have perturbed the continent of Europe, and were said to have sprung neither from the misery of the laborer nor from the despotism of the capitalist, but from the secret intrigues of our association. A few weeks after the meeting of our last Congress, a memorable strike on the part of the ribbon weavers and silk dyers occurred in Ball, a place which to our days has conserved much of the features of a medieval town with its local traditions, its narrow prejudices, its purse-proud patricians, and its patriarchal rule of the employer over the employed. Still, a few years ago, a Ball manufacturer boasted to an English Secretary of Embassy, that the position of the master and the man was on a better footing here than in England, that in Switzerland the operative who leaves a good master for better wages would be despised by his own fellow workmen, and that our advantage lies principally in the length of the working time and the moderation of the wages. You see, patriarchalism, as modified by modern influences, comes to this, that the master is good, and that his wages are bad, that the laborer feels like a medieval vassal, and is exploited like a modern wage slave. That patriarchalism may further be appreciated from an official Swiss inquiry into the factory employment of children and the state of the primary public schools. It was ascertained that the Ball school atmosphere is the worst in the world, that while in the free air carbonic acid forms only 4 parts of 10,000, and in closed rooms should not exceed 10 parts, it rose in Ball common schools to 2081 parts in the forenoon, and to 5394 in the afternoon. Thereupon a member of the Ball Great Council, Mr. Thurneisen, coolly replied, "Don't allow yourselves to be frightened. The parents have passed through schoolrooms as bad as the present ones, and yet they have escaped with their skins safe." It will now be understood that an economical revolt on the part of the Ball workmen could not but mark an epoch in the social history of Switzerland. Nothing more characteristic than the starting point of the movement. There existed an old custom for the ribbon weavers to have a few hours' holiday on Michaelmas. The weavers claiming this small privilege at the usual time in the factory of Messrs. Dubarry and Sons, one of the masters declared, in a harsh voice and with imperious gesticulation, "Whoever leaves the factory will be dismissed at once and forever." Finding their protestations in vain, 104 out of 172 weavers left the workshop without, however, believing in their definite dismissal, since master and men were bound by written contract to give a 14 days' notice to quit. On their return the next morning they found the factory surrounded by gendarmes, keeping off the yesterday's rebels, with whom all their comrades now made common cause. Being thus suddenly thrown out of work, the weavers with their families were simultaneously ejected from the cottages they rented from their employers, who, into the bargain, sent circular letters round to the shopkeepers to debar the houseless ones from all credit for victuals. The struggle thus begun lasted from November 9, 1868 to the spring of 1869. The limits of our report do not allow us to enter upon its details. It suffices to state that it originated in a capricious and spiteful act of capitalist despotism, in a cruel lockout, which led to strikes, from time to time interrupted by compromises, again and again broken on the part of the masters, and that it culminated in the vain attempt of the Ball High and Honourable State Council to intimidate the working people by military measures and a quasi-state of siege. During their sedition the workmen were supported by the International Working Men's Association. But that was not all. That society, the masters said, had first smuggled the modern spirit of rebellion into the good old town of Ball. To again expel that mischievous intruder from Ball became, therefore, their great preoccupation. Hard they tried, though in vain, to enforce the withdrawal from it, as a condition of peace, upon their subjects. Getting generally worsted in their war with the International, they vented their spleen in strange pranks. Owning some industrial branch establishments at Lorach, in Baden, these republicans induced the Grand Ducal official to suppress the International section at that place, a measure which, however, was soon after rescinded by the Baden government. The Augsburg Allgemeine Zeitung, a paper of worldwide circulation, presuming to report on the Ball events in an impartial spirit, the angry worthies threatened it in foolish letters with the withdrawal of their subscriptions. To London they expressly sent a messenger on the fantastic errand of ascertaining the dimensions of the International General Treasury Box. Orthodox Christians as they are, if they had lived at the time of nascent Christianity, they would, above all things, have spied into St. Paul's banking accounts at Rome. Their clumsily savage proceedings brought down upon them some ironical lessons of worldly wisdom on the part of the Geneva capitalist organs. Yet, a few months later, the uncouth ball vestryman might have returned the compliment with usurious interest to the Geneva men of the world. In the month of March there broke out in Geneva a building trades strike, and a compositors' strike, both bodies being affiliated to the International. The builders' strike was provoked by the masters setting aside a convention solemnly entered upon with their workmen a year ago. The compositors' strike was but the winding up of a 10-year quarrel which the men had during all that time in vain tried to settle by 5 consecutive commissions. As in Ball, the masters transformed at once their private feuds with their men into a state crusade against the International Working Men's Association. The Geneva State Council dispatched policemen to receive at the railway stations, and sequestrate from all contact with the strikers, such foreign workmen as the masters might contrive to inveigle from abroad. It allowed the jeunesse dorée, the hopeful loafers of La Jeune Suisse, armed with revolvers, to assault, in the streets and places of public resort, workmen and workwomen. It launched its own police ruffians on the working people on different occasions, and signally on May 24, when it enacted at Geneva, on a small scale, the Paris scenes which Raspail has branded as les orgies infernales des casse-têtes. 45 When the Geneva workmen passed in public meeting an address to the State Council, calling upon it to inquire into these infernal police orgies, the State Council replied by a sneering rebuke. It evidently wanted, at the behest of its capitalist superiors, to madden the Geneva people into an émeute, to stamp that émeute out by the armed force, to sweep the International from the Swiss soil, and to subject the workmen to a Decembrist regime. 46 This scheme was baffled by the energetic action and moderating influence of our Geneva Federal Committee. The masters had at last to give way. And now listen to some of the invectives of the Geneva capitalists and their press gang against the International. In public meeting they passed an address to the State Council, where the following phrase occurs: the International Committee at Geneva ruins the Canton of Geneva by decrees sent from London and Paris. It wants here to suppress all industry and all labor. One of their journals stated, the leaders of the International were secret agents of the Emperor, who, at the opportune moment, were very likely to turn out public accusers against this little Switzerland of ours. And this on the part of the men who had just shown themselves so eager to transplant at a moment's notice the Decembrist regime to the Swiss soil, on the part of financial magnates, the real rulers of Geneva and other Swiss towns, whom all Europe knows to have long since been converted from citizens of the Swiss Republic into mere feudatories of the French Credit Mobilier 47 and other international swindling associations. The massacres by which the Belgian government did answer in April last to the strikes of the puddlers at Siraing and the coal miners of Borinage, have been fully exposed in the address of the General Council to the workmen of Europe and the United States. 48 We considered this address the more urgent since, with that constitutional model government, such working men's massacres are not an accident, but an institution. The horrid military drama was succeeded by a judicial farce. In the proceedings against our Belgian General Committee at Brussels, whose domiciles were brutally broken into by the police, and many of whose members were placed under secret arrest, the judge of instruction finds the letter of a workman, asking for 500 internationals, and he at once jumps to the conclusion that 500 fighting men were to be dispatched to the scene of action. The 500 internationals were 500 copies of the Internationale, the weekly organ of our Brussels Committee. A telegram to Paris by a member of the International, ordering a certain quantity of powder, is raked up. After a prolonged research, the dangerous substance is really laid hand on at Brussels. It is powder for killing vermin. Last, not least, the Belgian police flattered itself, in one of its domiciliary visits, to have got at that phantom treasure which haunts the great mind of the continental capitalist, viz., the international treasure, the main stock of which is safely hoarded at London, but whose offsets travel continually to all the continental seats of the association. The Belgian official inquirer thought it buried in a certain strong box, hidden in a dark place. He gets at it, opens it forcibly, and there was found some pieces of coal. Perhaps, if touched by the hand of the police, the pure international gold turns at once into coal. Of the strikes that, in December 1868, infested several French cotton districts, the most important was that at Sotteville-les-Rouen. The manufacturers of the Department of the Somme had not long ago met at Amiens, in order to consult how they might undersell the English manufacturers in the English market itself. Having made sure that, besides protective duties, the comparative lowness of French wages had till now mainly enabled them to defend France from English cottons, they naturally inferred that a still further lowering of French wages would allow them to invade England with French cottons. The French cotton workers, they did not doubt, would feel proud at the idea of defraying the expenses of a war of conquest which their masters had so patriotically resolved to wage on the other side of the Channel. Soon after it was bruited about that the cotton manufacturers of Rouen and its environs had, in secret conclave, agreed upon the same line of policy. Then an important reduction of wages was suddenly proclaimed at Sotteville-les-Rouen, and then for the first time the Norman weavers rose against the encroachments of capital. They acted under the stir of the moment. Neither had they before formed a trade union nor provided for any means of resistance. In their distress they appealed to the International Committee at Rouen, which found for them some immediate aid from the workmen of Rouen, the neighbouring districts, and Paris. Towards the end of December 1868, the General Council was applied to by the Rouen Committee, at a moment of utmost distress throughout the English cotton districts, of unparalleled misery in London, and a general depression in all branches of British industry. This state of things has continued in England to this moment. Despite such highly unfavourable circumstances, the General Council thought that the peculiar character of the Rouen conflict would stir the English workmen to action. This was a great opportunity to show the capitalists that their international industrial warfare, carried on by screwing wages down now in this country, now in that, would be checked at last by the International Union of the Working Classes. To our appeal the English workmen replied at once by a first contribution to Rouen, and the London Trades Council resolved to summon, in unison with the General Council, a metropolitan monster meeting on behalf of their Norman brethren. These proceedings were stopped by the news of the sudden cessation of the Sotteville strike. The miscarriage of that economical revolt was largely compensated for by its moral results. It enlisted the Norman cotton workers into the Revolutionary Army of Labour, it gave rise to the birth of trade unions at Rouen, Elbeuf, Darnetal, and the environs, and it sealed anew the bond of fraternity between the English and French working classes. During the winter and spring of 1869 the propaganda of our association in France was paralyzed, consequent upon the violent dissolution of our Paris section in 1868-49, the police chicaneries in the departments, and the absorbing interest of the French general elections. The elections once over, numerous strikes exploded in the Loire mining districts, at Lyons, and many other places. The economical facts revealed during these struggles between masters and men struck the public eye like so many dissolving views of the high-colored fancy pictures of working-class prosperity under the auspices of the Second Empire. The claims of redress on the part of the workmen were of so moderate a character and so urgent a nature that, after some show of angry resistance, they had to be conceded, one and all. The only strange feature about those strikes was their sudden explosion after a seeming lull, and the rapid succession in which they followed each other. Still, the reason of all this was simple and palpable. Having, during the elections, successfully tried their hands against their public despot, the workmen were naturally led to try them after the elections against their private despots. In one word, the elections had stirred their animal spirits. The governmental press, of course, paid as it is to misstate and misinterpret unpleasant facts, traced these events to a secret mot d'ordre from the London General Council, which, they said, sent their emissaries, from place to place, to teach the otherwise highly satisfied French workmen that it was a bad thing to be overworked, underpaid, and brutally treated. A French police organ, published at London, The International, see its number of August 3, has condescended to reveal to the world the secret motives of our deleterious activity. The strangest feature is that the strikes were ordered to break out in such countries where misery is far from making itself felt. These unexpected explosions, occurring so opportunely for certain neighbors of ours, who had first had to apprehend war, make many people ask themselves whether these strikes took place on the request of some foreign Machiavelli, who had known how to win the good graces of this all-powerful association. At the very moment when this French police print impeached us of embarrassing the French government by strikes at home, in order to disembarrass Count Bismarck from war abroad, a Prussian paper accused us of embarrassing the North German Confederation with strikes, in order to crush German industry for the benefit of foreign manufactures. The relations of the International to the French strikes we shall illustrate by two cases of a typical character. In the one case, the strike of Saint-Étienne and the following massacre at Ricamarie, the French government itself will no longer dare to pretend that the International had anything whatever to do with it. In the Lyons case, it was not the International that threw the workmen into strikes, but, on the contrary, it was the strikes that threw the workmen into the International. The miners of Saint-Étienne, Rive de Giers and Firminy had calmly, but firmly, requested the managers of the mining companies to reduce the working day, numbering 12 hours hard underground labor, and revise the wages tariff. Failing in their attempt at a conciliatory settlement, they struck on June 11. For them it was of course a vital question to secure the cooperation of the miners that had not yet turned out to combine with them. To prevent this, the managers of the mining companies requested and got from the prefect of the Loire a forest of bayonets. On June 12, the strikers found the coal pits under strong military guard. To make sure of the zeal of the soldiers thus lent to them by the government, the mining companies paid each soldier a franc daily. The soldiers paid the companies back by catching, on June 16, about 60 miners eager to get at a conversation with their brethren in the coal pits. These prisoners were in the afternoon of the same day escorted to Saint-Étienne by a detachment, 150 men, of the 4th Regiment of the Line. Before these stout warriors set out, an engineer of the Dorian mines distributed them 60 bottles of brandy, telling them at the same time, they ought to have a sharp eye on their gang of prisoners, these miners being savages, barbarians, ticket of leave men. What with the brandy, and what with the sermon, a bloody collision was thus prepared for. Followed on their march by a crowd of miners, with their wives and children, surrounded by them on a narrow defile on the heights of the Monsel, Quartier Ricamarie, requested to surrender the prisoners, and, on their refusal, attacked by a volley of stones, the soldiers, without any preliminary warning, fired with their chassez-pots pell-mell into the crowd, killing 15 persons, amongst whom were 2 women and an infant, and dangerously wounding a considerable number. The tortures of the wounded were horrible. One of the sufferers was a poor girl of 12 years, Jenny Petit, whose name will live immortal in the annals of the working-class martyrology. Struck by 2 balls from behind, one of which lodged in her leg, while the other passed through her back, broke her arm, and escaped through her right shoulder. Les chassez-pots avaient encore fait merveille 50. This time, however, the government was not long in finding out that it had committed not only a crime, but a blunder. It was not hailed as the savior of society by the middle class. The whole municipal council of Saint-Étienne tendered its resignation in a document denouncing the scoundrelism of the troops and insisting upon their removal from the town. The French press rang with cries of horror. Even such conservative prints as the Moniteur Universal 51 opened subscriptions for the victims. The government had to remove the odious regiment from Saint-Étienne. Under such difficult circumstances, it was a luminous idea to sacrifice on the altar of public indignation a scapegoat always at hand, the International Working Men's Association. At the judicial trial of the so-called rioters, the act of accusation divided them into 10 categories, very ingeniously shading their respective darkness of guilt. The first class, the most deeply tinged, consisted of workmen more particularly suspected to have obeyed some secret mot d'ordre from abroad, given out by the International. The evidence was, of course, overwhelming, as the following short extract from a French paper will show. The interrogatory of the witnesses did not allow neatly to establish the participation of the International Association. The witnesses affirm only the presence, at the head of the bands, of some unknown people, wearing white frocks and caps. None of the unknown ones have been arrested, or appear in the dock. To the question, "Do you believe in the intervention of the International Association?" a witness replies, "I believe it, but without any proofs whatever." Shortly after the Ricamarie massacres, the dance of economical revolts was opened at Lyons by the silk winders, most of them females. In their distress they appealed to the International, which, mainly by its members in France and Switzerland, helped them to carry the day. Despite all attempts at police intimidation, they publicly proclaimed their adhesion to our society, and entered it formally by paying the statutory contributions to the General Council. At Lyons, as before at Rouen, the female workers played a noble and prominent part in the movement. Other Lyons trades have since followed in the track of the silk winders. Some 10,000 new members were thus gained for us in a few weeks amongst that heroic population which more than 30 years ago inscribed upon its banner the watchword of the modern proletariat, Vivre en travaillant ou mourir en combattant, 52. Meanwhile the French government continues its petty tribulations against the International. At Marseilles our members were forbidden meeting for the election of a delegate to Bâle. The same paltry trick was played in other towns. But the workmen on the continent, as elsewhere, begin at last to understand that the surest way to get one's natural rights is to exercise them at one's personal risk. The Austrian workmen, and especially those of Vienna, although entering their class movement only after the events of 1866-53 have at once occupied a vantage ground. They marched at once under the banners of Socialism and the International, which, by their delegates at the recent Eisenach Congress 54 they have now joined en masse. If anywhere, the liberal middle class has exhibited in Austria its selfish instincts, its mental inferiority, and its petty spite against the working class. Their ministry, seeing the empire distracted and threatened by an internecine struggle of races and nationalities, pounces upon the workmen who alone proclaim the fraternity of all races and nationalities. The middle class itself, which has won its new position not by any heroism of its own, but only by the signal disaster of the Austrian army, hardly able as it is, and knows itself to be, to defend its new conquests from the attacks of the dynasty, the aristocracy, and the clerical party, nevertheless wastes its best energies in the mean attempt to debar the working class from the rights of combination, public meeting, free press, and free thought. In Austria, as in all other states of continental Europe, the International has supplanted the ci-devant spectre rouge. 55 when, on July 13, a workmen's massacre on a small scale was enacted at Brunn-Brno, the Cotonopolis of Moravia, the event was traced to the secret instigations of the International, whose agents, however, were unfortunately invested with the rare gift of rendering themselves invisible. When some leaders of the Vienna work people figured before the judicial bench, the public accuser stigmatized them as tools of the foreigner. Only, to show how conscientiously he had studied the matter, he committed the little error of confounding the middle-class League of Peace and Freedom with the Working Man's International Association. If the workmen's movement was thus harassed in Cisleithanian Austria, it has been recklessly prosecuted in Hungary. On this point the most reliable reports from Pest Budapest and Pressburg Bratislava have reached the General Council. One example of the treatment of the Hungarian workmen by the public authorities may suffice. Herr von Wenkheim, the Hungarian Home Minister, was just staying at Vienna on public business. Having for months been interdicted from public meetings and even from entertainments destined for the collection of the funds of a sick club, the Bratislava workmen sent at last delegates to Vienna, then and there to lay their grievances before the illustrious Herr von Wenkheim. Puffing and blowing his cigar, the illustrious one received them with the bullying apostrophe, "Are you workmen? Do you work hard? For nothing else you have to care. You do not want public clubs, and if you dabble in politics, we shall know what measures to take against you. I shall do nothing for you. Let the workmen grumble to their heart's content." To the question of the workmen, whether the good pleasure of the police was still to rule uppermost, the Liberal minister replied, "Yes, under my responsibility." After a somewhat prolonged but useless explanation, the workman left the minister, telling him, since state matters influence the workman's condition, the workmen must occupy themselves with politics, and they will certainly do so. In Prussia and the rest of Germany, the past year was distinguished by the formation of trade unions all over the country. At the recent Eisenach Congress, the delegates of 150,000 German workmen, from Germany proper, Austria and Switzerland, have organized a new democratic social party, with a program literally embodying the leading principles of our statutes. Debarred by law from forming sections of our association, they have, nevertheless, formally entered it by resolving to take individual cards of membership from the General Council. At its Congress at Barmen, the General Association of German Workers has also reaffirmed its adhesion to the principles of our association, but simultaneously declared the Prussian law forbade them joining us. New branches of our association have sprung up at Naples, in Spain, and in Holland. At Barcelona a Spanish, and at Amsterdam a Dutch organ of our association is now being issued. 56. The laurels plucked by the Belgian government on the glorious battlefields of Siering and Frameries seem really to have roused the angry jealousy of the great powers. No wonder, then, that England also had this year to boast a workmen's massacre of its own. The Welsh coal miners, at Leeswood Great Pit, near Mold, in Denbighshire, had received sudden notice of a reduction of wages by the manager of those works, whom, long since, they had reason to consider a most incorrigible petty oppressor. Consequently, they collected aid from the neighbouring collieries, and, besides assaulting him, attacked his house, and carried all his furniture to the railway station, these wretched men fancying in their childish ignorance thus to get rid of him for good and all. Proceedings were of course taken against the rioters, but one of them was rescued by a mob of 1,000 men, and conveyed out of the town. On May 28, 2 of the ringleaders were to be taken before the magistrates of Mold by policemen under the escort of a detachment of the 4th Regiment of the Line, the King's Own. A crowd of miners, trying to rescue the prisoners, and, on the resistance of the police and the soldiers, showering stones at them, the soldiers without any previous warning returned the shower of stones by a shower of bullets from their breech-loaders, Snider fusils. 5 persons, 2 of them females, were killed, and a great many wounded. So far there is much analogy between the Mold and the Ricamarie massacres, but here it ceases. In France, the soldiers were only responsible to their commander. In England, they had to pass through a coroner's jury inquest, but this coroner was a deaf and daft old fool, who had to receive the witnesses' evidence through an ear trumpet, and the Welsh jury, who backed him, were a narrowly prejudiced class jury. They declared the massacre justifiable homicide. In France, the rioters were sentenced to from 3 to 18 months' imprisonment, and soon after, amnestied. In England, they were condemned to 10 years' penal servitude. In France, the whole press resounded with cries of indignation against the troops. In England, the press was all smiles for the soldiers, and all frowns for their victims. Still, the English workmen have gained much by losing a great and dangerous illusion. Till now they fancied to have their lives protected by the formality of the Riot Act, and the subordination of the military to the civil authorities. They know now, from the official declaration of Mr. Bruce, the Liberal Home Secretary, in the House of Commons firstly, that without going through the premonitory process of reading the Riot Act, any country magistrate, some fox hunter or parson, has the right to order the troops to fire on what he may please to consider a riotous mob, and, secondly, that the soldier may give fire on his own book, on the plea of self-defense. The Liberal minister forgot to add that, under these circumstances, every man ought to be armed, at public expense, with a breech-loader, in self-defense against the soldier. The following resolution was passed at the recent General Congress of the English Trade Unions at Birmingham. 57. That as local organizations of labor have almost disappeared before organizations of a national character, so we believe the extension of the principle of free trade, which induces between nations such a competition that the interest of the workman is liable to be lost sight of and sacrificed in the fierce international race between capitalists, demands that such organizations should be still further extended and made international. And as the International Working Men's Association endeavors to consolidate and extend the interests of the toiling masses, which are everywhere identical, this Congress heartily recommends that association to the support of the working men of the United Kingdom, especially of all organized bodies, and strongly urges them to become affiliated to that body, believing that the realization of its principles would also conclude to lasting peace between the nations of the earth. During last May, a war between the United States and England seemed imminent. Your General Council, therefore, sent an address to Mr. Silvis, the President of the American National Labor Union, calling on the United States working class to command peace where their would-be masters shouted war. 58. The sudden death of Mr. Silvis, that valiant champion of our cause, will justify us in concluding this report, as an homage to his memory, by his reply to our letter. Your favor of the 12th instant, with address enclosed, reached me yesterday. I am very happy to receive such kindly words from our fellow working men across the water. Our cause is a common one. It is war between poverty and wealth, labor occupies the same low condition, and capital is the same tyrant in all parts of the world. Therefore I say our cause is a common one. I, in behalf of the working people of the United States, extend to you, and through you to those you represent, and to all the downtrodden and oppressed sons and daughters of toil in Europe, the right hand of fellowship. Go ahead in the good work you have undertaken, until the most glorious success crowns your efforts. That is our determination. Our late war resulted in the building up of the most infamous moneyed aristocracy on the face of the earth. This moneyed power is fast eating up the substance of the people. We have made war upon it, and we mean to win. If we can, we will win through the ballot box, if not, then we will resort to sterner means. A little bloodletting is sometimes necessary in desperate cases. The General Council to the Federal Council of French Switzerland 59. At its extraordinary meeting of January 1, 1870, the General Council resolved. 1. We read in Égalité 60 December 11, 1869. It is certain that the General Council is neglecting matters of great importance. We would remind it of its obligations under Regulation 2/2:61. The General Council is bound to execute the Congress resolutions, etc. We could ask the General Council enough questions for its answers to make a somewhat lengthy document. These will come later. Meanwhile, etc. etc. The General Council knows of no article, either in the rules or in the regulations, which would oblige it to enter into correspondence or debate with Égalité, or provide any answers to questions from newspapers. Only the Federal Committee in Geneva represents the branches of French Switzerland to the General Council. Whenever the Federal Committee addresses requests or objections to us by the one and only legitimate channel, i.e. through its secretary, the General Council will always be ready to reply. But the Federal Committee has no right either to hand over its functions to the editors of Égalité and Progrès 62 or to permit those journals to usurp its functions. Generally speaking, administrative correspondence between the General Council and the national and local committees cannot be made public without doing considerable damage to the general interests of the association. Therefore, if other organs of the International were to imitate Progrès and Égalité, the General Council would be forced either to remain silent and thus earn the discredit of the public, or to violate its obligations by making a public reply. Égalité has combined with Progrès in urging Le Travail 63, a Paris newspaper, also to attack the General Council. This is virtually a ligue du bien public. 64. 2. Accepting that the questions posed by Égalité originate from the French-Swiss Federal Council, we shall reply to them, on condition that in future such questions do not reach us by the same route. 3. Question of the Bulletin. According to the resolutions of the Geneva Congress, inserted into the administrative regulations, the national committees are supposed to send the General Council documents relating to the proletarian movement, and as often as its means permit, the General Council shall publish a report, etc. 65 in the various languages. The General Council's obligation is thus dependent on conditions which have never been fulfilled, even the statistical inquiry, provided for in the rules, decided on by successive General Congresses, annually requested by the General Council, has never been carried out. No document has been sent to the General Council. As for means, the General Council would have long since ceased to exist without the English regional contributions and the personal sacrifice of its own members. Thus the regulation in question adopted at the Geneva Congress has remained a dead letter. The Brussels Congress, for its part, never discussed the execution of this regulation. It discussed the possibility of a bulletin in due time, but it adopted no resolution. See the German report printed at Bâle under the eyes of the Congress, 66. For the rest, the General Council believes that the original aim of the bulletin is at the moment perfectly well served by the different organs of the International published in the various languages and mutually exchanged. It would be absurd to produce costly bulletins to do what is already done without expense. On the other hand, a bulletin which published things which are not said in the International's organs would only serve to admit our enemies behind the scenes. 4. Question of the separation of the General Council and the Regional Council for England 67. Long before the founding of Égalité, this proposal arose from time to time in the General Council itself, put forward by one or two of its English members. It was always rejected almost unanimously. Although the revolutionary initiative will probably start from France, only England can act as a lever in any seriously economic revolution. It is the only country where there are no longer any peasants, and where land ownership is concentrated in very few hands. It is the only country where almost all production has been taken over by the capitalist form, in other words with work combined on a vast scale under capitalist bosses. It is the only country where the large majority of the population consists of wage laborers. It is the only country where the class struggle and the organization of the working class into trade unions have actually reached a considerable degree of maturity and universality. Because of its domination of the world market, it is the only country where any revolution in the economic system will have immediate repercussions on the rest of the world. Though landlordism and capitalism are most traditionally established in this country, on the other hand the material conditions for getting rid of them are also most ripe here. Given that the General Council is now in the happy position of having its hand directly upon this tremendous lever for proletarian revolution, what lunacy, we would almost say what a crime, to let it fall into purely English hands. The English have all that is needed materially for social revolution. What they lack is the sense of generalization and revolutionary passion. These are things that only the General Council can supply, and it can thus speed up the genuinely revolutionary movement in this country, and consequently everywhere else. The tremendous results we have already achieved in this direction are attested to by the most intelligent and authoritative newspapers of the ruling class, as for instance the Pall Mall Gazette, the Saturday Review, the Spectator, and the Fortnightly Review, to say nothing of the so-called radical members of both Houses of Parliament who, not long ago, still exercised enormous influence over the English workers' leaders. They are publicly accusing us of having poisoned and almost extinguished the English spirit of the working class, and having thrust the workers into revolutionary socialism. The only way we could have produced this change was to act as the General Council of the International Association. As the General Council we can initiate moves, such as the foundation of the Land and Labour League, 68, which as they develop further appear to the public to be spontaneous movements of the English working class. If a regional council were to be formed as distinct from the General Council, what would be the immediate effects? Caught between the General Council and the TUC, the Regional Council would lack authority. On the other hand, the General Council of the International would lose its present control of the great lever I have described. If we wanted to replace our important underground activity with the publicity of the theatre, then we would perhaps have made the mistake of publicly answering the question put in Égalité as to why the General Council submits to fulfilling such an inconvenient plurality of functions. England cannot be considered simply as one country among many others. It must be treated as the metropolis of capital. 5. Question of the General Council's resolutions on the Irish amnesty. If England is the bulwark of European landlordism and capitalism, the only point at which one can strike a major blow against official England is Ireland. In the first place, Ireland is the bulwark of English landlordism. If it collapsed in Ireland, it would collapse in England. The whole operation is 100 times easier in Ireland, because there the economic struggle is concentrated exclusively on landed property, because that struggle is at the same time a national one, and because the people have reached a more revolutionary and exasperated pitch there than in England. Landlordism in Ireland is kept in being solely by the English army. If the enforced union between the two countries were to cease, a social revolution would immediately break out in Ireland, even if of a somewhat backward kind. English landlordism would lose not only a major source of its wealth, but also its greatest moral force, the fact of representing England's domination over Ireland. On the other hand, by preserving the power of its landlords in Ireland, the English proletariat makes them invulnerable in England itself. In the second place, in dragging down the working class in England still further by the forced immigration of poor Irish people, the English bourgeoisie has not merely exploited Irish poverty. It has also divided the proletariat into two hostile camps. The fiery rebelliousness of the Celtic worker does not mingle well with the steady slow nature of the Anglo-Saxon. In fact, in all the major industrial centres of England there is a profound antagonism between the Irish and the English proletarians. The ordinary English worker hates the Irish worker as a competitor who brings down his wages and standard of living. He also feels national and religious antipathies for him. It is rather the same attitude that the poor whites of the southern states of North America had for the Negro slaves. This antagonism between the two groups of proletarians within England itself is artificially kept in being and fostered by the bourgeoisie, who know well that this split is the real secret of preserving their own power. This antagonism is reproduced once again on the other side of the Atlantic. The Irish, driven from their native soil by cattle and sheep, have landed in North America, where they form a considerable, and increasing, proportion of the population. Their sole thought, their sole passion, is their hatred for England. The English and American governments, in other words, the classes they represent, nourish that passion so as to keep permanently alive the underground struggle between the United States and England. In that way they can prevent the sincere and worthwhile alliance between the working classes on the two sides of the Atlantic, which would lead to their emancipation. Furthermore, Ireland is the only excuse the English government has for keeping up a large regular army which can, as we have seen, in case of need attack the English workers after having done its basic training in Ireland. Finally, what ancient Rome demonstrated on a gigantic scale can be seen in the England of today. A people which subjugates another people forges its own chains. Therefore the international association's attitude to the Irish question is absolutely clear. Its first need is to press on with the social revolution in England, and to that end, the major blow must be struck in Ireland. The General Council's resolutions on the Irish Amnesty 69 are designed simply to lead into other resolutions which will declare that, quite apart from the demands of international justice, it is an essential precondition for the emancipation of the English working class to transform the present enforced union, in other words, the enslavement of Ireland, into a free and equal confederation, if possible, and into a total separation, if necessary. In any case, the hyper-naive pronouncements of égalité and progrès as to the connection, or rather lack of connection, between the social movement and the political movement have never, as far as we know, been approved by any of our international congresses. They are in fact contrary to our rules, which state, the economical emancipation of the working classes is therefore the great end to which every political movement ought to be subordinate as a means. 70. The phrase as a means was left out in the French translation made by the Paris Committee in 1864.71 when taxed with this by the General Council. The Paris Committee gave as its excuse the wretchedness of its political situation. There are other distortions of the text. The first consideration of the rules is framed thus: the struggle for the emancipation of the working classes means a struggle for equal rights and duties, and the abolition of all class rule. The Paris translation mentions the equal rights and duties, in other words, the general phrase which exists in nearly all the democratic manifestos of the past 100 years, and which means something quite different to different classes, but it leaves out the concrete phrase, the abolition of all class rule. Again, in the second consideration of the rules we read, the economical subjection of the man of labor to the monopolizer of the means of labor, that is, the sources of life, etc. The Paris translation has capital instead of the means of labor, that is, the sources of life, an expression which includes the land as well as the other means of labor. However, the original and authentic text has been restored in the French translation published in Brussels by La Rive Gauche, in 1866, and printed in pamphlet form. 72. 6. The Liebknecht-Schweitzer problem. Égalité says, these two groups belong to the International. That is not true. The Eisenach Group 73, which Progrès and Égalité are trying to turn into Citizen Liebknecht's group, belongs to the International. Schweitzer's Group 74 does not belong to it. Schweitzer has even explained at length in his newspaper, Social Democrat, why the Lassaline organization could not be united with the International without destroying itself. 75. Unknowingly, he was speaking the truth. His artificial and sectarian organization is wholly opposed to the historic and spontaneous organization of the working class. Progrès and Égalité have demanded that the General Council give a public statement of opinion as to the personal differences between Liebknecht and Schweitzer. Since citizen Johann Philipp Becker, who is slandered along with Liebknecht in Schweitzer's paper, is one of the editorial committee of Égalité, it seems curious that its editors are not better informed as to the facts. They should know that Liebknecht, in the Demokratisches Wochenblatt 76, publicly invited Schweitzer to accept the General Council as arbiter of their differences, and that Schweitzer equally publicly rejected the General Council's authority. 77. On its side, the General Council has done everything in its power to bring this scandal to an end. It asked its secretary for Germany 78 to correspond with Schweitzer, which he did for 2 years, but all the Council's attempts have failed, thanks to Schweitzer's firm resolution to preserve at all costs his autocratic power over his own sectarian organization. It is for the General Council to decide at what moment its public intervention in the dispute will be of more value than harm. 7. Since Égalité's accusations have been public, and might be thought to come from the Geneva, French-Swiss, Committee, the General Council will communicate this reply to all the committees with which it is in correspondence. By order of the General Council. On Germany. The Prussian military question and the German workers' Party 1 extract. Friedrich Engels. 2. The political existence of the Prussian bourgeoisie, the most advanced section and, as such, the representative of the whole German bourgeoisie, is characterized by a lack of courage which is unparalleled even in the history of this, not exactly bold, class, and which can only be partially excused by what has been happening abroad. In March and April 1848 it was master of the situation, but with the first independent stirrings on the part of the working class it immediately took fright and fled back to the protection of the very bureaucracy and feudal aristocracy which, with the help of the workers, it had just defeated. The Manchufel period too was the inevitable consequence. At length the new era 3 began without any assistance from the bourgeois opposition. This unhoped-for piece of luck turned the heads of the bourgeoisie. It completely forgot the position into which it had got itself as a result of its continual withdrawal from one position back to the next, its repeated revisions of the constitution and its surrender to the bureaucracy and feudalism, in which it even went so far as to accept the reinstitution of the feudal provincial and district diets. It believed itself once again master of the situation. It completely forgot that it had itself reinstated all the forces hostile to it, which, having gathered their strength, now controlled the real power in the state just as they had before 1848. The reorganization of the army thus hit the bourgeoisie as if a bomb had been tossed into its midst. There are only 2 ways for the bourgeoisie to obtain political power. Since it is an army of officers, and can only recruit its troops from among the workers, it must either ensure the support of the workers or it must buy political power piecemeal from those forces confronting it from above, in particular, from the monarchy. The history of the English and French bourgeoisies shows that there is no other way. The Prussian bourgeoisie for no reason at all had lost all desire to enter into an honest alliance with the workers. In 1848 the German Workers' Party, at that time still at the beginning of its development and organization, was ready to do the bourgeoisie's work on very cheap terms. The bourgeoisie, however, feared the least independent activity on the part of the proletariat more than it feared the feudal lords and the bureaucracy. 4 Peace bought at the price of servitude seemed to the bourgeoisie more desirable than freedom with even the mere prospect of a struggle. This holy fear of the workers subsequently became traditional among the bourgeoisie until Herr Schulz-Delitzsch began his savings box agitation. 5 This was designed to prove to the workers that they could know no greater happiness than to devote their lives and even those of their offspring to industrial exploitation by the bourgeoisie, indeed that they must themselves contribute to this exploitation by creating a subsidiary source of income from industrial cooperatives of all kinds, thus giving the capitalists an opportunity of lowering their wages. Now, although the industrial bourgeoisie, together with cavalry lieutenants, are without doubt the least educated class in the German nation, such agitation was from the very beginning without the least prospect of lasting success among so intellectually advanced a people as the Germans. The more intelligent members of the bourgeoisie could not help but realize that nothing would come of their plans, and their alliance with the workers collapsed again. All that was left was to haggle with the government over political power, which had to be paid for in ready cash from the people's pocket, of course. The only real power which the bourgeoisie had in the state consisted in the right to vote taxes, although even this right was hedged by a great many provisos. This, at any rate, was where the pressure had to be applied, and a class so skilled in haggling over prices was bound to be at an advantage in such matters. But no. The Prussian bourgeois opposition, in complete contrast to the classical English bourgeoisie of the 17th and 18th centuries, thought that it could get power on the cheap, without paying money for it. What then was the correct policy for the bourgeois opposition, seen from a purely bourgeois standpoint and taking full account of the conditions under which the reorganization of the army was proposed? If it had been at all capable of judging its own strength, it could not have failed to realize that, as a class which had just been raised up from the degradation it had suffered under Manchoufel and without the least assistance from itself, it certainly did not have the power to prevent the actual implementation of the plan. This, indeed, was put into operation. It had to realize that the actual existence of the new institution was becoming increasingly difficult to reject with every fruitless session which passed, that is, it became more obvious from year to year that the government would offer less and less in order to gain the consent of the chamber. It had also to realize that it was still far from having the power to appoint and dismiss ministers, and that therefore the longer the conflict lasted, the fewer ministers there would be who would be ready to compromise. Lastly, it had to realize that it lay in its own interests not to bring matters to a head, for in view of the stage of development of the German working class, a serious conflict between the bourgeois opposition and the government was bound to give rise to an independent workers' movement. If the worst came to the worst, such a conflict would present the bourgeoisie with the old dilemma, either an alliance with the workers, but this time under much less favorable conditions than in 1848, or down on its knees before the government with a pater, peccavi. 6. Accordingly, the bourgeois liberals and progressives 7 ought to have subjected the reorganization of the army, together with the inevitable rise in its peacetime size, to an unbiased and objective examination, in which it would probably have reached conclusions much the same as ours. It was important not to forget that the changes already made could not be prevented, and that in view of the many correct and valuable elements contained in the plan, its final implementation could at best be delayed. Above all, the bourgeoisie should have been on its guard against taking up, right from the start, a position opposed to the reorganization. On the contrary, it should have made use of this reorganization and the money to be voted for it in order to purchase from the new era as many equivalent concessions as possible, and to convert the 9 or 10 million thalers of new taxation into as much political power for itself as possible. And there was no shortage of things still to be done. There was all the legislation passed under Manchoufel restricting the press and the freedom of association, the whole power structure of the police and bureaucracy, which had been taken over unchanged from the absolute monarchy, the ineffectiveness of the courts due to jurisdictional conflicts, the provincial and district diets. There was, above all, the interpretation of the constitution which had prevailed under Manchoufel and which now had to be challenged by a new constitutional practice. There was the atrophy of municipal self-government caused by the bureaucracy and 100 other things, which any other bourgeoisie under similar circumstances would have willingly paid for with a tax increase of a half-thaler per capita, and all of which were within reach if the business were conducted with any degree of skill. But the bourgeois opposition did not think this way. As far as freedom of the press, association, and assembly were concerned, Manchoufel's laws had given them just enough to make them feel comfortable. They were allowed moderate demonstrations against the government without hindrance. Any increase in freedom would have brought less advantage to them than to the workers, and before the bourgeoisie would give the workers freedom to form an independent movement, they preferred to put up with more pressure from the government. It was the same story with the restrictions imposed by the power of the police and bureaucracy. The bourgeoisie believed that, thanks to the government of the new era, the bureaucracy had been subdued, but it was glad to see that this bureaucracy was still allowed to have a free hand against the workers. It completely forgot that the bureaucracy was much stronger and more vigorous than a government which happened to be well disposed towards the bourgeoisie. It also imagined that with Manchoufel's fall the bourgeois millennium had begun, and that it was now only a question of reaping the rich harvest of bourgeois hegemony without paying a penny in return. But all the money which had to be voted, after the few years since 1848 had already cost so much, after the national debt had increased to such a size and taxes had risen so steeply. Gentlemen, you are the deputies of the most recent constitutional state in the world, and you do not know that constitutionalism is the world's costliest form of government? It is almost costlier than Bonapartism, which, in the spirit of après moi le deluge, tries repeatedly to meet old debts with new ones, and thus in the course of 10 years consumes the financial resources of a century. The golden age of an absolutism kept within bounds, which you are still dreaming of, will never return. But what about the constitutional provisos covering the continued raising of taxes already approved? Everyone knows how bashful the new era was in its demands for money. Little would have been lost by including the supplies for the army reorganization in the official budget in return for guaranteed concessions. It was a question of voting new taxes to cover this expenditure. It was possible for the bourgeoisie to be tight-fisted on fiscal matters, and, anyway, a better government than that of the new era could not have been wished for. The bourgeoisie was surely as much master of the situation as it had ever been, and it had won new power in other areas. But could it then strengthen the forces of reaction by doubling the size of their main instrument of power, the army? This is an area in which the bourgeois Progressive Party has become caught in an irresolvable contradiction. It demanded that Prussia play the part of a German Piedmont Nine, and to do this Prussia needs a powerful and well-organized army. It had the new era government, which secretly cherished the same hopes the best government which, under the circumstances, it could have, but it refuses this government a stronger army. Day in day out, from morning till night, the bourgeoisie talks of Prussia's glory, Prussia's greatness, and the development of Prussian power, but it refuses to grant Prussia an increase in the size of its army which would even be comparable with that introduced by the other great powers since 1814. What is the reason for all this? The reason is that the bourgeois opposition fears that such an increase would only be to the advantage of the forces of reaction, that it would revitalize the decrepit aristocratic officers' corps and give the feudal and bureaucratic absolutist party in general the power to bury constitutionalism in its entirety by means of a coup d'état. Admittedly, the bourgeois progressives were right not to strengthen the reaction, and they were correct in regarding the army as the securest stronghold from which this party could launch a coup. But was there ever a better opportunity of bringing the army under parliamentary control than that presented by this reorganization, proposed, as it had been, by the most pro-bourgeois government which Prussia had ever experienced in peacetime? As soon as the bourgeoisie declared its readiness to approve the expansion of the army on certain conditions, was that not just the time to settle the problem of the military academies, the preference given to the aristocracy in the officers' corps and all the other grievances? Was that not the time to obtain guarantees which would give the officers' corps a more bourgeois character? The new era was sure of only one thing, that the army had to be strengthened. The devious ways it took to smuggle through the reorganization demonstrated most clearly its guilty conscience and its fear of the deputies. The bourgeoisie should have seized the opportunity with both hands, for such a chance could not be expected again in 100 years. Detailed concessions could have been wrung from this government if the progressives had approached the matter, not in a niggardly spirit, but as great speculators. And now the practical consequences resulting from the reorganization of the officers' corps itself. Officers had to be found for twice the number of battalions. The military academies were then nowhere near adequate. Recruitment policy was liberal as never before in peacetime. Lieutenancies were offered almost as awards to students, young lawyers, and all young people with an education. Anyone who saw the Prussian army after its reorganization could not have recognized the officers' corps anymore. Our remarks are based not on hearsay but on our own observations. The characteristic lieutenant's jargon was submerged and the younger officers spoke their natural mother tongue. They did not in the least belong to an exclusive caste but represented to a greater extent than ever since 1815 all educated classes in all provinces of the state. This position had been won as a result of the necessity imposed by events themselves. It was only a question of holding it and making use of it. Instead, the whole thing was ignored and dismissed by the bourgeois progressives, as if all these officers were aristocratic cadets. And yet since 1815 there had never been so many bourgeois officers in Prussia as just at this time. We must mention incidentally that we attribute the efficient conduct of the Prussian officers in the face of the enemy in the Schleswig-Holstein War largely to this infusion of new blood. By themselves, the old class of subalterns would never have dared to act so often on their own initiative. In this respect the government is right in attributing to the military reorganization a considerable influence on the elegance of the military successes. We are not in a position to judge whether the reorganization contributed in any other way to the defeat of the Danes. Finally, the main point, could a coup d'état be more easily carried out if the peacetime army were strengthened? It is perfectly true that armies are the instruments with which coups are executed and that therefore every increase in the strength of an army also increases the practicability of a coup. But for a major country the military strength required by a great state depends not on the prospects large or small of a coup, but on the size of the armies of the other major states. In for a penny, in for a pound. If a Prussian deputy accepts his mandate, and takes Prussian greatness and Prussian power in Europe as his motto, then he must agree to make the means available without which there can be no talk of Prussian greatness and Prussian power. If the means cannot be provided without facilitating a coup, all the worse for the gentlemen of the Progressive Party. If they had not conducted themselves in such a ludicrously craven and clumsy fashion in 1848, the period of coups d'état would probably be long past by now. Under the present circumstances nothing remains for them but to acknowledge the reorganization of the army in one form or another and to keep their reservations about coups to themselves. However, there is another side to the matter. Firstly, it would have been more advisable to negotiate the approval of this instrument for a potential coup with a government of the new era than with a government under Bismarck. Secondly, it goes without saying that every further step towards a real implementation of universal military service makes the Prussian army less suitable as a tool for a coup d'état. Since the masses took up the demand for self-government and recognized the need for a struggle against all elements opposing this demand, the 20 and 21-year-olds have become part of the movement and, even under feudal and absolutist officers, it must have become increasingly difficult to use them to execute a coup. The further political education progresses in Prussia, the more recalcitrant will the mood of the recruits become. Even the present struggle between the government and the bourgeoisie must have demonstrated this. Thirdly, the 2-year period of military service is an adequate counterweight to the expansion of the army. The strengthening of the army increases the material capability of the government to carry out coups but, in the same degree, the 2-year conscription period decreases its moral capability. In the 3rd year of military service the incessant drumming of absolutist doctrines and habits of obedience into the soldiers' heads may bear fruit temporarily, as long as their military service lasts. In this 3rd year, during which, militarily, the individual soldier has almost nothing more to learn, our conscript approaches, to a certain extent, the character of the soldier in the French and Austrian systems, who is trained for long years of service. He acquires something of the character of the professional soldier and, as such, he can be more easily used than the younger soldier. From the point of view of a military coup, the distance of soldiers from civilian life in their third year of service would certainly more than balance out the recruitment of an additional 60,000 to 80,000 men over a period of 2 years. But now we come to another point, the most decisive of all. It cannot be denied we know our bourgeoisie too well that a situation could arise in which, even without mobilization, even with an army at its peacetime level, a coup would be possible. However, it would still not be probable. In order to carry out a full-scale military coup, an army mobilization would almost always be necessary. But when this happens, a great change takes place. In peacetime, the Prussian army may under certain circumstances become a mere tool which the government can use internally, but this can never happen in time of war. Anyone who has ever had an opportunity of seeing a battalion first in peacetime and then under war conditions knows the tremendous difference in the attitude of the military, in the character of the rank and file. People who joined the army as half-grown lads return to it as men. They bring with them a store of self-respect, self-confidence, resolve and character, which benefits the whole battalion. The relationship of the ranks to the officers and of the officers to the ranks is transformed immediately. Militarily, the battalion profits considerably, but politically it becomes for absolutist purposes completely unreliable. This was evident even during the invasion of Schleswig-Holstein, when, to the great surprise of the English newspaper correspondents, the Prussian soldiers openly took part in political demonstrations and expressed their by no means orthodox views without fear. And we owe the political corruption of the mobilized army, that is, its unreliability as an instrument of absolutist plans, mainly to the Manchu-Fel period and to the latest new era. In 1848 things were quite different. One of the best aspects of the Prussian military system both before and since the reorganization has been the fact that with this military system Prussia can neither conduct an unpopular war, nor can it carry out a coup d'état with any prospect of permanence. For, even if the peacetime army lent itself to a little coup, the first mobilization and the first threat of war would suffice to endanger all that had been achieved. Without the ratification of the wartime army, the heroic deeds of a peacetime army, a battle of Double 11 as it were, on the home front would only be of passing significance, and the longer this ratification is needed the more difficult it will be to obtain. Some reactionary newspapers have declared the army rather than the chambers to be the true representative of the people. By this they meant, of course, only the officers. Should it happen one day that the gentlemen of the Kruszeitung 12 carry out a coup, and require for this a mobilized army, these representatives of the people will give them the shock of their lives, they can depend on it. In the last instance, however, this is not the main guarantee against a coup. The main guarantee lies in that firstly, no government can assemble, by means of a coup, a chamber of deputies which will vote at new taxes and loans. Secondly, even if it managed to produce such a compliant chamber, no banker in Europe would grant it credit on the strength of that chamber's resolutions. It would be a different case in most other European states. But since the promises of 1815 and all the vain maneuverings to obtain money up until 1848, Prussia happens to have a reputation such that no one would lend it a penny without a legally binding and unimpeachable resolution from the chambers. Even Herr Raphael von Erlanger, who lent money to the American Confederates, would hardly entrust a Prussian government with ready cash if it had come to power by means of a coup. Prussia owes this state of affairs quite simply to the stupidity of absolutism. The strength of the bourgeoisie lies in the fact that when the government gets into financial difficulties, as it must, sooner or later it will be obliged to turn to the bourgeoisie for money, and this time not to the political representatives of the bourgeoisie, who, in the last analysis, are quite aware that they are there to pay, but to the bourgeoisie of high finance, which is interested in doing good business with the government. The financial bourgeoisie measures the creditworthiness of a government by the same standards which it uses to measure the creditworthiness of a private individual, and it is completely indifferent as to whether the Prussian state needs many soldiers or only a few. These gentlemen only grant credit against 3 signatures. If only the upper chamber has signed next to the government, and not the Chamber of Deputies, or if they only have the signature of a Chamber of Deputies full of government puppets, then they will regard the matter as kite-flying and decline with thanks. At this point the military question becomes a constitutional question. It is immaterial which mistakes and complications have forced the bourgeois opposition into its present position, it must fight out the military question to the end, or else it will lose what political power it still possesses. The government has already called its whole power of budgetary appropriation into question. But if the government will be forced, sooner or later, to make its peace with the chamber, is it not the best policy simply to hold out until this moment arrives? Since the conflict has gone so far, the answer must be an unqualified yes. It is more than doubtful whether an acceptable basis can be found for an agreement with this government. By overestimating its own strength, the bourgeoisie has put itself in the position of having to discover by means of this military question whether it is the decisive power in the state or no power at all. If it wins the struggle, it will also win the power to appoint and dismiss ministers that the English House of Commons has. If it loses the struggle, it will no longer be able to achieve any position of importance by constitutional means. But anyone who expects such powers of endurance does not know our bourgeoisie. In political matters, the courage of the bourgeoisie is always in direct proportion to its importance in society. In Germany, the social power of the bourgeoisie is far less than in England or even France. It has neither allied itself with the old aristocracy, as in England, nor has it destroyed the aristocracy with the help of the peasants and the workers, as in France. In Germany, the feudal aristocracy is still hostile to the bourgeoisie, as well as being allied with the government. For all the enormous progress which it has made since 1848, industry, the basis of all the social power of the modern bourgeoisie, is still not as highly developed in Germany as in France and England. The colossal accumulation of capital in particular social strata, which can frequently be found in England and even in France, is much rarer in Germany. Hence the petty bourgeois character of our whole bourgeoisie. The spheres of its activity and the mental horizons within which it operates are of a petty nature. It is no wonder that its whole mentality is equally petty. Where is it to find the courage to fight an issue out to the bitter end? The Prussian bourgeoisie knows only too well how dependent its industrial activity is upon the government. Industrial concessions 13 and administrative supervision weigh on it like a mountain. The government can put obstacles in the way of every new business project, and this is now true in the political sphere as well. During the conflict over the military question, the bourgeois chamber can only adopt a negative position. It is obliged to stay on the defensive. Meanwhile, the government assumes the offensive, interprets the constitution in its own fashion, disciplines liberal officials, declares the liberal municipal elections null and void, employs all the machinery of bureaucratic power to make the bourgeoisie fully conscious of their position as Prussian subjects, in fact, captures one vantage point after another and thus occupies a position such as Manchoufel himself did not have. In the meantime, expenditure and taxation continue their steady course without a budget, and the army reorganization is consolidated with every year that passes. In short, while the government's victories in matters of detail accumulate daily in all fronts and assume the form of accomplished facts, the prospect of the final victory of the bourgeoisie assumes from year to year an increasingly revolutionary character. In addition, there is a workers' movement which is completely independent of both bourgeoisie and government, and which forces the bourgeoisie either to make very awkward concessions to the workers or to be prepared to act without the workers at the decisive moment. Will the Prussian bourgeoisie have the courage to hold out until the bitter end under these circumstances? To do so, it will have to have changed miraculously since 1848. The longing for a compromise daily audible in the size of the Progressive Party since the beginning of this session is hardly evidence of such a change. We fear that this time, too, the bourgeoisie will not hesitate to betray itself. 3. What is the proper attitude of the Workers' Party to this army reorganization and to the resulting conflict between the government and the bourgeois opposition? To develop their political activity fully, the working class needs a much wider arena than that provided by the individual states of Germany in its present fragmented form. The multiplicity of states may be an obstacle to the proletarian movement, but it will never be regarded as justified and it will never be the object of serious concern. The German proletariat will never concern itself with Reich constitutions, Prussian leadership, TRIAS 14 and such things, except when the time comes to make a clean sweep. It is completely indifferent as to how many soldiers the Prussian state needs in order to continue to survive as a great power. Whether the reorganization increases the military burden or not will not make much difference to the working class as a class. On the other hand, it is by no means indifferent as to whether universal military service is fully introduced. The more workers who are trained in the use of weapons, the better. Universal conscription is the necessary and natural extension of universal suffrage. It enables the electorate to carry out its resolutions arms in hand against any coup that might be attempted. The ever more complete introduction of military service is the only aspect of the Prussian army reorganization which interests the German working class. But more important is the question of the position the Workers' Party should take with regard to the conflict between government and chamber which this reorganization has produced. The modern worker, the proletarian, is a product of the great industrial revolution, which, particularly during the last 100 years, has totally transformed all modes of production in all civilized countries, first in industry and afterwards in agriculture too, and as a result of which only two classes remain involved in production, the capitalists, who own means of production, raw materials and provisions, and the workers, who own neither means of production, nor raw materials nor provisions, but first have to buy their provisions from the capitalists with their labor. The modern proletarian, then, is only directly faced with one hostile and exploiting social class, the capitalist class, the bourgeoisie. In countries where this industrial revolution has been completely carried out, such as in England, all workers are faced only with capitalists, because on the land, too, the large tenant farmer is nothing but a capitalist. The aristocrat, who only consumes the ground rent from his properties, has absolutely no point of social contact with the worker. It is a different matter in countries like Germany where the Industrial Revolution is still taking place. Here many elements have been left over from earlier feudal and post-feudal conditions, which, so to speak, cloud the social medium and rob the social situation of that simple, clear, and classical character which typifies England's present stage of development. We find in Germany, in an atmosphere growing daily more modern and amidst highly modern capitalists and workers, the most amazing antediluvian fossils still alive and roaming society, feudal lords, patrimonial courts of justice, country squires, flogging, aristocratic government officials, district magistrates, jurisdictional disputes, executive power to issue punishment, and so on. We find that in the struggle for political power all these living fossils band together against the bourgeoisie, the latter, which, as a result of its property, is the most powerful class in the new epoch, demands, in the name of the new epoch, that they hand over political power. Apart from the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, modern large-scale industry produces a kind of intermediate class between the two others, the petty bourgeoisie. This class consists partly of the remnants of the earlier semi-medieval citizenry, Vollbürgertum, and partly of workers who to a certain extent have come up in the world. Its role is less in production than in the distribution of goods, its main line of business is the retail trade. While the old citizenry was the most stable social class, the modern petty bourgeoisie is the most unstable. Among this class bankruptcy has become an institution. With its small capital it shares in the life of the bourgeoisie, with the insecurity of its existence it shares that of the proletariat. Its political position is as contradictory as its social existence. In general, however, its most adequate political expression is the demand for pure democracy. Its political mission is to spur the bourgeoisie on in its struggle against the remnants of the old society and, in particular, against its own weaknesses and cowardice, as well as to help win those liberties: freedom of the press, association and assembly, universal suffrage, local self-government, without which, despite their bourgeois character, a timid bourgeoisie can probably manage, but without which the workers can never achieve emancipation. At some time or another during the course of the struggle between the remnants of the old, Antediluvian society and the bourgeoisie, there always comes a point at which both combatants turn to the proletariat and seek its support. This moment usually coincides with the first stirrings of the working class itself. The feudal and bureaucratic representatives of the doomed society call upon the workers to join with them in attacking the capitalist parasites, the only enemies of the worker. The bourgeoisie points out to the workers that, both together, they represent the new social epoch and that therefore they at least share the same interests in their opposition to the old moribund form of society. At this point the working class gradually becomes conscious of the fact that it is a class in its own right, with its own interests and its own independent future. Hence the question arises, which has been asked successively in England, France, and Germany: what should be the attitude of the Workers' Party towards the combatants? This will depend, above all, upon the particular aims which the Workers' Party, i.e. that section of the working class which has become conscious of the common class interest, strives for in the interest of its class. As far as is known, 15 the most advanced workers in Germany demand the emancipation of the workers from the capitalists by the transfer of state capital to workers' associations, so that production can be carried on, without capitalists, on common account, and as a means of achieving this aim they seek to conquer political power by way of universal and direct suffrage. This much is now clear: neither the feudal bureaucratic party, generally simply referred to as the reaction, nor the liberal radical bourgeois party will be inclined to concede these demands voluntarily. But the proletariat will become a political force the moment an autonomous workers' party is formed and becomes a power to be reckoned with. The two hostile parties are aware of this, and at the right moment, therefore, they will be disposed to make apparent or actual concessions to the workers. From which side can the workers exact the greatest concessions? The existence of both bourgeoisie and proletariat is already a thorn in the flesh of the reactionary party. Its power depends on its ability to stop, or at least slow down modern social development. Otherwise all the property-owning classes will gradually become capitalists and all the oppressed classes proletarians, and thus the reactionary party will disappear automatically. If it is consistent, the party of reaction certainly wants to do away with the proletariat, however not by moving forward to workers' associations but by transforming the modern proletariat back into journeymen and by reducing them partially or completely to the status of peasant bondsmen. Would such a transformation be in the interests of our proletarians? Do they wish themselves back under the patriarchal discipline of the guild master and the noble lord, even if such a thing were possible? Definitely not. It is precisely the release of the working class from the whole false system of property and all illusory privileges of earlier times, and the development of the naked conflict between capital and labor, which have made possible the existence of a single huge working class with common interests, the existence of a workers' movement and a workers' party. Such a reversal of history is, moreover, simply impossible. The steam engines, the mechanical spinning frames and weaving looms, the steam plows and threshing machines, the railways, the electric telegraph and the steam presses of the present day totally exclude the possibility of such an absurd retrogression. Indeed, these developments are gradually but implacably destroying all residues left over from a feudal, guild-ridden society. They are dissolving all the petty social conflicts handed down from an earlier age into the one historic antagonism between capital and labor. The bourgeoisie, on the other hand, has no historical function in modern society other than to increase on all fronts the gigantic forces of production and means of transport mentioned above and to put them to their fullest possible use, to lay its hands to by way of its credit associations on the means of production passed on from earlier times, in particular, on landed property, to introduce modern means of production into all branches of industry, to destroy all remnants of feudal production and feudal society, and hence to reduce the whole of society to the simple opposition between a class of capitalists and a class of propertyless workers. This simplification of class antagonisms is accompanied to the same degree by a growth in the strength of the bourgeoisie, but to an even greater degree by the growth in the strength, class consciousness, and potential for victory of the working class. Only as a result of this increase in the strength of the bourgeoisie will the proletariat gradually succeed in becoming the majority, the overwhelming majority in the state. This is already the case in England, but by no means so in Germany where, on the land, peasants of all kinds, and, in the towns, small craftsmen and shopkeepers etc. exist side by side with the proletariat. Thus every victory gained by the forces of reaction obstructs social development and inevitably delays the day on which the workers will win the struggle. Every victory gained by the bourgeoisie over the reaction, however, is in one respect also a victory for the workers. It contributes to the final overthrow of capitalist rule and brings nearer the day when the workers will defeat the bourgeoisie. Let us compare the present position of the German Workers' Party with that of 1848. There are still plenty of veterans in Germany who worked for the foundation of an embryonic German Workers' Party before 1848 and who helped to extend it after the revolution as long as conditions allowed. You all know what an effort it cost, even in those turbulent days, to create a workers' movement, to keep it going and to free it from reactionary guild elements, and how the whole movement became dormant again after a few years. If a workers' movement has now come into being, as it were, of its own accord, what is the reason for this? The reason is that since 1848 large-scale bourgeois industry in Germany has made tremendous progress, that it has destroyed a mass of small craftsmen and other people located between the worker and the capitalist, and that it has driven a mass of workers into direct opposition to the capitalist. In short, it has created a significant proletariat where no proletariat, or only one of limited size, existed. As a result of this industrial development, a workers' party and a workers' movement has become a necessity. This is not to say that there may not be moments when the forces of reaction find it advisable to make concessions to the workers. These concessions, however, are always of a specific kind. They are never political concessions. The forces of feudal bureaucratic reaction will neither extend the suffrage nor tolerate the freedom of the press, association, and assembly, nor will they curb the power of the bureaucracy. The concessions which they make are always directed against the bourgeoisie, but under no circumstances in such a way that they increase the political power of the workers. Thus, for instance, in England, the 10 Hours Act was passed for the factory workers against the will of the manufacturers. 16 The workers, therefore, could demand and possibly obtain from the Prussian government the strict observance of the regulations covering working hours in the factories which, at present, only exist on paper together with the right for workers to form combinations, etc. But in the event of the forces of reaction granting these concessions, their acceptance must not lead to any reciprocal concessions on the part of the workers. This must be made clear, and rightly so, for by making life uncomfortable for the bourgeoisie the party of reaction will have achieved its aim. The workers are not obliged to thank them, as indeed they never do. There is another sort of reaction, which has met with great success in recent times and which has become very fashionable among certain people, the brand of reaction known as Bonapartism. Bonapartism is the necessary form of government in a country where the working class, highly developed in the towns but outnumbered by the small peasants on the land, has been defeated in a great revolutionary struggle by the capitalist class, the petty bourgeoisie and the army. When the Parisian workers were defeated in the tremendous struggle of June 1848, the bourgeoisie, too, completely exhausted itself in achieving its victory. It was aware that it could not survive a second such victory. It ruled only in name. It was too weak to rule in reality. Leadership was assumed by the army, the actual victor in the struggle. It was supported by the class from which it chiefly recruited its strength, the small farmers, who wanted peace and protection from the town rowdies. It goes without saying that the form which this rule took was military despotism. Its natural head was the ancestral heir of military despotism, Louis Bonaparte. The characteristic role of Bonapartism vis-à-vis workers and capitalists is to prevent these two classes from engaging in open struggle. It protects the bourgeoisie from violent attack by the workers while encouraging minor skirmishes of a peaceful nature between them, and it robs both of all trace of political power. It does not tolerate free association, free assembly, or a free press. It allows universal suffrage, but under such bureaucratic pressures that it is almost impossible to vote for an opposition candidate. It rules by means of a police system which is hitherto unprecedented even in police-ridden France. Moreover, a part of the bourgeoisie and a part of the workers are nothing short of bought, the former by colossal credit frauds, in which the money of small capitalists is lured into the pockets of large capitalists, the latter by colossal public works which lead to the creation of an artificial, imperialist 17 proletariat, which is dependent upon the state and which exists side by side with the natural, independent proletariat in the large towns. Lastly, national pride is flattered by apparently heroic wars, which however are always sanctioned by higher European authority. They are waged against the general scapegoat of the day and only under conditions which guarantee victory from the outset. The only advantage of such a government for the workers and the bourgeoisie is that they can rest from the struggle and that industry can develop vigorously under favorable conditions. The result is that the elements of a new and more violent struggle are now accumulating, a struggle which will break out as soon as there is no further need for this period of recovery. It would be the very height of folly to expect any more for the workers from a government which exists merely to hold in check their struggle against the bourgeoisie. Let us return now to the particular case which we are examining. What do the reactionary forces in Prussia have to offer the Workers' Party? Can the reaction offer the working class a real share in political power? Not the slightest. Firstly, neither in the recent history of England nor France has a reactionary government ever done such a thing. Secondly, in the present struggle in Prussia the problem is precisely whether the government should concentrate all real power in its own hands or whether it should share it with Parliament. One thing is certain, the government will never summon up all its strength and seize power from the bourgeoisie merely to hand over this power to the proletariat. The feudal aristocracy and the bureaucracy can keep their real power in Prussia even without parliamentary representation. Their traditional position at court, in the army and in the civil service guarantees it to them. Indeed, they would not wish for any particular form of representation because the peers and civil servants' chambers such as Manchufel had are absolutely impossible in Prussia in the long run. Thus, they want to be rid of the whole representative system. On the other hand, both the bourgeoisie and the workers can only function as a really organized political force through parliamentary representation, and this parliamentary representation is only of value if they can have their say and make decisions, in other words, if they can keep the purse strings tight. But this is precisely what Bismarck wants to prevent, as he himself admits. The question must arise whether it lies in the workers' interests for this parliament to be robbed of all political power, this parliament which they themselves hope to enter by gaining universal and direct suffrage and in which they hope to form a majority one day. Is it in their interests to set all the machinery of agitation in motion in order to elect their representatives to an assembly which, in the final analysis, has no say in matters anyway? Hardly. But what if the government upset the existing electoral law and imposed by Octroi 18 a system based on universal and direct suffrage? Yes, if. If the government played such a Bonapartist trick and the workers fell for it, they would acknowledge from the very outset the government's right to repeal universal and direct suffrage by a new octroi as soon as it suited its purpose. What would the fullest universal and direct suffrage be worth then? If the government imposed a system based on universal and direct suffrage it would, from the very outset, so hedge it with clauses and provisos that it would no longer be universal and direct suffrage. And even with regard to universal and direct suffrage, one need only go to France to be convinced of the harmless elections it is possible to hold on this basis in a country with a large and stupid rural population, a well-organized bureaucracy and a tightly controlled press, in a country where there are absolutely no political meetings and where associations are satisfactorily suppressed by the police. How many workers' representatives have been elected into the French Parliament despite the existence of universal and direct suffrage? And yet compared with Germany the French proletariat is a much more concentrated class and has a longer experience of struggle and organization. This brings us to another point. In Germany the rural population is twice as large as the urban, that is, 2/3 of the people live from farming and 1/3 from industry. And as the large estate is the rule in Germany and the small holding peasant the exception, this means, in other words, that 1/3 of the workers are controlled by the capitalists, while 2/3 are controlled by the feudal lords. Let those who continuously attack the capitalists but utter not the least angry word against feudalism take this to heart. The feudalists exploit twice as many workers in Germany as does the bourgeoisie, they are no less the direct enemy of the workers than are the capitalists. But that is by no means the whole story. Patriarchal rule on the old feudal estates has made the landless day laborer hereditarily dependent upon his noble lord, and this makes it exceedingly difficult for the agricultural proletarian to join the movement of the urban workers. The priests, the systematic stupefaction of the countryside, bad schooling, and isolation from the outside world do the rest. The agricultural proletariat is that section of the working class which is the last to become aware of its interests and social position and has the most difficulty in understanding them. In other words, it is that section of the working class which remains longest the unconscious tool of an exploiting and privileged class. And which class is this? In Germany, not the bourgeoisie but the feudal aristocracy. Even in France, where, of course, almost only free peasant proprietors exist on the land, and where the feudal aristocracy has long since been robbed of all political power, universal suffrage has not brought the workers into parliament, but has almost totally excluded them. What would be the result of universal suffrage in Germany, where the feudal aristocracy still has real social and political power and where there are 2 landless agricultural laborers for every 1 industrial worker? The struggle against feudal and bureaucratic reaction, the two are inseparable in Germany, is synonymous with the struggle for the mental and political emancipation of the rural proletariat. For as long as the rural proletariat is not carried along in the movement, the urban proletariat in Germany will not achieve anything. Universal and direct suffrage will not be a weapon for the proletariat but a trap. Perhaps this very candid but necessary explanation will encourage the feudalists to support universal and direct suffrage. So much the better. Or is the government only curtailing the bourgeois opposition press, its freedom of association and assembly, as though there were much left to curtail, in order to make the workers a gift of these basic rights? Indeed, is the workers' movement not being allowed to develop peacefully and without hindrance? But there's the rub. The government knows and the bourgeoisie knows too that at the present the whole German workers' movement is only tolerated and will only survive as long as the government wishes. The government will tolerate the movement as long as its existence suits it, as long as it is in its interests for the bourgeois opposition to be confronted by new and independent opponents. As soon as the workers develop through this movement into an independent power, as soon as this movement poses a danger for the government, the matter will come to an end immediately. The way in which the government put an end to the agitation of the progressives in the press, to their associations and meetings, may serve as a warning to the workers. The same laws, decrees and measures which were applied there can be used at any time against the workers to deal a death blow to their agitation. This will happen as soon as this agitation becomes dangerous. It is crucially important for the workers to be clear on this point and not to become victims of the same illusions as the bourgeoisie in the new era, who were likewise merely tolerated although they thought themselves in complete control of the situation. And anyone who imagines that the present government will lift the present restrictions on the freedom of the press, association, and assembly, places himself outside the arena of rational discussion. But without the freedom of the press, and the freedom of association and assembly, no workers' movement is possible. The present Prussian government is not so stupid as to cut its own throat. Should it happen that the forces of reaction toss a few sham political concessions to the German proletariat as a bait, then, it is to be hoped, the German proletariat will answer with the proud words of the old Hildebrandtslied 19. Mit Jeriskel man gebe in Fahen, ort widar orte. Gifts shall be accepted with the spear, point against point. As for the social concessions which the reaction might make to the workers' shorter working hours in the factories, a better implementation of the factory laws, the right to form combinations, etc. The experience of all countries shows that the reactionaries introduce such legislative proposals without the workers having to offer the least in return. The reactionaries need the workers but the workers do not need them. Thus, as long as the workers insist on these points in their own agitation, they can count on the moment coming when reactionary elements will present these same demands merely in order to annoy the bourgeoisie, and as a result the workers will achieve a victory over the bourgeoisie without owing the reactionaries any thanks. But if the Workers' Party has nothing to expect from the reactionaries except minor concessions, which they would gain anyway, without having to go begging, what can it expect, then, from the bourgeois opposition? We have seen that both the bourgeoisie and the proletariat are children of a new epoch, that in their social activity both aim at clearing away the outmoded trappings which have survived from an earlier age. They have, it is true, a very serious struggle to settle between themselves, but this struggle can only be fought out when they are left to face each other alone. Only by throwing the old lumber overboard will they be able to clear the decks for battle. But this time the battle will not be conducted between two ships but on board one and the same ship between officers and crew. The bourgeoisie cannot gain political supremacy and express this in the form of a constitution and laws without, at the same time, arming the proletariat. On its banner it must inscribe human rights in place of the old system of social position based on birth, freedom to pursue trades and commerce in place of the guild system, freedom and self-government in place of bureaucratic authoritarianism. Therefore, for consistency's sake, it must demand universal and direct suffrage, freedom of the press, association and assembly, and the repeal of all emergency laws directed against particular social classes. But this is all that the proletariat need demand from the bourgeoisie. It cannot expect the bourgeoisie to stop being the bourgeoisie, but it can demand that it apply its own principles consistently. The result will be that the proletariat will lay its hands on all the weapons which it needs for its final victory. With the help of the freedom of the press and the right of association and assembly it will win universal suffrage, and by way of universal and direct suffrage, together with the means of agitation mentioned above, it will achieve everything else. It is in the interests of the workers, therefore, to support the bourgeoisie in its struggle against all reactionary elements, on condition that it remain true to itself. Every victory gained by the bourgeoisie over the forces of reaction will ultimately benefit the working class. The instinct of the German workers has been correct. In all the German states they have quite rightly voted for the most radical candidates who have had a prospect of winning. But what if the bourgeoisie is untrue to itself and betrays its own class interests and the principles arising from these interests? Then there are two courses of action left to the workers. On the one hand the workers can push the bourgeoisie against its will and force it, as far as possible, to extend the suffrage, to fight for a free press, free association and assembly so as to create a space in which the proletariat can freely move and organize itself. The English workers have been doing this since the Reform Bill of 1832, as have the French workers since the July Revolution of 1830. They have furthered their own development and organization by using and acting within this movement, whose most immediate aims were of a purely bourgeois character, rather than by any other means. This will always happen, because the bourgeoisie, with its lack of political courage, is in all countries untrue to itself at some time or another. Alternatively the workers can withdraw completely from the bourgeois movement and leave the bourgeoisie to its fate. This is what happened in England, France, and Germany after the failure of the European workers' movement of 1840 to 1850. This course of action is only possible following violent and temporarily fruitless efforts, after which the class needs peace and quiet. As long as the working class is in a healthy condition such a situation is impossible, it would amount to a complete political abdication, and in the long run a naturally courageous class, a class which has nothing to lose and everything to gain, is incapable of this. Even at the worst, if the bourgeoisie creeps under the skirts of the reactionary party for fear of the workers, appealing to the enemy for protection, even then the workers' party will have no choice but to continue the agitation, betrayed by the bourgeoisie, for bourgeois freedom, freedom of the press, association and assembly despite the bourgeoisie. Without these freedoms the workers' party cannot move freely. In this struggle it is fighting for its own vital element, for the air it needs to breathe. It goes without saying that in all these situations the Workers' Party will not merely act as the tail of the bourgeoisie, but as a completely separate and independent party. At every opportunity it will remind the bourgeoisie that the class interests of the workers are directly opposed to those of the capitalists and that the workers are conscious of this fact. It will retain and develop its own organization quite separately from the party organization of the bourgeoisie, and will only treat with the latter as one force with another. In this way it will assure itself of a position which commands respect and it will educate the individual workers as to their class interests. With the outbreak of the next revolutionary storm, and these storms now recur as regularly as commercial crises and equinoctial gales, it will be ready for action. The policy of the Workers' Party in the Prussian constitutional conflict follows automatically from what has been said. The Workers' Party must above all remain organized, as far as present circumstances allow. It must press the Progressive Party to campaign for real progress, as far as that is possible, force it to radicalize its own program and to stick to it, pitilessly chastise and ridicule all inconsistencies and weaknesses. The Workers' Party should allow the actual military question to take its own course, remembering that one day it will conduct its own German military reorganization. But the hypocritical temptations of the forces of reaction must be answered thus. Gifts shall be accepted with the spear, point against point. Marx to Schweitzer 20. London, February 13, 1865. As our statement is partly out of date following what M. Hess has written in number 21, received today, we shall leave the matter at that. Point 21. However, our statement contained another point, praise for the anti-Bonapartist stand of the Paris proletariat and a call to the German workers to follow this example. This was more important for us than the attack on Hess. However, we shall elsewhere elaborate in detail our views on the relation of the workers to the Prussian government. Point 22. In your letter of February 4 you say that I myself warned Liebknecht against kicking over the traces so as not to be hounded by the authorities. Quite right. But at the same time I wrote that it is possible to say anything if one finds the right form. Point 23. Even a form of anti-government polemic which is possible by Berlin standards is certainly quite a different matter from a flirtation with the government, let alone an apparent compromise. I wrote to you myself that the Social Democrat must avoid creating such appearances. Point 24. I see from your paper that the government is equivocating and procrastinating on the matter of the abolition of the combination laws. On the other hand, a Times report indicates that government plans holding out the prospect of state patronage for cooperatives have been abandoned. Point 25. I would be not in the least surprised if the Times had reported correctly for once. Combinations, together with trade unions, which develop out of these, are not only of the greatest importance for the working class as a means of organization in its struggle against the bourgeoisie, although this importance is demonstrated, among other things, by the fact that even the workers of the United States cannot do without them, despite the franchise and the republic. In Prussia and in Germany in general, the right of combination is also a means of breaking the rule of the police and bureaucracy, and of smashing the Gesindordnung 26 and the rule of the aristocracy on the land. In short, it is a measure which will release the subjects from state tutelage. It is something which the Progressive Party or any bourgeois opposition party in Prussia, unless it is mad, would be 100 times more likely to allow than the Prussian government, let alone a government led by Bismarck. On the other hand, support from the Royal Prussian government for the cooperatives, and anyone who knows the situation in Prussia knows in advance the dwarf-like proportions of these cooperatives, is worthless as an economic measure and serves, furthermore, to extend the system of state tutelage, to bribe a section of the working class and to emasculate the movement. In the same way that the bourgeois party in Prussia made a singular fool of itself and brought about its present predicament by believing that with the advent of the new era, government power had fallen into their hands by the grace of the Prince Regent, the Workers' Party will make an even greater fool of itself if it imagines that the Bismarck era or any other era will cause golden apples to drop into its mouth by the grace of the King. There is not the least doubt that disappointment will follow Lassalle's wretched illusions of a socialist intervention by a Prussian government. The logic of things will tell. But the honor of the Workers' Party demands the rejection of such illusions even before they are burst by experience and their emptiness proved. The working class is revolutionary or it is nothing. Marx to Kugelmann 27. London, February 23, 1865. 1. Medina Villas, Maitland Park. Haverstock Hill. Dear Kugelmann, I received your very interesting letter yesterday and I shall now reply to the individual points you make. First of all, I shall briefly describe my attitude to Lassalle. During his agitation our relations were suspended, 1. Because of his self-opinionated bragging, compounded with the most shameless plagiarism from my writings etc., 2. because I condemned his political tactics. 3. Because I had explained and proved to him here in London even before he began his agitation that to hope for socialist measures from a Prussian state was nonsense. In his letters to me, 1848-63, as in our personal meetings, he had always declared himself a supporter of the party which I represent. 28 As soon as he had become convinced in London, at the end of 1862, that he could not play his games with me, he decided to set himself up as the workers' dictator against me and the old party. In spite of everything, I recognized his merit as an agitator, although towards the end of his short career I found that even his agitation appeared in an increasingly ambiguous light. His sudden death, old friendship, grief-stricken letters from Countess Hatzfeld. 29 Indignation at the craven impudence shown by the bourgeois press towards one whom they had feared so greatly during his lifetime. All this induced me to publish a short statement attacking the wretched blind, which, however, did not deal with the content of Lassalle's activities. Hatzfeld sent the statement to the Nordstern, 30 for the same reasons and in the hope of being able to remove elements which seemed dangerous to me. Engels and I promised to contribute to the Social Democrat. They have published a translation of the address 31 and at their request I wrote an article on Proudhon when he died 32, and after Schweitzer had sent us a satisfactory editorial program we gave permission for our names to be made known as contributors. The fact that W. Liebknecht was an unofficial member of the editorial board served as a further guarantee for us. However, it soon became clear the evidence came into our possession that Lassalle had in fact betrayed the party. He had entered into a formal contract with Bismarck, naturally without the least guarantee in his hand. At the end of September 1864 he was to go to Hamburg, where, together with the crazy Scram 33 and the Prussian police spy Marr 34, he was to force Bismarck to annex Schleswig-Holstein, that is, he was to proclaim its annexation in the name of the workers, etc. In return Bismarck promised universal suffrage and a bit of socialist charlatanry. It is a pity that Lassalle was not able to play this farce through to the end. It would have condemned him and made him look ridiculous. It would have put a stop to all attempts of that sort once and for all. Lassalle went astray because he was a realpolitiker of the Miguel 35 type, but on a larger scale and with grander aims. By the by, I had long since sufficiently made up my mind about Miguel to be able to explain his actions by the fact that the National Association 36 provided a splendid opportunity for a petty lawyer from Hanover to gain an audience in Germany beyond his own four walls and to bring the enhanced authority of a realpolitiker to bear back home in Hanover, playing the role of a Hanoverian Mirabeau under Prussian protection. Miguel and his present friends seized the opportunity presented by the new era inaugurated by the Prussian Prince Regent, and together with the members of the National Association they attached themselves to Prussian leadership, cultivating their civic pride under Prussian protection. In the same way Lassalle intended to play the Marquis Posa of the proletariat to the Philip II of the Ucker Mark 37, with Bismarck acting as the pimp between him and the Prussian monarchy. Lassalle only imitated the gentlemen of the National Association. But while they invoked Prussian reaction in the interests of the middle class, he shook hands with Bismarck in the interests of the proletariat. Those gentlemen were more justified than Lassalle, in so far as the bourgeois is accustomed to regard the interests lying immediately before his nose as reality, and as this class has in fact everywhere made compromises, even with feudalism, while the working class, in the very nature of things, must be honestly revolutionary. For the theatrically vain nature of a Lassalle, who, however, could not be bribed with such trifles as political office, a position as mayor, etc., it was a very seductive thought, a direct act on behalf of the proletariat, carried out by Ferdinand Lassalle. In fact, he was too ignorant of the actual economic conditions involved in such an act to be critically true to himself. On the other hand, as a result of the base practical politics which led the German bourgeoisie to tolerate the reaction of 1849-59 and to watch the stupefaction of the people, the German workers had become too dispirited not to hail such a quack savior who promised to lead them to the promised land overnight. Well, to pick up the thread broken above. Hardly had the Social Democrat been founded than it became evident that old Hatzfeld wanted to execute Lassalle's testament. 38 She was in touch with Bismarck through Wagner, of the Kreuzzeitung. 39 She placed the General Association of German Workers, the Social Democrat etc. at his disposal. The annexation of Schleswig-Holstein was to be proclaimed in the Social Democrat, Bismarck was to be generally recognized as patron etc. The whole merry plan was frustrated, as we had Liebknecht in Berlin on the editorial board of the Social Democrat. Although Engels and I did not like the editorial policy of the paper, the Lickspittel-LaSalle cult, the occasional flirtation with Bismarck etc., it was naturally more important to remain identified with the paper in public in order to thwart the intrigues of old Hatzfeld and the total compromising of the Workers' Party. We therefore made bone mine Amoveus JEU 40 although privately we were always writing to the Social Democrat that they should oppose Bismarck just as much as they opposed the progressives. We even tolerated the intrigues conducted against the International Working Men's Association by that affected fop Bernhard Becker 41 who takes quite seriously the importance conferred on him in Lassalle's testament. Meanwhile, Herr Schweitzer's articles in the Social Democrat became more and more Bismarckian. I had written to him before saying that the progressives could be intimidated on the combination question but that neither now nor at any time would the Prussian government concede the complete abolition of the combination laws. 42 Such an abolition would lead to a breach in the bureaucratic apparatus, the release of the workers from state tutelage, the overthrow of the Gesindordnung. 43 The abolition of the aristocracy's flogging of rural backsides etc., it would be altogether incompatible with the bureaucratic Prussian state, and Bismarck would never allow it. I added that if the chamber rejected the combination laws the government would take refuge in empty phrases, for example, to the effect that the social question demands more fundamental measures etc., in order to preserve them. All this indeed proved to be the case. And what did Herr von Schweitzer do? He wrote an article in support of Bismarck 44 and now saves up all his heroic courage for such infiniments petties 45 as Schulz, Focher, etc. 46. I believe Schweitzer, etc. to be sincere, but they are Realpolitiker. They want to accommodate themselves to the existing situation and not leave this privilege of Realpolitik to Herr Miguel and co. alone. The latter seem to want to reserve for themselves the right of intermixture with the Prussian government. They know that the workers' newspapers and workers' movement only exist par la grâce de la police. 47 So they want to take circumstances as they are and not provoke the government etc., just like our Republican Realpolitiker who are willing to settle for a Hohenzollern Kaiser. But as I am not a Realpolitiker I have found it necessary, together with Engels, to announce my withdrawal from the Social Democrat in a public statement 48, which you will probably soon see in one paper or another. You will see, therefore, why I can do nothing in Prussia at this moment. The government has flatly rejected my renaturalization in Prussia. 49 I would only be allowed to conduct agitation there in a form amenable to Herr von Bismarck. I prefer 100 times over to agitate here through the International Association. The influence on the English proletariat is direct and of the greatest importance. We are creating a stir here at the present moment on the general suffrage question 50 which naturally has quite another significance in England than it has in Prussia. On the whole the progress of this association is beyond all expectations here, in Paris, in Belgium, Switzerland and Italy. Only in Germany, of course, do Lassalle's successors oppose me, 1. Because they have a stupid fear of losing their importance, 2. Because they are aware of my avowed opposition to what the Germans call Realpolitik. It is this sort of reality which places Germany so far behind all civilized countries. As anyone who pays a shilling for a card can become a member of the association, as the French have chosen the form of individual membership, as have the Belgians, because the law forbids them to join us as an association, as the situation in Germany is similar, I have decided to call upon my friends to form small societies, irrespective of the number of members in each place, in which every member buys an English card of membership. As the English society is public, nothing stands in the way of this procedure in France. I would welcome it if you would also establish contact with London in this way in your immediate area. Thank you for your prescription. Strangely enough, 3 days before it arrived the disgusting illness broke out again. So the prescription was very convenient. In a few days I shall send you 24 more addresses. I have just been interrupted by a friend, and as I would like to send off this letter I shall take up the other points in your letter next time. Yours truly. K.M. Marx to Schweitzer 51. London, October 13, 1868. Dear Sir, the fact that you have not received a reply to your letter of September 15 is due to a misunderstanding on my part. I understood from your letter that you intended to send me your drafts to look at. I waited for them. Then came your Congress 52 and, being much overworked, I no longer regarded an answer as pressing. In my capacity as Secretary of the International for Germany, I had repeatedly urged the necessity for peace before your letter of October 8 arrived. I received the answer, together with quotations from the Social Democrat, that you yourself were provoking the war. I declared that my role must necessarily be limited to that of the umpire in the duel. I think that I cannot better repay the great confidence in me which you have expressed in your letter than by informing you openly and unequivocally of my view of the situation. I do this in the confidence that your only concern, as mine, is the success of the movement. I recognize without reservation the intelligence and energy of your activities in the workers' movement. I have disguised this view from none of my friends. Whenever I have to speak in public in the General Council of the International Working Men's Association and the German Workers' Educational Association here, I have always treated you as a man of our party and have never uttered the least word about points of disagreement. Nevertheless, such points of disagreement exist. Dia Board 53. As far as the La Saline Association is concerned, it was founded in a period of reaction. It is to Lassalle's eternal credit that he reawakened the workers' movement in Germany after it had slumbered for 15 years. But he committed great mistakes. He allowed himself to be governed too much by the immediate circumstances of the day. He transformed a minor starting point, his opposition to a dwarf like Scholz-Delitzsch, into the central point of his agitation, state aid versus self-help. In doing so he only readopted the slogan which Butches, the leader of Catholic socialism, had issued against the real workers' movement in France in 1843 and the following years. As he was much too intelligent to regard this slogan as anything but a transitory pièce aller 54, he could only justify it by its, supposed, immediate practicability. For this purpose he had to maintain that it could be brought about in the near future. Thus, the state transformed itself into the Prussian state. As a result he was forced to make concessions to the Prussian monarchy, the forces of Prussian reaction, the feudal party, and even the clerical party. He combined the Chartist cry of universal suffrage with Butch's state aid for workers' associations. He overlooked the fact that conditions in Germany and England are different. He overlooked what the base Empire 55 had taught about universal suffrage. Furthermore, he gave his agitation from the very beginning the character of a religious sect, as does every man who claims to have in his pocket a panacea for the suffering masses. In fact, every sect is religious. Furthermore, precisely because he was a founder of a sect, he denied any natural connection with the earlier movement in Germany or abroad. He fell into the same error as Proudhon, of not seeking the real basis for his agitation in the actual elements of the class movement, but of trying to prescribe the course of the movement according to a certain doctrinaire recipe. Most of what I am now saying after the event I already told Lassalle when he came to London in 1862 and invited me to place myself with him at the head of the new movement. You yourself have had personal experience of the contradictions between a sectarian and a class movement. The sect seeks its raison d'être and point of honor not in what it has in common with the class movement but in the particular shibboleth which distinguishes it from the class movement. When, therefore, in Hamburg 56 you proposed the Congress for the foundation of trade unions, you were only able to defeat the sectarian opposition by threatening to resign from the office of president. You were furthermore forced to play a dual role, to declare that you were acting on the one hand as the head of the sect and on the other as the organ of the class movement. The dissolution of the General Association of German Workers 57 gave you the opportunity to accomplish a great step forward and to declare, SILLE Follett 58 that a new stage of development had been reached and that the sectarian movement was now ready to merge into the class movement and to completely abandon its separation. As far as its true aims were concerned, the sect, like all earlier working class sects, would bring them as an enriching element into the general movement. Instead, you have in fact demanded of the class movement that it subordinate itself to a particular sectarian movement. Those who are not your friends have concluded from this that you are trying under all circumstances to preserve your own workers' movement. As far as the Berlin Congress is concerned, there was first of all no urgency, as there has not yet been a vote on the combination law. 59 So you should have come to a mutual understanding with the leaders outside the Lassaline circle and drawn up the plan and convened the Congress together with them. Instead, you left them only the alternative of joining you openly or of opposing you. The Congress itself seemed only a repetition of the Hamburg Congress. As for the draft of the rules, I regard it as fundamentally misguided, and I think I have as much experience as any contemporary in the field of trade unions. Without going into details here, I would only remark that the centralist organization, no matter how valuable it may be for secret societies and sectarian movements, contradicts the essence of trade unions. Even if it were possible, and I declare tout bonnement 60 that it is not, it would not be necessary, least of all in Germany. There, where the worker is subject to bureaucratic discipline from his infancy and believes in officialdom and higher authority, it is above all a question of teaching him to walk by himself. Your plan is impractical anyway. In the association you have three independent authorities of different origin: 1. The committee elected by the trades; 2. The president, a completely superfluous figure in this context, 61 elected by all members; 3. The Congress elected by the localities. The result conflicts everywhere. And is this supposed to promote rapid action? Lassalle made a big blunder when he borrowed the President Élu du Suffrage Universal 62 from the French Constitution of 1852. And now the same sort of thing in a trade union movement. Such a movement is largely concerned with questions of money, and you will soon discover that in such a situation all dictatorship has to come to an end. However, whatever the mistakes in the organization, they can perhaps be more or less removed if affairs are conducted rationally. I am ready, as Secretary of the International 63, to function as arbitrator between you and the Nuremberg Majority 64, which has joined the International directly on a rational basis. Needless to say, I have written the same thing to Leipzig. I recognize the difficulties of your position and do not forget that each of us is guided more by the requirements of the situation than by his own will. I promise you under all circumstances the neutrality which I feel to be my duty. On the other hand, I cannot promise that one day, as a private writer, as soon as I regard it as absolutely necessary in the interests of the workers' movement, I will not openly criticize the superstitious doctrines of Lassalle, as I have criticized those of Proudhon. Assuring you of my best wishes. Yours respectfully, K.M. Letters on Ireland 1. Marx to Engels. London, November 2, 1867. Dear Fred, I used to regard Ireland's separation from England as impossible. I now think it inevitable, although federation may follow separation. The policy of the English is revealed in the Agricultural Statistics 2 for this year, published a few days ago. Also the form which eviction is taking. The Irish Viceroy, Lord Abercorn III, the name is something like that, has cleared his estate in the last few weeks by forcibly evicting thousands of people, among them well-to-do tenant farmers whose improvements and capital investments have in this way been confiscated. Foreign rule has not taken this direct form of expropriation of the natives in any other European country. The Russians confiscate merely for political reasons. In West Prussia the Prussians buy out the land. Marx to Engels. London, November 30, 1867. Dear Fred, if you have read the papers you will have seen that 1. The International Council sent the memorial for the Fenians to Hardy for 2. The debate on Fenianism, the Tuesday before last, was public and the Times reported it. Reporters from the Dublin Irishman and Nation were there too. I didn't arrive until very late. I have had fever for about 2 weeks and it only disappeared 2 days ago, and in fact didn't intend to speak, firstly because of my uncomfortable state of health and secondly because of the ugly situation. However, Weston 5, the chairman, wanted to force me to speak, and so I moved the adjournment, as a result of which I was obliged to speak last Tuesday. In fact, I did not have a speech prepared for Tuesday last, but only the points of a speech. Point 6. However, the Irish reporters did not come and we waited until 9 o'clock, although the public house only remained open until 10:30 p.m. At my suggestion, FOX7, he had not put in an appearance for 2 weeks because of a quarrel in the council and had furthermore submitted his resignation as a member of the council, accompanied by crude attacks on Jung, had prepared a long speech. After the sitting opened, I thus announced that because of the belated hour I would allow Fox to speak in my place. In fact, as a result of the execution which had taken place in Manchester in the meantime, our topic, Fenianism, had become charged with passion and heated feeling, which would have forced me, though not the abstract Fox, to deliver a thundering revolutionary tirade instead of the intended sober analysis of the situation and the movement. Thus, by staying away and causing the sitting to begin late, the Irish reporters did me a great service. I don't like being involved with people like Roberts, Stevens, etc. 8. Fox's speech was good, firstly because it was given by an Englishman, secondly, in its treatment of the purely political and international aspects. But with these he only touched the surface. The resolution which he submitted was insipid and vacuous. I opposed it and had it referred back to the Standing Committee. Point 9. What the English do not yet know is that since 1846 the economic content of English rule in Ireland, and therefore also its political aims, has entered a new phase, and it is for this very reason that Fenianism is characterized by a socialist tendency, in a negative sense, in being opposed to the appropriation of the soil and as a lower orders movement. What could be more ridiculous than to confuse the barbarities of Elizabeth or Cromwell, who wanted to supplant the Irish by English colonists, in the Roman sense, with the present system, which is trying to supplant the Irish with sheep, pigs, and oxen. The system from 1801 to 184,610, evictions during the period were exceptional, occurring most often in Leinster, where the land is particularly suited to cattle raising, with its rack rents and middlemen, collapsed in 1846. The repeal of the Corn Laws, partly the result of the Irish famine, at any rate accelerated by it, deprived Ireland of its monopoly on corn supplies to England during normal times. Wool and meat became the watchword, that is, the conversion of tillage into pasture. Hence, from then on, the systematic consolidation of farms. The Encumbered Estates Act 11, which turned a mass of earlier, enriched middlemen into landlords, accelerated the process. Clearing of the estate of Ireland is now the sole significance of English rule there. Of course, the stupid English government in London itself knows nothing of this immense change since 1846. But the Irish know. From Meagher's proclamation, 1848, 12 down to the election address of Hennessy, Tory and Urquhartite, 1866, the Irish have expressed their awareness of it in the clearest and most forcible manner. The question now is what advice we should give the English workers? In my view, they must make the repeal of the Union, in short, the arrangement of 1783, but democratized and adapted to the times, an article of their pronunciamento. This is the only legal and hence the only possible form of Irish emancipation which can be included in the program of an English party. Experience must show later whether a mere personal union between the two countries could continue. I am half inclined to believe this, if it happens in time. What the Irish need are 1. Self-government and independence from England. 2. Agrarian revolution. With the best will in the world, the English cannot make this revolution for them, but they can give them the legal means of making it for themselves. 3. Protective tariffs against England. Between 1783 and 1801 all branches of Irish industry prospered. With the overthrow of the protective tariffs which the Irish Parliament had established, the Union destroyed all industrial life in Ireland. The small linen industry is in no way a substitute. The Union of 1801 affected Irish industry in just the same way as the measures passed by the English Parliament under Anne and George II for the suppression of the Irish woolen industry, etc. Once the Irish got their independence, need would immediately force them to turn protectionist, just like Canada and Australia, etc. Before I present my views in the General Council, next Tuesday, this time fortunately without the presence of reporters, 13, I should be glad if you would give me your opinion in a few lines. Salat. Regards. K.M. Marx to Kugelman. London, April 6, 1868. Dear Kugelman. The Irish question is the dominant issue here at present. Gladstone and co. have, of course, exploited the problem only in order to have an electoral cry at the next elections, which will be based on household suffrage. 14 For the moment this turn of events is harmful for the Workers' Party, as the intriguers among the workers who want to get into the next parliament, such as Odger, Potter, etc., now have a new pretext for joining the bourgeois liberals. However, this is only a punishment which England and therefore the English working class as well is suffering in payment for the great crime which it has committed against Ireland over many centuries. And in the long run the English working class will itself profit. For the English established church in Ireland, or what they used to call here the Irish Church, is the religious bulwark of English landlordism in Ireland and at the same time the outpost of the established church in England itself. I am speaking of the established church as a landowner. With its overthrow in Ireland the established church will collapse in England, and both will be followed by the collapse of landlordism, first in Ireland and then in England. But I have always been convinced from the very first that this social revolution can only seriously begin from the bottom up, that is, with landlordism. 15. However, the whole business will have the very useful result that, once the Irish Church is dead, the Protestant Irish tenants in the province of Ulster will join forces with the Catholic tenants and their movement in the other 3 provinces of Ireland, whereas hitherto landlordism has been able to exploit this religious antagonism. Regards. K. Marx. Marx to Engels. London, November 18, 1869. Dear Fred. Last Tuesday I opened the discussion about point number 1, the attitude of the British government to the Irish amnesty question. 16 Made a speech lasting about 1¼ hours, much cheered, and then proposed the following resolution on point number 1. Resolved. That in his reply to the Irish demands for the release of the imprisoned Irish patriots, a reply contained in his letter to Mr. O'Shea, etc., etc., Mr. Gladstone deliberately insults the Irish nation. That he clogs political amnesty with conditions alike degrading to the victims of misgovernment and the people they belong to. That having, in the teeth of his responsible position, publicly and enthusiastically cheered on the American slaveholders' rebellion. 17 He now steps in to preach to the Irish people the doctrine of passive obedience. That his whole proceedings with reference to the Irish amnesty question are the true and genuine offspring of that policy of conquest, by the fiery denunciation of which Mr. Gladstone ousted his Tory rivals from office. That the General Council of the International Working Men's Association express their admiration of the spirited, firm, and high-souled manner in which the Irish people carry on their amnesty movement. That these resolutions be communicated to all branches of, and working men's bodies connected with the International Working Men's Association in Europe and America. Harris, and O'Brien Man 18, agreed to second. But the President, Lucraft, pointed to the clock. We can only stay until 11 o'clock, hence meeting adjourned until next Tuesday. However, Lucraft, Weston, Hales, etc. 19 In fact the whole council, provisionally declared their agreement in an informal way. Another O'Brien Milner declared the language of the resolution was too weak, i.e. not declamatory enough. Furthermore, he demands that everything that I said by way of an explanation should be included in the resolution. That's asking quite a lot. So, as the debate continues on Tuesday, now is the time for you to say or write to me what you perhaps want changed or added in the resolutions. If, for example, you want another clause added about the amnesties throughout Europe, e.g. Italy, formulate it straightaway as a resolution. Regards. K.M. Marx to Kugelmann. London, November 29, 1869. Dear Kugelmann, you will probably have seen in the Volksstaat the resolutions which I proposed against Gladstone on the Irish amnesty question. Point 20. I have now attacked Gladstone and it caused quite a stir here in just the same way I attacked Palmerston earlier. Point 21. The demagogic refugees here are very fond of assailing the continental despots from a safe distance. That sort of thing only attracts me if it is done vultu inst antis tyranny. Point 22. Nevertheless, both my activities on this Irish amnesty question and my further suggestion in the General Council that we discuss the relation of the English working class to Ireland and pass resolutions on the problem have, of course, other aims beyond that of speaking out loudly and decisively on behalf of the oppressed Irish against their oppressors. I have become more and more convinced, and it remains a matter of driving the point home to the English working class, that it can never do anything decisive here in England until it makes a decisive break with the ruling class in its policy on Ireland, until it not only makes common cause with the Irish but actually takes the initiative in dissolving the Union founded in 1801 and replacing it with a free federal relationship. And, indeed, this must be done not as a matter of sympathy with Ireland but as a demand based on the interests of the English proletariat. Otherwise the English people will be kept in tether by the ruling classes, because they will have to establish a common front with them against Ireland. Every one of its movements in England remains paralysed by the quarrel with the Irish, who form a very considerable section of the working class in England itself. The first condition for emancipation here, the overthrow of the English landed oligarchy, remains an impossibility, because its bastion here cannot be stormed as long as it holds its strongly entrenched outpost in Ireland. But once the Irish people takes matters into its own hands there, once it is made its own legislator and ruler, once it becomes autonomous, the overthrow of the landed aristocracy, for the most part the same people as the English landlords, will be infinitely easier than here, because in Ireland it is not only a simple economic question but at the same time a national question, because the landlords there are not, as in England, the traditional dignitaries and representatives of the nation but its mortally hated oppressors. And not only England's inner social development but also its foreign policy, particularly with regard to Russia and the United States, remain paralysed by its present relationship with Ireland. But, as the English working class undeniably casts the decisive weight into the scales of social emancipation in general, the important thing is to apply the lever here. In fact, the English Republic under Cromwell came to grief in Ireland. Point 23. Non bis in idem. 24. The Irish have played a delightful trick on the English government by electing the convict felon O'Donovan Rossa 25 to Parliament. The government papers are already threatening a renewed suspension of the Habeas Corpus Act and a renewed system of terror. The fact is that England has never ruled and can never rule Ireland any other way, as long as the present relationship lasts, than by the most atrocious reign of terror and the most damnable corruption. Regards. K. Marx. Marx to Engels. London, December 10, 1869. Dear Fred. Ad vocem, Irish question. Although I had undertaken to open the debates, I didn't go to the Central Council last Tuesday. My family didn't allow me to go in this fog and in my present state of health. The way I shall present the matter next Tuesday 26 is this: I shall say that quite apart from all the international and humane phrases about justice for Ireland which are taken for granted in the International Council, it is in the direct and absolute interests of the English working class to get rid of their present connection with Ireland. And this is my firm conviction, for reasons which, in part, I cannot tell the English workers themselves. I long believed it was possible to overthrow the Irish regime by way of English working class ascendancy. This is the position I always represented in the New York Tribune. Point 27. A deeper study has now convinced me of the opposite. The English working class will never achieve anything before it has got rid of Ireland. The lever must be applied in Ireland. This is why the Irish question is so important for the social movement in general. Regards. K. More to 8. Marx to Meyer and Vogt. London, April 9, 1870. Dear Meyer and Dear Vogt 29. Among what I have sent you, you will also find some copies of the familiar resolutions passed by the General Council on November 30 on the Irish Amnesty Question 30, which I drew up, also an Irish pamphlet on the treatment of the Fenian convicts. I intended to introduce more resolutions on the necessary transformation of the present Union, which amounts to the enslavement of Ireland, into a free and equal federation with Great Britain. The prosecution of this matter has been suspended for the time being, as far as public resolutions go, because of my enforced absence from the General Council. No other member of the Council knows enough about Irish affairs and possesses enough authority in the eyes of the English members of the General Council to be able to replace me in this matter. Meanwhile, time has not passed unused, and I would ask you to pay particular attention to what follows. After occupying myself with the Irish question for many years, I have come to the conclusion that the decisive blow against the English ruling classes, and it will be decisive for the workers' movement all over the world, cannot be struck in England, but only in Ireland. On January 1, 1870, the General Council issued a secret circular which I had drawn up in French 31 for a reaction in England. Only the French, not the German papers, are important on the relation of the Irish national struggle to the emancipation of the working class, and hence on the attitude which the International Working Men's Association should adopt on the Irish question. I shall give you only the main points here quite briefly. Ireland is the bulwark of the English landed aristocracy. The exploitation of this country is not only one of the main sources of their material wealth, it is their greatest moral strength. They represent in fact England's dominion over Ireland. Ireland is, therefore, the grand moyen 32 by which the English aristocracy maintains its rule in England itself. On the other hand, if the English army and police withdrew tomorrow, you would have an agrarian revolution in Ireland immediately. But the overthrow of the English aristocracy in Ireland involves and would necessarily be followed by its overthrow in England. Thus one prerequisite for the proletarian revolution in England would be fulfilled. Quite apart from the more passionate and more revolutionary character of the Irish compared with the English, the destruction of the English landed aristocracy in Ireland is an infinitely easier operation than in England itself, because in Ireland the land question has up till now been the exclusive form which the social question has taken, because it is a question of existence, a question of life and death for the majority of the Irish people, because at the same time it is inseparable from the national question. As far as the English bourgeoisie is concerned, it has d'abord 33 a common interest with the English aristocracy in transforming Ireland into mere pasture land, to supply the English market with meat and wool at the cheapest possible prices. It has the same interest in reducing the Irish population to such a small number, by eviction and forcible emigration, that English capital, invested in leasehold farmland, can operate in this country with security. It has the same interest in clearing the estate of Ireland that it had in the clearing of the agricultural districts of England and Scotland. The £6,000, £10,000 absentee and other Irish revenues which at present flow annually to London must also be taken into account. But the English bourgeoisie has other, much more important interests in the present structure of the Irish economy. As a result of the steadily increasing concentration of farms, Ireland supplies the English labour market with its surplus labour and thus lowers the wages and the material and moral position of the English working class. And most important of all English industrial and commercial centres now possess a working class split into two hostile camps, English proletarians and Irish proletarians. The ordinary English worker hates the Irish worker because he sees in him a competitor who lowers his standard of life. Compared with the Irish worker, he feels himself a member of the ruling nation, and for this very reason he makes himself into a tool of the aristocrats and capitalists against Ireland and thus strengthens their domination over himself. He cherishes religious, social, and national prejudices against the Irish worker. His attitude is much the same as that of the poor whites towards the niggers in the former slave states of the American Union. The Irishman pays him back with interest in his own money. He sees in the English worker both the accomplice and the stupid tool of English rule in Ireland. This antagonism is artificially sustained and intensified by the press, the pulpit, the comic papers, in short, by all the means at the disposal of the ruling classes. This antagonism is the secret of the impotence of the English working class, despite its organization. It is the secret which enables the capitalist class to maintain its power, as this class is perfectly aware. The evil does not stop here. It continues on the other side of the ocean. The antagonism between the English and the Irish is the secret basis of the conflict between the United States and England. It makes any serious and honest cooperation between the working classes of the two countries impossible. It allows the governments of the two countries, whenever they think fit, to blunt the edge of the social conflict by their mutual bullying and in case of need by going to war with one another. England, as the metropolis of capital, as the power which has up to now ruled the world market, is for the time being the most important country for the workers' revolution. Moreover, it is the only country where the material conditions for this revolution have developed to a certain degree of maturity. To accelerate the social revolution in England is therefore the most important object of the International Working Men's Association. The only means of accelerating it is to bring about the independence of Ireland. It is therefore the task of the International to bring the conflict between England and Ireland into the foreground and everywhere to side openly with Ireland. It is the special task of the General Council in London to arouse the consciousness in the English working class that for them the national emancipation of Ireland is not a question of abstract justice or humanitarian sentiment but the first condition of their own social emancipation. These are roughly the main points contained in the circular, which are thus also the raison d'être of the General Council's resolutions on the Irish amnesty. Shortly afterwards I sent an anonymous, vehement Article 34 about the English treatment of the Fenians etc., attacking Gladstone etc., to the Internationale, the organ of our Belgian Central Committee in Brussels. In the article I also accused the French Republicans, the Marseillaise had printed some nonsense on Ireland by the wretched Tallandier, 35 of being led by their national egoism to save all their choleras 36 for the Empire. The article had an effect. My daughter, Jenny, under the pseudonym J. Williams, she called herself Jenny Williams in a private letter to the editor, wrote a series of articles for the Marseillaise and published, among other things, the letter from O'Donovan Rossa. Hence immense noise. As a result, after many years of cynical refusal, Gladstone has been forced to agree to a parliamentary inquiry into the treatment of the Fenian prisoners. She is now regular correspondent on Irish affairs for the Marseillaise. This is, of course, a secret between us. The English government and press are furious that the Irish question is thus ordre du jour 37 and that these scoundrels are now being watched and exposed via Paris all over the continent. We have killed another bird with the same stone. We have forced the Irish leaders and press people in Dublin to make contact with us, which the General Council had failed to achieve hitherto. You have great scope in America to work in the same way. A combination between the German and Irish workers, and, of course, also with those English and American workers who show an interest, is the most important task to embark on now, and it must be done in the name of the International. The social significance of the Irish question must be made clear. I shall soon send you a special letter on the situation among the English workers. Salut et fraternité, 38. Karl Marx. The Franco-Prussian War. First Address of the General Council on the Franco-Prussian War 1. To the members of the International Working Men's Association in Europe and the United States. In the inaugural address of the International Working Men's Association, of November 1864, we said, if the emancipation of the working classes requires their fraternal concurrence, how are they to fulfill that great mission with a foreign policy in pursuit of criminal designs, playing upon national prejudices, and squandering in piratical wars the people's blood and treasure? We defined the foreign policy aimed at by the International in these words: vindicate the simple laws of morals and justice, which ought to govern the relations of private individuals, as the rules paramount of the intercourse of nations too. No wonder that Louis Bonaparte, who usurped his power by exploiting the war of classes in France, and perpetuated it by periodical wars abroad, should from the first have treated the International as a dangerous foe. On the eve of the plebiscite he ordered a raid on the members of the administrative committees of the International Working Men's Association throughout France, at Paris, Lyons, Rouen, Marseilles, Brest, etc., on the pretext that the International was a secret society dabbling in a complot for his assassination, a pretext soon after exposed in its full absurdity by his own judges. 3. What was the real crime of the French branches of the International? They told the French people publicly and emphatically that voting the plebiscite was voting despotism at home and war abroad. It has been, in fact, their work that in all the great towns, in all the industrial centres of France, the working class rose like one man to reject the plebiscite. Unfortunately, the balance was turned by the heavy ignorance of the rural districts. The stock exchanges, the cabinets, the ruling classes and the press of Europe celebrated the plebiscite as a signal victory of the French emperor over the French working class, and it was the signal for the assassination, not of an individual, but of nations. The war plot of July 1870 is but an amended edition of the coup d'état of December 1851. At first view the thing seemed so absurd that France would not believe in its real good earnest. It rather believed the Deputy 5 denouncing the ministerial war talk as a mere stock-jobbing trick. When, on July 15, war was at last officially announced to the Corps Legislatif 6, the whole opposition refused to vote the preliminary subsidies. Even Thiers branded it as detestable, all the independent journals of Paris condemned it, and, wonderful to relate, the provincial press joined in almost unanimously. Meanwhile, the Paris members of the International had again set to work. In the Reveille of July 12 they published their manifesto to the workmen of all nations, from which we extract the following few passages. Once more, on the pretext of the European equilibrium, of national honor, the peace of the world is menaced by political ambitions. French, German, Spanish workmen. Let our voices unite in one cry of reprobation against war. War for a question of preponderance of a dynasty can, in the eyes of workmen, be nothing but a criminal absurdity. In answer to the warlike proclamations of those who exempt themselves from the impost of blood, and find in public misfortunes a source of fresh speculations, we protest, we who want peace, labor, and liberty. Brothers of Germany. Our division would only result in the complete triumph of despotism on both sides of the Rhine. Workmen of all countries. Whatever may for the present become of our common efforts, we, the members of the International Working Men's Association, who know of no frontiers, we send you as a pledge of indissoluble solidarity the good wishes and the salutations of the workmen of France. This manifesto of our Paris section was followed by numerous similar French addresses, of which we can here only quote the Declaration of Neuilly-sur-Seine, published in the Marseillaise of July 22. The war, is it just? No. The war, is it national? No. It is merely dynastic. In the name of humanity, of democracy, and the true interests of France, we adhere completely and energetically to the protestation of the International against the war. These protestations expressed the true sentiments of the French working people, as was soon shown by a curious incident. The Society of 10 December 7 first organized under the presidency of Louis Bonaparte, having been masqueraded into blouses and let loose on the streets of Paris, there to perform the contortions of war fever, the real workmen of the faubourgs came forward with public peace demonstrations so overwhelming that Pietri, the prefect of police, thought it prudent to at once stop all further street politics, on the plea that the real Paris people had given sufficient vent to their pent-up patriotism and exuberant war enthusiasm. Whatever may be the incidents of Louis Bonaparte's war with Prussia, the death knell of the Second Empire has already sounded at Paris. It will end as it began, by a parody. But let us not forget that it is the governments and the ruling classes of Europe who enabled Louis Bonaparte to play during 18 years the ferocious farce of the restored empire. On the German side, the war is a war of defense, but who put Germany to the necessity of defending herself? Who enabled Louis Bonaparte to wage war upon her? Prussia. It was Bismarck who conspired with that very same Louis Bonaparte for the purpose of crushing popular opposition at home, and annexing Germany to the Hohenzollern dynasty. If the Battle of Zadova 8 had been lost instead of being won, French battalions would have overrun Germany as the allies of Prussia. After her victory, did Prussia dream one moment of opposing a free Germany to an enslaved France? Just the contrary. While carefully preserving all the native beauties of her old system, she superadded all the tricks of the Second Empire, its real despotism and its mock democratism, its political shams and its financial jobs, its high-flown talk and its low legerdemains. The Bonapartist regime, which till then only flourished on one side of the Rhine, had now got its counterfeit on the other. From such a state of things, what else could result but war? If the German working class allow the present war to lose its strictly defensive character and to degenerate into a war against the French people, victory or defeat will prove alike disastrous. All the miseries that befell Germany after her War of Independence 9 will revive with accumulated intensity. The principles of the International are, however, too widely spread and too firmly rooted amongst the German working class to apprehend such a sad consummation. The voices of the French workmen have re-echoed from Germany. A mass meeting of workmen, held at Brunswick on July 16, expressed its full concurrence with the Paris Manifesto, spurned the idea of national antagonism to France, and wound up its resolutions with these words: "We are enemies of all wars, but above all of dynastic wars. With deep sorrow and grief we are forced to undergo a defensive war as an unavoidable evil, but we call, at the same time, upon the whole German working class to render the recurrence of such an immense social misfortune impossible by vindicating for the peoples themselves the power to decide on peace and war, and making them masters of their own destinies." At Chemnitz, a meeting of delegates representing 50,000 Saxon workers adopted unanimously a resolution to this effect. In the name of the German democracy and especially of the workmen forming the Social Democratic Workers' Party, we declare the present war to be exclusively dynastic. We are happy to grasp the fraternal hand stretched out to us by the workmen of France. Mindful of the watchword of the International Working Men's Association, proletarians of all countries, unite, we shall never forget that the workmen of all countries are our friends and the despots of all countries our enemies. The Berlin branch of the International has also replied to the Paris Manifesto. We join with heart and hand your protestation. Solemnly we promise that neither the sound of the trumpet, nor the roar of the cannon, neither victory nor defeat shall divert us from our common work for the union of the children of toil of all countries. Be it so. In the background of this suicidal strife looms the dark figure of Russia. It is an ominous sign that the signal for the present war should have been given at the moment when the Muscovite government had just finished its strategical lines of railway and was already massing troops in the direction of the Pruth. Whatever sympathy the Germans may justly claim in a war of defense against Bonapartist aggression, they would forfeit at once by allowing the Prussian government to call for, or accept, the help of the Cossacks. Let them remember that, after their war of independence against the First Napoleon, Germany lay for generations prostrate at the feet of the Tsar. The English working class stretch the hand of fellowship to the French and German working people. They feel deeply convinced that whatever turn the impending horrid war may take, the alliance of the working classes of all countries will ultimately kill war. The very fact that while official France and Germany are rushing into a fratricidal feud, the workmen of France and Germany send each other messages of peace and goodwill, this great fact, unparalleled in the history of the past, opens the vista of a brighter future. It proves that in contrast to old society, with its economical miseries and its political delirium, a new society is springing up, whose international rule will be peace, because its national ruler will be everywhere the same labor. The pioneer of that new society is the International Working Men's Association. Letter to the Brunswick Committee of the Social Democratic Workers Party 10. The military camarilla, professionate, bourgeoisie and saloon-bar politicians present THIS 11 as the way for Germany to prevent war with France permanently. On the contrary, it is the most certain way to convert this war into a European institution. It is in fact the surest way to perpetuate military despotism in the rejuvenated Germany, as a necessity for maintaining a Western Poland, Alsace and Lorraine. It is the unfailing way to convert the approaching peace into a mere ceasefire, until France is sufficiently recovered to demand the lost territory back. It is the most unfailing way to ruin Germany and France by reciprocal self-mutilation. The rogues and fools who have discovered these guarantees of perpetual peace, should know from Prussian history, from the results of Napoleon's Tilsit Peace 12, how such forcible measures of pacification have on a lively people the opposite of the planned effect. And look at France, even after the loss of Alsace and Lorraine, compared with Prussia after the Tilsit Peace. If French chauvinism had a certain material justification even in the context of the old state system, in that since 1815 Paris, the capital, and therefore France in general, was defenseless after a few lost battles, what new nourishment will it not derive once the frontier lies along the Vosges to the east, and at Metz to the north? Even the most fanatical Teuton would not venture to maintain that the people of Alsace and Lorraine desire the blessings of German government. It is the principle of pan-Germanism and secure frontiers that is being proclaimed, and what fine results this would have for Germany and Europe if applied on the eastern side. Whoever is not completely deafened by the clamor of the moment, or does not have an interest in deafening the German people, must realize that the War of 1870 is just as necessarily pregnant with a war between Germany and Russia as the War of 1866 was with the War of 1870. I say necessarily, unavoidably, except in the unlikely event of a prior outbreak of revolution in Russia. If this unlikely event does not occur, then a war between Germany and Russia must already be considered a fait accompli. It depends completely on the behavior of the German victors whether the present war will be useful or damaging. If Alsace and Lorraine are taken, then France will later make war on Germany in conjunction with Russia. It is unnecessary to go into the unholy consequences. If an honorable peace is made with France, then the war will have emancipated Europe from the Muscovite dictatorship, made Prussia merge into Germany, and allowed the Western continent a peaceful development. Finally, it will have helped the outbreak of the Russian social revolution, whose elements only need such a push from outside in order to develop. It would thus also benefit the Russian people. But I fear that the rogues and fools will drive on with their mad game unhindered, unless the German working class raises its voices en masse. The present war opens a new world historical epoch, in so far as Germany has shown that, even with the exclusion of German Austria, it is prepared to go its own way independent of foreign influence. If it has at first found its unity in Prussian barracks, this is a punishment that it has richly deserved. But one result has even so been directly achieved. Petty trivialities such as the conflict between National Liberal North Germans and People's Party South Germans will no longer stand in the way. 13 Conditions will develop on a larger scale, and will be more unified. If the German working class does not play the historic role that has fallen to it, that will be its own fault. This war has shifted the center of gravity of the continental workers' movement from France to Germany. This has pinned on the German working class a greater responsibility. Second Address of the General Council on the Franco-Prussian War 14. To the members of the International Working Men's Association in Europe and the United States. In our first manifesto of July 23 we said, "The death knell of the Second Empire has already sounded at Paris. It will end as it began, by a parody. But let us not forget that it is the governments and the ruling classes of Europe who enabled Louis Napoleon to play during 18 years the ferocious farce of the restored empire. 15. Thus, even before war operations had actually set in, we treated the Bonapartist bubble as a thing of the past. If we were not mistaken as to the vitality of the Second Empire, we were not wrong in our apprehension lest the German war should lose its strictly defensive character and degenerate into a war against the French people. 16 The war of defense ended, in point of fact, with the surrender of Louis Bonaparte, the Sedan capitulation, and the proclamation of the Republic at Paris. 17 But long before these events, the very moment that the utter rottenness of the imperialist 18 arms became evident, the Prussian military camarilla had resolved upon conquest. There lay an ugly obstacle in their way: King William's own proclamations at the commencement of the war. In his speech from the throne to the North German Reichstag, he had solemnly declared to make war upon the Emperor of the French, and not upon the French people. On August 11 he had issued a manifesto to the French nation, where he said, "The Emperor Napoleon having made, by land and sea, an attack on the German nation, which desired and still desires to live in peace with the French people, I have assumed the command of the German armies to repel his aggression, and I have been led by military events to cross the frontiers of France." Not content to assert the defensive character of the war by the statement that he only assumed the command of the German armies to repel aggression, he added that he was only led by military events to cross the frontiers of France. A defensive war does, of course, not exclude offensive operations dictated by military events. Thus this pious king stood pledged before France and the world to a strictly defensive war. How to release him from his solemn pledge? The stage managers had to exhibit him as giving, reluctantly, way to the irresistible behest of the German nation. They at once gave the cue to the liberal German middle class, with its professors, its capitalists, its aldermen, and its penmen. That middle class which in its struggle for civil liberty had, from 1846 to 1870, been exhibiting an unexampled spectacle of irresolution, incapacity, and cowardice, felt, of course, highly delighted to bestride the European scene as the roaring lion of German patriotism. It reivindicated its civic independence by effecting to force upon the Prussian government the secret designs of that same government. It does penance for its long-continued and almost religious faith in Louis Bonaparte's infallibility, by shouting for the dismemberment of the French Republic. Let us for a moment listen to the special pleadings of those stout-hearted patriots. They dare not pretend that the people of Alsace and Lorraine pant for the German embrace, quite the contrary. To punish their French patriotism, Strasbourg, a town with an independent citadel commanding it, has for 6 days been wantonly and fiendishly bombarded by German explosive shells, setting it on fire, and killing great numbers of its defenseless inhabitants. Yet the soil of those provinces once upon a time belonged to the whilom German Empire. 19 Hence, it seems, the soil and the human beings grown on it must be confiscated as imprescriptible German property. If the map of Europe is to be remade in the antiquary's vein, let us by no means forget that the Elector of Brandenburg, for his Prussian dominions, was the vassal of the Polish Republic. 20. The more knowing patriots, however, require Alsace and the German-speaking part of Lorraine as a material guarantee against French aggression. As this contemptible plea has bewildered many weak-minded people, we are bound to enter more fully upon it. There is no doubt that the general configuration of Alsace, as compared with the opposite bank of the Rhine, and the presence of a large fortified town like Strasbourg, about halfway between Bâle and Germersheim, very much favor a French invasion of South Germany, while they offer peculiar difficulties to an invasion of France from South Germany. There is, further, no doubt that the addition of Alsace and German-speaking Lorraine would give South Germany a much stronger frontier, inasmuch as she would then be master of the crest of the Vosges Mountains in its whole length, and of the fortresses which cover its northern passes. If Metz were annexed as well, France would certainly for the moment be deprived of her two principal bases of operation against Germany, but that would not prevent her from constructing a fresh one at Nancy or Verdun. While Germany owns Koblenz, Mainz, Germersheim, Rastatt, and Ulm, all bases of operation against France, and plentifully made use of in this war, with what show of fair play can she begrudge France Strasbourg and Metz, the only two fortresses of any importance she has on that side. Moreover, Strasbourg endangers South Germany only while South Germany is a separate power from North Germany. From 1792 to 1795 South Germany was never invaded from that direction, because Prussia was a party to the war against the French Revolution, but as soon as Prussia made a peace of her own in 1795, and left the south to shift for itself, the invasions of South Germany, with Strasbourg for a base, began, and continued till 1809. The fact is, a united Germany can always render Strasbourg and any French army in Alsace innocuous by concentrating all her troops, as was done in the present war between Saarlouis and Landau, and advancing, or accepting battle, on the line of road between Mainz and Metz. While the mass of the German troops is stationed there, Any French army advancing from Strasbourg into South Germany would be outflanked, and have its communications threatened. If the present campaign has proved anything, it is the facility of invading France from Germany. But, in good faith, is it not altogether an absurdity and an anachronism to make military considerations the principle by which the boundaries of nations are to be fixed? If this rule were to prevail, Austria would still be entitled to Venetia and the line of the Mincio, and France to the line of the Rhine, in order to protect Paris, which lies certainly more open to an attack from the northeast than Berlin does from the southwest. If limits are to be fixed by military interests, there will be no end to claims, because every military line is necessarily faulty, and may be improved by annexing some more outlying territory, and, moreover, they can never be fixed finally and fairly, because they always must be imposed by the conqueror upon the conquered, and consequently carry within them the seed of fresh wars.